All right, perfect. So yeah, so we are recording the Knoxville Health and Wellness Expo. Super excited about today's event. We'll be starting at 8:30 with our first presenter, Andrew Henderson, with Fitness Together. So just a little bit about today's event. We have, I believe, 10 or 11 presenters. Each will be 25 minutes in length. Most of them have presentations, talks, and then you'll have a chance to either ask questions if they have time at the end of their presentation. Then they may have time for to answer your questions verbally, just on the video. If not, you should find a chat bar. So if you can see my screen, I got two screens, making sure you guys can you guys see, if someone can find the chat bar and let me know. Do you guys see the Knoxville Health and Wellness Expo on your screen? Just making sure you're not seeing my other screen. Yes. Okay, awesome. All right. So if you can pull up your chat bar, just a little bit of navigating. Thank you guys. I see a lot of you guys, I found it because you said yes. Perfect. So so this is how we'll be communicating during through the presentations. If you have questions, you can go ahead and type them in the chat bar, and then if time doesn't allow during the allotted time during the schedule, then whoever's presenting can answer your questions via the chat box. So just letting you guys know about that. But yeah, so we'll be recording this. So if you can log in, you can log out. Last year I was I wasn't quite sure how it was going to go our first year doing it, and we had a lot of people that just stayed on from the beginning to the end, which is awesome. But I recognize that I might not be able to do that for everybody. So if that's the case, you can log in, you can log out. If there's a certain topic that you want to particularly watch, then just you can log in, log out at that time. If there's something that you can't watch because of something else in your schedule, then we'll be sending out a recording of this whole event that you can come in. And it'll probably be early next week by the time we get that all edited and put together. But keep posted with your email and you'll find a recording of the whole event today. So let's see, Andrew, any questions you guys have on the attendees? You guys have any questions for me? And we'll get started here with Andrew here in just a minute. Feel free to use the chat bar if you got any questions here. Looks like you guys are good. And if everybody, it's helpful too, just to make sure that I see a lot of people responding when I asked a question. If you're coming in, go find the chat bar, type in Expo. Let me know that that you found how to navigate that. If you haven't commented yet, just type in Expo in the chat bar. There we go. Okay, making sure that's working for everybody. Perfect. Thanks, guys. All right. Nice. We got a lot of people logging in. This is awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to pass it over to Andrew. Stop sharing my screen, Andrew. Andrew is here from Fitness Together. He what caught a red eye. He's coming in
literally.
So give him a little grace. He wanted to participate, so even just he's on vacation, but he really wanted to participate. Has an awesome presentation for you guys. But Andrew here owns the Fitness Togethers here in Knoxville. Super great guy, awesome expert in fitness. So Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful start to your weekend. Was actually part vacation and part business. We had our owners conference of Fitness Together in Las Vegas. So it was, conference daytime and Las Vegas nighttime. So that may have something to do with the red eye as well. But anyway, I'm really excited to be here with you. And hopefully I can just kind of inspire you a little bit, and B, educate you on maybe some simple things that you can do to get started. So I do have a little presentation that I'm going to share with you now. So just bear with me while I open this up here. So the thing I want to talk about today is, as you can clearly read, 5 things that I think that our top clients do already, or that they've learned to do, that really have the most impact on their health and wellness. And if you don't know who I am, I'll tell you real quick. I got my master's degree in sports psychology from UT back in the late 90s. And I started as a personal trainer then, almost as a research project to understand how people were motivated to exercise. So part of what we're going to do today is take an angle that really addresses the psychology of behavioral change, which is really what we really try to be experts in. And then we do that through obviously encouraging the right kinds of exercise and nutrition. I was a trainer at a large health club in town for 10 years before I became brave enough to open up my own location. And then from 2007 until now, we've grown from 1 to 4 locations. I'm really proud to mention too that I did receive the multi-unit owner of the year award for our entire Fitness Together network of over 100 locations. And I've got a lot of really good team members that have helped me to have that kind of success and to help as many people as we're able to help. And I do this just so you don't, you kind of know I'm not someone off the street. We do have a lot of good 5-star reviews. And again, it's not to brag, but it's to hopefully get you motivated. The first review is from Emily Vreeland. She's been with us, God, for a long time. She was one of our first clients when we first opened up on the North Shore Drive location. So I kind of highlighted the things that definitely jumped out. I started overweight and sedentary, and now I'm literally climbing mountains, feeling pretty good about that at 79 years old. And that quote was probably 2 or 3 years old, so she's probably in her 80s now. And Emily actually leads a hiking group. It's the Ascension Hikers through her church. Every Wednesday morning, she and a group of hikers go out and tackle different trails in the Smokies, all the way up to Mount LeConte. And she's in her 80s, so literally climbing mountains from a sedentary, overweight position. Kathy Plank, who's actually a neighbor of ours, and she just recently had I think, hip replacement, but she's bounced right back in and she's getting right back after it. She's probably close to 70 now, and people don't believe that she's almost that old because of the energy that she has. And then the last testimonial I wanted to share with you is from Richard Zachary. And he says, at my age, both knees give me trouble, so they've customized my workouts to reduce knee pressure while still challenging me. And that's kind of what we specialize in at Fitness Together, is working with people who are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s and older, and maybe have some pre-existing medical conditions that make it hard for them to just go to a gym or go to a big box workout and do a workout that everyone else is doing. We really tailor and customize the programs to the unique needs of our clients. And with people like John Mark Chesney giving us some guidance and direction through that process, it's really been a very rewarding business that we built doing that. To a dear friend of mine and a client that I still work with virtually 3 mornings a week. This is Karen, and I'm going to get and share her testimonial. But as you listen to the testimonial, I want you to listen to some things that she's saying about herself, because again, it's not about us so much; it's about the lessons that I want you to learn from our success stories. Go.
Hi, I'm Karen Peck. I'm 67 and I want to be the very best 67 that I can be. And the folks at Fitness Together really helped me do that. Before I found Fitness Together, I was walking and I was hiking. I actually belonged to a health club, but I wasn't going. Occasionally would go to a group fitness class or something like that. After retirement, I decided I wanted to do some backpacking and some long distance trekking trips. And so I knew that my hiking and the walking that I was doing wasn't going to get me ready for the physical demands that trips like that would take. So a friend of mine recommended Fitness Together. That was 6 years ago, and I'm still here. I find that now exercise has just become part of my daily routine. It's a priority for me, so I know that starting and doing it early in the morning before I get drawn into 10 different directions during the day is important to keep me focused. I've found that when I'm working out regularly, good sleep habits, good nutrition habits all kind of seem to work together. It keeps me focused. So I have found over the last 6 years, my body weight has maintained. I have gained lean muscle, which for a 60-year-old woman, that's a pretty good accomplishment. I've lost body fat. And I know that overall I have gained in confidence and strength and eagerness to keep on building and growing. My trainer's done a great job of designing a program around where I am, where we want to go, engaging me in change, and keeping me really focused. Every one of our sessions are dynamic and fresh. I look forward to them. It's a real enjoyable part of my life. I've been helped the most, I think, by being part of the Fitness Together community, by just engaging in everyday good choices in my workouts, in my health. Whether I'm in the gym or I'm outside the gym, I am thinking about my health. And I would tell anybody, if they're thinking about joining and getting a personal trainer and coming to Fitness Together, that our health affects every part of our life, and so tending to it is the most important gift you could give yourself. And I would say do it now.
Cool. Go.
Hi.
Cool. So I appreciate you letting me indulge you and Karen's testimonial, but hopefully you took away a few things. And the things that I took away as I was watching that was that she talked about how exercise really set the table for better sleep, for better nutrition, for better mindset. She's also engaged in other activities, and you'll find that's a common theme with our most successful clients is they do things outside of their workouts. They hike, they garden, they play tennis, they play golf. They're active people because they found things that they enjoy doing. And that's going to be a strategy that we're going to talk about in just a second. But first, for a little more background, I do want to share kind of an interesting chart here. It talks about life expectancy at age 40 by weight category. So you can see over on the left, this is people who are at normal weight. Females, non-smoker, will live to be about 87 years old. When they become overweight, and that's typically a BMI of about 25 to 30, if you're looking at body mass index, that life expectancy drops by about 3 to 4 years. And then when you go to obese, that's considered a BMI of 30 or above. That life expectancy drops all the way down to under 80 to about 78. So literally across the board, what you'll see between men and women is that when you start to control risk factors like obesity, like smoking, like nutrition, you can literally add up to 8 years of life. But more importantly, or as importantly, you're going to add life to those years. You're going to be hiking mountains when you're 80. You're not going to have to rely on your kids to help take care of you. You may not have to go to assisted living as soon. So there's a lot of really important reasons that I want to see you take action if you're not already doing it. And if you are, I just want to encourage you to keep doing it because it really is worth it. And these numbers really kind of show that out. The problem is that as we age, and I just turned 50 myself, so I feel like I'm somewhat qualified to have this conversation. It can be harder because things start to hurt. We have a topic on knee pain, I believe, from Dr. John Mark coming up, and knees are definitely a common complaint. Feet, shoulders, lower backs. Our bodies can break down over time if we don't maintain them well, and it does become more involved to maintain our bodies as we age. It's like a car. It gets older, it needs a little more TLC, but it doesn't mean you still can't drive the car. So what I want to do today is to kind of focus on the most important things that will allow you to continue to drive your car for years to come. For other people, time is still an issue. You might still be working. You might have kids you're raising. You might have parents you're taking care of. You might be involved with your church or other civic activities. But the reality is we all get 24 hours a day. And so what I want to do is help you focus on the most important things you can do in those 30 minutes a day to make the rest of the time really count, right? A lot of great things have been done in 24 hours a day. So we're not going to let time be our reason for not doing it. We're just going to figure out how to create more time in our lives with exercise, better sleep, and really doing things more efficiently. So the first thing I want you to do, and if you have a pen and a paper, it would be really helpful. If you don't, you can jot some notes down on your phone. But I feel like when you write things down, they have more power than when you just think of them. So take a minute to go get some pen and paper if you can. And while you're doing that, I'll start to kind of review the top of it. I really wanted to think about time first because, you know, we all choose how we spend our time to some extent. There's some things we can't avoid, but time really is our most precious commodity. As I get older, I realize that you can't get more of it. You can always make more money, but you can't make more time unless we can figure out how to add years onto our life. So I want you to think of these activities we talked about today more as an investment, almost like an investment in your retirement account. Well, this is an investment in your lifespan account. And if we invest our time more wisely, then we can literally add years onto our life and more life to our years. So the first thing I want you to think about is how do you spend your time? Do you struggle to find time or energy to exercise, to prepare foods, to make grocery lists, to do things that we know are beneficial? And how could you reallocate just 30 minutes a day to something that could literally add years to your life and again, life to your years? And I want to emphasize that it's about not how long you live, but how well you live. So what I want you to do for a second is maybe think about maybe one or two habits that you have that you could maybe cut back on and figure out how to reallocate that time towards an exercise or doing something that just stimulates your brain, anything that would be a better use of time. I know for me, it's social media and checking email too often. It's my phone. I'm an addict. So that's one thing I'm working on. So let's think about that. And if you can, jot those down for a second. If you want to share those in the chat room with other people, when you share your challenges and your goals with others, they have more power as well. So you're welcome to use that chat room as a way to share that with us as well. And then next, what I want you to focus on is, you know, how could we take that time that you're now freeing up? Maybe it's time on the couch or time on your phone. And how can we take that 30 minutes and reinvest it in a better way? So I've got some ideas, and that's why I'm presenting today. And I did have kind of narrowed it down to 5 general thoughts. The first thought I have is that's to work on your attitude, to get your mind right, to take a minute to start with gratitude and appreciation for the things that you have. So what I want you to do is to either share 1 or 2 things that you're grateful for, but that really pertain to your health. You know, I know we have flaws in ourselves that we'd like to improve, but what are you proud of about yourself? What do you like about yourself? And what are you appreciative of? So you can jot those down or share those with us if you would. The second thing is patience. I know I meet with a lot of people who they want to lose 50 pounds right away, or they hate the way they look, or they're working through an injury, but they can't recover fast enough to do the things they want to do. Listen, as we get older, we're going to have to be more and more patient because, as you know, new things pop up and it takes longer sometimes to recover. So patience is a big part of the strategy, but it shouldn't mean you get complacent or that you just let it discourage you from continuing to improve. So let's talk about what we're patient for and share those things or things that we need to become more patient about. Enjoy the journey. I know it's a cliche, but you heard Karen talk about it, right? She's not just exercising with me 3 days a week. She's really making this a journey of health, and it's really affecting all the other aspects of her life. Who in your life can you share this journey with? Is it a spouse? Is it a son or a daughter? Is it a sibling? Is it a family member? Life's better with friends. We're meant to be sociable. And if you can engage in some of these activities with other people, you're going to be more motivated to do it because you're going to get that reward of socialization. Take responsibility. You know, the number one reason clients come to us is because they need someone to help them with the accountability of doing the things that they don't want to do. So that's the number one trait really of the people that we have who are successful, is they're accountable for themselves. They take responsibility. They don't rely on their doctors to do the work for them. They don't rely on their trainers to do the work for them. They have good questions. They read, they engage, and they do what they say they're going to do. Number 5 is tricky because a lot of people struggle with motivation, especially to get started. We kind of specialize in working with unmotivated people, quite frankly, or people who aren't quite sure what to do. So you have to get started. You can't wait for motivation to come. You have to change your attitude and behavior with action. For example, if you're mad at your spouse, it's hard to just tell yourself to stop being mad at them. But what if you did something nice for them? What if you got them flowers? What if you made them their favorite dessert? Even though you're mad at them, your attitude towards them will change because the behavior changed. So don't wait for motivation to come over your house and bless you with it. You have to create motivation first by moving. And there's a line from an old song. I forget what the song is, but you've got to throw the stone to get the water to ripple. Basically, if you want to make change, you got to get something started first. It's not going to happen by itself. The next thing that our most successful clients do from a mental aspect is they focus on the daily process goals instead of the unrealistic outcome goals. Again, people will come in saying, I want to lose 20 pounds, I want to tone up. And that's all fine and well, but what we need to do is to narrow that down into the daily behaviors. And we call those rocks. What are the 2 or 3 daily rocks that are the most important things? And we get them to zero in on those. So for a second, I want you to jot down maybe what one of your big goals is. Maybe it's to lose weight, maybe it's to hike a mountain, maybe to be a better pickleball player, to win the tournament. But then narrow that down into 2 or 3 daily process goals that you can start doing today. And then the last thing, this was a saying my old nerdy computer and math teacher in high school used to say. He'd say, GIGO. We'd say, what's that? Garbage in, garbage out. It talks about what we're consuming through TV, through radio, through social media, through articles, through the people that we're around, all the things that are going into our brain. If we're putting garbage into our brain, it's like putting garbage into our bodies to eat. You're going to get garbage performance out. If you're putting positive, uplifting things that will actually educate you and motivate you to be better people, then most likely that's what you'll get. So, you know, think about maybe some of the influences in your life that aren't so good. How do you feel if you've been scrolling through Instagram or Facebook for a few minutes? Do you feel good and connected to your friends, or do you feel like maybe you're missing out on something? Are the people in your life encouraging you and cheering you on to be the best version of yourself, or are they, you know, maybe subconsciously sabotaging you because they don't want to see you change? Be aware of that and really try to surround yourself with positive influence. And I have some kind of just straightforward tips that I recommend to our clients. First of all, share what you're grateful for with others. Sometimes it's nice just to text a friend or call them and just say, hey, I appreciate you. I'm glad you're my friend. I'm glad you're my brother. I'm glad you're my sister. At Fitness Together, we're a big believer in the old-fashioned note card. So sending a little note card to our clients and saying thanks. And that means so much to people because nobody gets that anymore. But when you start your day off with gratitude, it tends to put you in a better mindset. When you're feeling stressed or anxious, a lot of times people can rely on food to calm their nerves, but I want you to start to look for other strategies instead, like deep breathing, going for a walk, anything that is constructive and will help you put things back in perspective again. And honestly, for me, when I'm feeling stressed or anxious about something in my family or my business, everything gets back in perspective after a good workout. So exercise is a wonderful strategy for just putting that back in the place that it belongs in our life and not letting stress or anxiety overwhelm us. Start planning an activity that interests you. That's one of my strategies. I always have a plan that I'm working towards. Right now, it's a mountain biking trip out in southern Utah this fall. I know for me to be able to complete that ride, I've got to work on my bike at least 2 or 3 days a week, do strength training, and I probably need to lose about 5 pounds right now. Write your health and fitness goals down with someone. Use this chat room. Share those goals with me. I'd love to see what they are. We have something called a daily burpee. If you don't know what a burpee is, it's maybe the worst exercise ever. It's laying on your stomach, pushing yourself up, jumping in the air, and then doing it all over again. So I call it your daily burpee. It's kind of the thing you don't want to do or you don't like to do. For some people, it's exercise. For some people, it's eating breakfast. For other people, it's who knows what. So what is your daily burpee? What's the thing that you don't want or like to do that you know you should be doing? And start your day with that. Like, get that win. That's one of the reasons the military has you make your bed first thing in the morning, because they want you to get into that mindset. They want you to have a small victory. So what's the small victory you can create? And then finally, and we talked about this, garbage in, garbage out, but let's cut out some of the garbage we're putting in and replace it with something nutritious for our brains, like a helpful book. One of the books I really like is called The Slight Edge. Talks about how little changes in daily behavior can lead to huge outcome improvements in your health, in your business, in your finance, in your relationships. It really applies to a lot of different aspects of our life. I drive quite a bit between our locations, so I enjoy using audiobooks, Audible podcasts to help me stay up to date. I probably listen to at least an hour or two of those a day, either when I'm at home doing, putting the dishes away, folding laundry, or driving from place to place. Number 2, what our most successful clients do, they have a plan for the rest of their day. All right, we still have 23 and a half hours left after we spent those 30 minutes. So what's your plan? There's the saying, people don't plan to fail, they fail to plan. So what is your plan? What's your exercise going to be today? What are you having for dinner tonight? How are you going to spend your time? What kind of work do you have to do? What time do you need to go to bed in order to get 7 to 8 hours of good rest? These things don't happen accidentally. You have to create a plan, and in my opinion, a written plan that's shared with others is the most effective. The second thing is, how do we become more efficient from a physical standpoint? And water is one of the most important things. We know that if you're only 1 to 2% dehydrated, you can be significantly impaired cognitively and physically. Your brain doesn't work as fast. Your body isn't working as well, which means it could take you longer to do the same things that you should be doing anyway. So that's how we're going to create more time, by spending time. Again, we're investing in your body. So a good rule of thumb is to try to drink at least half of your body weight in fluid ounces of water each day. So for me, I'm a 200-pound male. I should be drinking at least 100 ounces of water a day.
Hey, Andrew, just heads up, 2 minutes.
Yep.
Gotcha.
The third thing is understanding the value of food and really planning those meals. Again, a lot of people don't take the time to plan. They don't know what they're eating, so their grocery list is not existent, and they just pick up whatever, or they go to get fast food because they haven't stocked the pantry. And the last thing talks about sleep, rest, and active recovery. We have some top 10 strategies here. Probably the most important ones that I see is number 2, monitoring and controlling the emotional eating. Number 6, have a meal plan and a grocery list when you go, and actually be thoughtful about what you're eating. And then a lot of people don't do number 8. They skip meals, or they and then they get really hungry, so they eat too much when they get home at night. So third thing that our clients do is they focus on their strength, their mobility, and their balance training. And those things are all kind of intertwined. And John Mark can tell you, really, you need to start with a foundation of core stability and joint mobility. If your joints are working properly and your spine is stable, then you're going to have a lot more success in a exercise program. We usually start with about 12 to 20 reps for beginners. And then when you get to the end of that set of exercise, you should be fatigued. That's what it takes to get stronger. 7 primal patterns: squatting, bending, lunging, pushing, pulling, twisting. These are all things that you should be incorporating into your own program at some extent or another. This is the handout that our clients get after their first assessment. It shows them exactly what they should be doing from a flexibility and mobility standpoint. Cardio, we want to get that heart rate up at least 150 minutes a week. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be out of breath, but you need to work at least at a level 5 or 6 on a scale of 1 to 10. This is a cardio prescription that we give to our clients. They know exactly how long they should be doing their cardio for and what their heart rate should be. And then the last thing is consistency. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Our most successful clients have a routine in place. Maybe they have standing appointments with their trainer. Maybe they have an appointment to meet with their friend every day and walk. Maybe they have an appointment with their dog to go outside. Whatever it is, they have a consistent routine and they commit to that because they've made their health, their fitness a priority. And it takes time, and we want exercise and good nutrition to be like brushing your teeth, where you do it even on the nights when you don't want to. So that is it. I will stop the share. I will say thank you for everyone for checking in. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. And if you have any more questions, feel free to reach out to me. You can visit us at fitnesstogetherknoxville.com. We offer a free introductory session to anyone who's interested in learning more. And thanks again, John Mark, for having me today. It's been a fun morning.
Yeah, awesome, Andrew. And Andrew, be sure to leave in the chat bar, leave the easy way for people to reach out to you. That the email, phone number, contact. So, and if you guys have questions, feel free to continue on here in the chat bar about Andrew's presentation, and he can answer things via the chat. So yeah, Andrew, I think you have a chat in the Q&A. There's a Q&A option too that people can use. Can you see that, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm actually leaving my contact info here.
Okay.
So if you have any, questions you want to direct at me personally, you can either call, text, or email me, and I'll leave that contact here. And I will look at those questions right now.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get this going here. All right, so I'm up next. Let's see here. Get my video going here too for a minute. There we go. Well, hey guys, thanks for tuning in here. I'm Dr. John Mark Chesney here, hosting the expo today, the Knoxville Health and Expo, Health and Wellness Expo, talking about back pain and sciatica. So I love this little comic here. You have to be kidding me, your back still hurts, right? That's maybe how some of you guys feel when maybe you tried a whole lot of things to solve back pain, and just wondering if this is something that you're going to have to continue living with. I hope to disprove that here today in the presentation. All right. So this workshop is perfect for you if you're annoyed that your back seems to go out more than you these days, bracing yourself with your back every time you bend up, you bend over to pick something up. You can't roll around on the floor with your kids, your grandkids. You're sick of temporary back relief and want something more permanent. Tired of having to lean on things for a back break, and you're slowing down faster than your kids or maybe your grandkids are growing up. So really what's in it for you is, I want you to be able to sit more comfortable, to walk longer than 15 minutes, to get without your back feeling weak and painful like it's going out, to be able to enjoy quality time with your family, your friends, that your back pain has stolen from you. We love helping people avoid dangerous spine surgery and other painful injections, and really give you more confidence staying active and doing the things that you love to do. And at the end, guys, I'm going to give you kind of two options here. One is just an opportunity to dive in deep and work with us. If you know you need that, then have some awesome opportunities to do that. And the second one is put together some free training videos. Sorry, I was getting a little feedback there. So 2 training videos. Am I getting a delay? My audio started getting a feedback. Okay, I think it's better now. But 2 training videos. We usually include this in part of the workshop, but this is typically a 60 minutes. So I've recorded that part. So I'll give you an opportunity to select how those training videos on solving sciatica and stretching routine for traveling. So let's talk about what's really causing your back pain, why sometimes what you've learned you have to undo, and how we can gain more confidence and clarity knowing that you have found a solution, and getting to 5 best tips for solving back pain. So a little bit about myself is I'm Dr. John Mark Chesney, owner of Simply Physio, back pain, sciatica specialist, primarily work with people 40s, 50s, 60s plus. Founder of the Stay Healthy Knoxville podcast. A former back pain sufferer myself is actually dealing with back pain in high school. Really brought me into the field of physical therapy because I was interested in what was going on myself. And so I've gone the hard way of figuring out how all this works to make it a little easier on you guys, that you don't have to go through the long journey I have of becoming a doctor of physical therapy. And then 3 kids. You can see this is a picture from spring break. Just last weekend, we went down to Stone Mountain. My oldest daughter, Evangeline, she did a state project on Georgia. And so we went down to explore a little bit of Georgia, went to Stone Mountain, and my wife, Faith, there too. Few things. One is, so this is not physical therapy, what we're doing today. This is not medical advice. I do not know what is going on with you. So take it for what it is. It's helpful information, but it is general. You really need to have a completely clear understanding of what's going on with you. You just need to have an examination and evaluation. And I want to tell you about a client we worked with, met her over the summer. She had a complicated past. She had had back surgery 10 years previously, and then her pain came back. She was diagnosed with arthritis and a bulging disc, and she was unable to work, and she couldn't tolerate sitting. She was out of work. She had tried rest. She'd had an epidural, a steroid injection, stretching. She had even had physical therapy and had no relief. And she went back to her surgeon, who said the next step for her was to have back surgery. And again, this would be her second surgery. She had to drive all the way across town to our clinic, just an obstacle. We were out of network with her insurance, and so she had to pay considerably more to come see us. And again, she had already failed physical therapy, and she had already spent thousands in failed medical treatments. So, but fast forwarding, after 4 months working with her, she's now a proud Simply Physio graduate. She achieved all her goals. With really minimal to no pain. She was able to manage her condition with her own customized home program. I'm super proud she was able to return back to work. Her husband actually is disabled, and so she was also just able to help take care of him and her family. And she was back to doing the things that she really loved to do. And really, for her case, there were really just, 1 or 2 missing pieces that weren't connected with her condition that were a complete game changer in her getting outcomes where she hadn't before. So this is just words in her journey in her own words from her Google review. She said, "Finding Simply Physio was a blessing before I found it. All my doctors have given up on me, just told me that I would just have to live with pain and nerve problems in my left leg and hip. Dr. Sarah and Dr. John Mark were truly heaven sent. Without these 2, I would have never found the cause of my problems, how to fix them. From day 1, they were so kind and comforting and very knowledgeable. Dr. Sarah, Dr. John Mark are the best. There's nobody better. They take time to figure out the cause of your problem, and then they take the time to work up the best plan for you. They give you their full attention at every visit. Without these 2, I would not be able to get up and get like I used to, and I wouldn't have gotten the quality of my life back." So this is what we're really proud of. We love helping people to have these outcomes. It gives us great joy when we're able to give somebody back ultimately, their life and hope and confidence. And just want to share that if you're kind of in the midst of maybe a similar journey, that again, I just want to give you hope. that there very well could be just a missing piece or two in connecting that piece. And that was Katie's journey. So I got the team here. We got Mr. Dan, Dr. Grace, myself, and Dr. Steven, or doctors of physical therapy, have seen thousands of patients, years of treating people. We've figured out kind of the hard way by going through all the training, so that to make your success and outcomes quite a bit easier. So courtesy caution, not everybody has this such a dramatic transformation. It's not an overnight fix. We don't take on just anyone either. We have a qualifying process just to make sure that you're appropriate for us and that we can really help. So we're going to get into the tips here for solving back pain and sciatica. So the first one is your pain hasn't gone away because no one has gotten to the root of the issue yet. So I'm going to talk about, I know I got a slide on here, but going back to KD's journey. So she had a muscle, it's called the piriformis muscle. It stretches from the side of the hip to her sacrum or low back area. And this muscle was pinching on her sciatic nerve. And everybody was focused on her spine, the lumbar spine, because she had a bulging disc also at the lumbar spine. And everybody was just laser focused on just the spine. And after our examination, we're like, well, you got some stuff going on in the spine, but this muscle right here is also just in this chronic state of spasm. And within a session or two, just working on that muscle, she was remarkably better. And it really freed her up to start to really start moving better. And was the catalyst for her recovery was really just one simple thing that had gotten missed. She still had a lot of work to do. But by finding that one piece, again, really just was that catalyst of bringing her on. Now, a lot of people, what we'll find is, looking at somebody's alignment. We have to fix what's uneven, what's off, to make sure that we're on the right direction. So one other story here. This is one way we look at alignment. We do just a laser assessment. Drawing your attention to the image on your right. So this lady came and see us. She was dealing with severe back pain. She had also had previous physical therapy. Her therapy consisted of getting on an exercise bike, having some massage on her back, doing some exercises on a mat table, kind of on her own, a little bit of guidance with another therapist here and there. And then she would finish with some heat and some electrical stimulation, and then pretty much repeat the same thing a few days a week for, I think she was going on about 2 months of doing the same sort of treatment and not getting any better. So this was day one when I looked at this image. And I talked to the lady. I was like, hey, has anybody talked about, if you can see this knee, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but her left knee, how it's kind of caving in. And so I was talking to the lady. I was like, hey, you're not standing up straight. Did they ever look at you in standing? Did they ever have you do any standing work? And she was like, no, I pretty much just stayed on the mat table. So for her back pain was originating because of this knee angle, and we had to take the strain off of her back by correcting this knee angle. And again, it was something that was pretty obvious, at least to us, but it had gotten missed by all her previous therapists and her providers, and was just that piece for her. It was that critical piece that had to be addressed to get her the relief that she needed. So what a lot of people kind of resort to are thinking what they are is easy fixes or quick fixes. And there's nothing wrong with any of these, but when we're looking them to solve an issue that they're not getting to the roots, that becomes an issue. So if we're just massaging the painful area, if we're just stretching the painful area, using foam rolling, maybe a brace, Advil, Tylenol injections, all these things can provide some temporary relief. And but if your pain keeps coming back, it tells us they're not solving actually what needs to be solved. And there's another piece or two that's very critical to understanding what that is to really get the right combination of treatment to get long-lasting results. So, and the specialist syndrome too is kind of going back to KD's story, is she had a diagnosed herniated disc, and the specialist, the spine specialist, they were just focused on just the spine. And so they missed, again, this other muscle because no one was kind of doing a scan or zooming out just a bit to look at a little bit more. All right, so tip number 2, giving it more time is not the answer. We talk about the, let's go back here, the more time. So, you know, if you've had an injury, let's say you hurt your back, you're lifting up some laundry and you get a back spasm, like, you know, it's very appropriate. Oftentimes those types of injuries get better on their own. You know, give us a rest for a few days, kind of modify your activities. You know, you can take some Tylenol, do those types of things. And, you know, within a few days, you're feeling better. And maybe within a week or two, you know, you're back to 100%. That happens very frequently. But if you're going on a few weeks and it is still there, then it is very unlikely that more time or more rest is going to solve your problem. You're probably actually digging yourself a little bit deeper in the hole, because with more rest, you're getting stiffer and you're getting weaker. And we know that's not the combination for healing that you need. So that's a lot of just kind of the perspective, right? We can get too focused on the tip of the iceberg, or just kind of focused on the pain itself, and we miss kind of what's laying underneath the surface. So if we just focus on the pain or treating the pain, we can very much miss what needs to be addressed. Number 3, Andrew talked about this a little bit in his presentation, but just what are our beliefs? And have we prescribed to maybe some self-limiting beliefs? Want to share here ones that we hear. You can't help me because I have a tear, because I have arthritis, because I have a bulging disc. I've tried physical therapy before. Or the other one is back pain is part of getting older. So all these are really are not true. We see people every day in our clinic that have these things. I already shared a few examples of some cases too, of people that have tried other things, and yet there's been a few key pieces that were missed, that when those pieces were interjected into that puzzle piece, so to speak, their outcomes really started to shine. So if you find yourself kind of resorting to of like, well, I can't be helped because of this, I'd encourage you, like, you know, like KD, she had already had surgery, already had physical therapy, but she kept on having at least a glimmer of hope that somebody could help her. This is the same thing. This is a very simple review from David here. He says, but I think it proves kind of what I'm trying to get at here is John Mark resolved a long-term. So again, he's been having this pain a long time. Doesn't mean that it can't get better in his low back. He had previously tried physical therapy company, but they were not able to address the issue. So he'd already had failed treatment. I'm now able to do all the activities pain-free, right? Just straight to the point. He's had recently retired and gotten into a lot of pickleball. And so now he's playing pickleball to his heart's content, because we were able to find those pieces that he needed solved. Tip number 4, don't chase the pain. I have an analogy about the puddle on the floor. So if you guys, my analogy here I talked with a lot of clients about is, imagine you walked into your kitchen and there's a puddle of water on the floor. What would kind of the first step that you would do, the first thing that you might do? All right, sorry, just checking the comment here. Okay, so it's very natural. You just go wipe it up, get a towel, wipe up the puddle from the floor, right? So what if 5 minutes later you come back in and the puddle is on the floor again, and there's been no one in the kitchen, right? So it would take a little bit more investigating. Maybe you look on the kitchen sink and see if there's any water there. Maybe you look under the cabinet, and we'll say that's clear. You have to keep looking. Was there any, ice on the floor that melted? Eventually, let's say you look up and you see in the ceiling that the water's dripping down the ceiling, landing on the floor. So now you got to keep searching, right? Okay, so where's this water coming from? And so you have to go up into the next floor, or maybe it's the attic space, and trace where the water, and this actually happened to us a bit a few years ago. So we had a leak in our roof, right? And so we had to trace it all the way to the leak in the roof to find out what the solution was. So the solution wasn't just wiping up the water. Again, that gave us the quick fix, but we had to dive in and really investigate where the source is coming from. And that's what we do as movement specialists, is we help people diagnose where things are coming from. And it's not always necessarily where you feel the pain. That's where a lot of people get it wrong and get distracted, is just treating the painful area. So that's tip number 4. Don't just treat the painful area. Take it back to the source and the root. All right. Oops, here we go. Tip number 5, guys. I like to do a lot of research, just by nature of just my personality, and so I want to give you a little tip. And this could apply to physical therapy, could apply to personal training, or any type of really service or product. So this is a screenshot taken from our Google reviews. You can see it. You can pull it up right now. You see the same thing. One is, so the tip is, you want to work with a specialist. And one, I encourage you to look for somebody who has some good reviews. And we're in the day and age where we can use this information to find the best person for you. And we're, we live in Knoxville, where there's a lot of opportunities to find a good provider. So real quick here, so you can see just the number of reviews that we have, and then this people often mention. So you can see what people mention about us. So the first one is entire. So we treat the entire body to help a knee pain, to help a back pain. We don't just treat the back. So people are mentioning this entire body. The other thing, since we're talking about back pain, we see a lot of neck. We got 9 for the back, 9 for the hip, which is kind of the same thing, hip and back, and then also 7 for nerve. So this is sciatica nerve. So low back sciatica nerve is a majority of what people are talking about for us. So you could compare against somebody else's just to see what people are talking about. Little tip right there. All right, so our method for ending pain, we've kind of talked about it throughout the presentation, but we want to treat the whole body, not just where the pain's at. Work with a specialist that really gets you, and don't settle for substandard care. I got my alarm going here to keep me on track here. I got my 2-minute warning here. Don't settle for substandard care. I've already mentioned a few other kind of styles of treatment that a lot of people get disappointed with when they just start giving basic exercises, a little massage. They're in a big room where the therapist is bouncing back and forth, maybe treating 3 or 4 people at once. Instead, what we do is we focus our whole attention. We see one client, your session is just for you. You're not sharing it with somebody else, so that we can really take the time to figure out the source. So guys, here, this is where we would go into the training, but because I got to wrap things up, if you would like to have this free video training on 5 minutes of full body stretching routine to help if you're traveling or if you sit at the desk all day, or the 5 exercises for solving sciatica pain, if you just use the chat bar and type videos with your name and your phone number, and I will text you out the link. And I can text you out both of those. So I would just need to know your name and your phone number. So go ahead and do that right now if you like those training videos. Those are free, open to everybody. Lastly here, guys, is if you know you need more help than just some training videos, the videos are great. And it's a great first step if maybe you're still a little skeptical. If you're just looking for a little bit of help, or you just need to take that baby step, it's a great first step. If you know you need to kind of accelerate the process, then we've made an offer here for you guys. It's called the Better Back Health Assessment. This is usually getting started at $247 value. We've knocked down the price to $47. We only have 5 of these for obvious reasons. We can't just offer this to the general public. But since you're on the presentation and you're here live, then you guys get first dibs for this offer. Like I said, 5 spots. what it includes, we'll do a full movement assessment. So we'll figure out where your pain's coming from to really give you clarity by taking you through the full body movement assessment, looking at posture, looking at your alignment, and we'll give you our report. All right. This is what Marianne did. She sent this in a week ago. I've been amazed at my progress since I began Simply Physio. Dr. Grace listened attentively to my complaints of low back and leg pain. She did dry needling to activate dormant muscles. She taught me exercises that were specific to the places that my pain originates. We're talking about the origination of it. And then her last sentence, now after 3 weeks, again, not 3 years, 3 weeks beginning treatment, her pain has subsided significantly. And at 65 years young, I'm stronger than I have been in years, in 3 weeks. And it's just going through the simple process of finding the right things that she needed. So guys, hopefully here the past 25 minutes, you've learned a thing or two. I hope I've really given you some hope, some encouragement, some advice for when you're considering treatment. Like I said, we got the free videos. I know people are putting some information in the chat bar. I'll be sending those out. It might not be till Monday. If you want the Better Health Assessment, we'll give you a call on Monday. So if you give us a good time to reach you out on Monday, you can also put in a time as well. All right. And I think that's the last thing here, guys. Finish here with this comic. This lady's seeing her chiropractor, physical therapist, could be the same. The pain starts in my husband's low back. Then it travels up his spine to his neck. It comes out his mouth into my ears. That's why I'm getting these headaches, right? The source of the issue is the husband's back pain. We got to solve her headaches by getting her husband with the back pain in to see the chiropractor or the physical therapist instead of focusing on the headache. So I encourage you guys to help think about, finding the source of your issues. And if you need help with that, by all means, reach out to me. Let me know how we can help with that. All right. And then if you have any questions about the presentation, I'll be transferring to the chat bar, and I'm going to stop my share. And then we have our next presenter. Let me see here. All right. So Dr. Jaron is up next. Hey, Jaron Dinsky, if you put it yourself in the chat bar, you might be logging in through a different name because I don't see you in the panelist yet. So if you want to type in the chat bar, Dr. Dinsky, I can elevate you to your status for your presenter option. Well, let me see if he's on here. All right. Oops. All right, we got Jaron Dinsky. He's set up to be talking about sleep tips. I don't see him on yet, guys. So I may let me check my phone here and see if he's having trouble. All right, guys, coming back here. So Dr. Densky, we got the schedules crossed a bit. So he is going to be coming on just at the end of the expo at 1:15 to give his talk on sleep. So the next one will be, it's actually going to be me again. So how about this? Well, I can keep it going. We may get a Dr. Baker. Let's see if she's on. We may just, yeah. Hey, Tanya. Dr. Baker, I'm
I
gonna
can hear you.
Okay, awesome.
I'm
So
here.
we're just adjusting the schedule a bit, and I can go ahead and go into or do you want to give yours? It's really up to you. If you want to go ahead and talk, and then I could talk again after that, or I could talk now and you could talk.
Either
Let's see.
way,
How
if I
about
can
this?
get, like, go ahead.
Let's do this because I don't want to screw up the schedule too much. And if people are coming on to hear your talk,
certain
let's
times.
yeah. So let's do this. Let's hey guys, I know you guys can all listen to me too, and we're just kind of figuring out this on the fly. So let's do this. Let's just keep the schedule, and we'll just take a little break so you guys can get up, stretch your legs, maybe get a snack, and then we'll be back on at in about 18 minutes to talk about knee pain, and then we'll keep the schedule as it is, and then we're going to add Dr. Densky's talk about sleep tips to the end, which will be at 1:15. So thanks thanks for being
John Mark,
flexible.
can I add something real fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna let you know that, I mean, I can, I like to talk. So if I need to fill in some time, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay.
Because I feel like I'll probably end up going overtime, but I was gonna try to limit myself as much as I can. But
Okay. Well, how about
I was
this?
gonna put that out there.
Yeah, because we'll have some flex time. So how about this? We'll start a little bit early here. We were supposed to start at 9:50 with the next one. So what if you guys take about a 10-minute stretch break? So at about a little after 9:40, 9:43, I'll get back on, and then we'll give you a little extra time, Dr. Baker. Maybe
Awesome.
start at like 10:10 or 10:05.
Perfect.
So we'll be pretty close to the schedule. So does that work for you guys? You guys can use the chat bar. Does that work for you guys? And then we'll just do the tip one there at the end of the day. Thanks guys for being flexible with this. Appreciate it. Awesome. Thanks. Okay, guys, we're gonna be starting here in just a minute. So I just confirmed with Dr. Jaron Dinsky. So he's going to be talking about better sleep tips. So we're just moving him to the end of the schedule at 1:15. And if you, we're recording all this as well. So if for instance you, you can't see one of the presentations, then early next week we'll be sending out the recording about that. But yeah, so we'll just a slight change in schedule as Dr. Dinsky will be going over better sleep here at the end of the expo time. All right, one other thing here. All right. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. All right, hopefully you guys all had a nice little stretch break and are ready. Oops, don't need a new slide. Where are we? View slideshow. All right. So I'm actually Dr. Grace. She's one of our other therapists who was supposed to be giving the knee pain, and we got our schedules confused too. And so she ended up having being out of town this weekend. So I'm filling in for her. So you get a double dose of me back to back. I was going to space it out a little bit with Dr. Dinsky in between, but I hope you guys are ready for a back-to-back session here with myself here. So we'll just take it in stride, right? A little bit about life is you got to learn to be a little flexible. So so we're talking about knee pain, switching to knee pain, and how to stay active without knee pain. So knee pain after the back pain, and we talked about back pain before, but knee pain is probably the second most thing that we see here in the clinic. And so why we chose it as the second topic. But if you're having trouble getting on and off the floor, maybe playing with your kids, your grandkids, accomplishing yard projects, looking for steps to conquer instead of avoiding them, we find that knee pain will make it difficult to do an exercise class. Maybe it's a dance class, a yoga class, or even just going for a walk at the beach or around the neighborhood. Common things we hear about knee pain. So we're going to talk about how to recover quickly from knee injuries so you can spend more time being active and doing things you love, and understand the most common causes of knee pain. And at the end, again, I want to give you guys some options too. If you're looking for kind of similar, if you were on for the last presentation, we got some recordings for some for a video course I put together, and then also have some opportunity for some exclusive customized treatment. If you need that, we'll give you an opportunity there as well. So we're going over the 3 most common causes of knee pain, the factors that lead to knee injuries, and some mobility tests for yourself to try out. All right. So again, if you're logging in for this, or if you've been here earlier, again, Dr. John Marchez, the owner of Simply Physio. And I've both back pain and knee pain are the 2 kind of things that I've suffered with. So I've had a vested interest in solving it. I'm a runner, and so I'm a soccer player growing up, and so had some knee injuries along the way that have had to figure out how to resolve them. And then again, my family here, Stone Mountain, and with my 3 kids, Evangeline, Shepherd, and Lena Bell, my wife, lovely wife Faith. They're giving up their Saturday morning to allow us to do this. So again, this is not physical therapy, what we're doing right now. This is not medical advice. This is valuable, but it is general information to really give you specific advice to you. I need to know about what's going on for you. But a few questions to think about with your knee. So what makes it worse? Is it walking? Is it sitting? Is it climbing stairs, squatting, jumping, running, lateral movements? Is your knee pain? Do you have more stiffness, or is it pain? Does your knee loosen as the day goes on? Does it get sore, swollen after a long walk? Does it stiffen after sitting? So you may find that if you've had knee pain that there's some of these things you identify with and some you may not. And a lot of it is because the knee, there's different tissues around the knee, and depending on what is involved, you're going to feel your symptoms in different ways. So we're going to go a little bit into the anatomy of the knee. I don't want to belabor this too much because it may put you guys to sleep, but just kind of briefly, just to get an appreciation for the complexity around the knee. So we have the bones, the femur bone, which is the upper leg bone, and the tibia, which is your shin. We have ligaments. So you've probably heard of the ACL ligament, a common one to get torn with sports injuries. And we have other ligaments. We got the meniscus. The meniscus is cushioning in the middle. I know you may not be able to see my mouse too much, but it's right there above the tibias. You have a lateral medial meniscus. It's a common tissue to get torn, a torn meniscus. And then you have your articular cartilage. So when somebody says that they have a wearing of the cartilage, or maybe you've heard the phrase bone on bone, it sounds very graphic, but all it is some of the articular cartilage has worn away, exposing part of the bone. It's not as extreme as what it may sound. So here's another picture of the inside of the knee. We're looking at cross section. So we got part of the anterior, the ACL. We have the meniscus, which helps to kind of deepen the socket. You can see the C-shaped on the left and the right is the meniscus, the medial and the lateral. And then right there in the middle, in between the meniscus, is your articular cartilage that we talked about before. All right, so the three common causes of knee pain. So the first one, we're going to talk about a little bit about arthritis first, and then muscle imbalances, and then trauma. And something to consider is a lot of times people have a combination of all these three, and you may not have had a traumatic injury coming like in the recent past, but maybe you've had a trauma, some sort of trauma when you were younger that's yielded issues around arthritis or a muscle imbalance. So just kind of consider that they're not exclusive, one versus the other. Oftentimes there's a balance of all three. Tammy here, so she had more of an arthritis type of knee. She had been to the surgeon, and she actually, her history, she had torn her ACL. I have a video kind of her telling her journey, but I'm going to just skip the video and kind of just give you the summary of it. But she had been to her surgeon. She had torn her ACL when she was younger, and now she's in her late 40s, I think maybe early 50s, and her knee started giving her more trouble. She was active, participating in like a boxing type of class. And she had, or I think it was actually Tai Chi, a karate type class, and she made a jump and her knee popped. And this was a few years prior, and the doctor recommended surgery, and she really didn't, at her age, didn't want to be out of work, didn't want to go through surgery. So she tried to do some exercises on her own and didn't really get anywhere too fast. And it gotten to a point that she's a nurse. So she was having trouble just getting up and down from her chair, just walking the floors at the hospital. She had to avoid stairs and was dependent on the elevator because of her knee. And you can imagine what effect this had on her lifestyle. Is this had produced increased weight gain. She was further deconditioned, which did not help the issue with her knee, just adding more weight and less exercise. And so by the time she got to us, she was kind of in a pickle. She needed a lot of help. And she needed some hope too. Thankfully in her story is after, coming to see us, I believe it's about 6 weeks that she had finished her program, and she was back to, she was graduated and was getting back to hiking with her family. She had, has some children and college age children. And so they were wanting just to do active things with her. And so she had gotten back the confidence and the ability to do things like going on a family hike, which she would have the past few years had to avoid because of her knee condition. And the thing that I hate when I hear stories about that is just how many experiences like people give up on or don't participate in because of maybe a nagging injury that makes them hold back, and can really affect just even your psyche, and can affect you more than just a pain rating. So that's a bit of Tammy's story. So talking about, again, she has some arthritis in her knee. And so talking a little bit more about arthritis. So we could call it some wear and tear. So we see the normal knee on the left. On the right, we have more of an arthritic knee, and we can see some bone changes as far as some osteophytes, wearing of the cartilage, where the bone starts to get exposed. This, and this can look pretty bad, right? And the thing that I want to encourage you though is Tammy's and so many of our clients, they have diagnosis of these types of ailments, of osteoarthritis, of wearing of the cartilage, of meniscal tears, and yet they're able to avoid surgery and pain medications when we're able to give them the right environment where their body can heal. We're going to get into the second condition that we see. And so John, this is what John Roof, what he was experiencing. So he's a golfer, and he came in to see us and was unable to play golf because of pain in his foot, ankle, and his knee. He's seen numerous doctors, you see here, numerous doctors visits, and made the change, and eventually found his way to us. And he started getting help with his mobility, reducing his pain. And within weeks, he was able to get back to his active lifestyle, which for him was playing golf. And he enjoyed us as a staff as well. So he had what we call a muscle imbalance. So I want to get into what a muscle imbalance is, probably the next thing that we see. So we're looking at here all the muscles around the knee, and not just the knee, but also the lower leg and the hip. So what we have to consider with the knee is it is very much affected. There's a lot of research that shows that improper muscle control and strength in the foot, in the ankle, or coming up into the hip will dramatically position the knee in either an optimal way or a suboptimal way. And when we don't have the right combination of strength and or flexibility, then the knee or the kneecap is going to shift. And subtle shifts, if you multiply it by, you think about how many steps you get in a day, a lot of people, especially if you're trying to, stay a bit active, the magic numbers, the 10,000 steps, right? So if you imagine, even if you're not at that high of a number, but you're still getting a few thousand of steps day, hopefully, if you're just not in bed. But with every step that you take, if something's just a little bit off, it's going to accumulate. And over time, this accumulation starts adding wear to the body and strain to the muscles and the joints and the ligaments and the cartilage. And that over time will add up to a point that it becomes a painful condition and can start limiting your ability to do things. So a muscle imbalance is really the second thing that we see. And the third thing is trauma. So we got a football player. I'm not sure how many people on here maybe play sports. Maybe you still do play sports. Usually here in the clinic, it's not that they had just had a traumatic injury that brings them in, but they usually have a history of something, or they can in the past, twisting the knee, maybe had a past meniscal tear, has some sort of arthroscopic surgery, in that they've never fully recovered, and that there's pieces related to their injury that changes the way they move. And when movement is changed, it'll catch up with you again, to the point that you start having issues. Here, what we usually do is have part of kind of a lab, if you will, of testing these movements. I'm going to work through them a little bit quicker. If you want to kind of go along with us a bit here, to test out your squat. A lot of you probably sitting, you can try squatting here. And this is something that we look at with our clients. It's called a squat assessment. And a lot of times people with knee trouble, we ask them if, about squatting, and they're like, oh, I don't squat, because of my knee, I don't squat. And they do, if they get up and down from a chair, they squat. If you can look at the two pictures here, they're pretty much the same, right? The older gentleman on the left, he's getting up from a chair. the lady on the right, she's just doing an air squat without a chair. So if you get up and down from a chair, then you need to be able to perform some method of a squat that actually works decently well. So that's one piece that we look at early on, is how well can somebody get up from a chair, get back down, and or do some version of a squat, because it tells us so much information. I want to kind of show you that next step, what we would look at from that assessment. And you may have some pain when you're doing this, right? So we want to know at what point of the range of motion is that, and what's going on with your alignment of your movement. So let's say that you had some pain with your squat. So the next thing is we want to know is what is creating abnormal movement, maybe around a squat or getting up from a chair. This is where we get into a bit of detective work, right? This is what we really enjoy doing as therapists, as doctors of movement, is understanding like what is wrong. So a lot of people may have tightness in their ankles and or calf. So does everybody need to do a calf stretch out their ankle? No, only if you have tightness there do we need to stretch it out. So we need to determine, is there tightness? So this is a simple test that you can do. This is a knee mobility, knee to wall test. So you can see their foot is about a fist width away from the wall is a good measuring point. And we want to see if you can keep your heel down and if you can get your knee to the wall. So both of these in this picture, they did not pass the test. The heel lifted up on the left, on the right, they do not get to the wall. So that would be a deficient test, and we would need to, with this individual, work into some ankle mobility work to take strain off of the knee. So here's showing a good someone who passes the test. Again, they're about a fist width away from the wall, and that they can kind of lunge in towards the wall, and they can touch the knee to the wall. So you guys can do this either right now if you want. I'm not going to give you time to do that, or too much time. I got to keep going with the presentation, but this is something, again, you can test for. And if you're tight here, then it's something that you want to think about stretching to take strain off of your knee. So and then from there, let's say you pass that test, then we know we need to keep searching. We need to find all the things that are off. On the flip side, so I had a patient who came in just last week, and she was dealing with some more heel kind of plantar fasciitis, and she had been doing these type of stretches, because if you look online for plantar fasciitis, people talk about stretching out your heel cord. So for over a year, she'd been stretching her calf. She came into the clinic and she had like the most flexible calf and ankle. Like she had no trouble with this test at all. And I told the patient, I was like, hey, listen, like stretching, you don't need any more stretching to the calf. That is not going to solve your plantar fasciitis. That's not what, it may be what somebody else needs, but it's not what you need. We need to figure out what is wrong with your leg, because you got plenty of mobility. So the second one is the forward flexion test. Is how far forward can you bend, right? Is there some tightness in your hamstring? We would break this down even more, is like, what happens if we just kind of test the right side versus the left side? Do we have a tighter side that we need to differentiate between the two? And if so, then we need to include that into part of your treatment. So again, if you can test this out for yourself, you can kind of have your weight more towards the left or more towards the right to differentiate between the two, to see if there's maybe one that you need to stretch more. And then the third one, that's a simple one to do, is just looking at a seated rotation test. So what you're doing is just seated, you're just arms across your chest, and you're just rotating back and forth, okay? Back and forth, rotating, and you're looking to see, is there a tighter side? A lot of people, had a patient actually just yesterday, on Friday, just yesterday, she's been dealing with some knee issues. She's in her 60s. And we are having her do a step down test. It's another test we do in the clinic, is how well can she lower down from a step really slowly. And when we were doing it, she started getting some back pain. And so we had to dig into a little bit more of that. And she actually has some restriction in her back that we need to free up. By doing this test, we were able to put that into part of her program. Even though she was coming in for knee pain, we had to free up her ability to rotate so that it wasn't adding more strain to her back. So again, this would be a third test that you can look for. And if you're finding some tightness, that's something that you want to add into your program to work on to relieve some strain on the knee. So So 3 tips to eliminate knee pain. One, we've talked about alignment. We have both static and dynamic. So if we think about the static alignment is, if we're looking, I think I actually have a picture here. Yep. So so here is static alignment, and showing somebody who has a dropped arch. Their ankle turns in, it causes the knee to rotate, the pelvis dips down to the side. And oftentimes you can see it all the way up the chain into the shoulder, and even the head will have a slight lean to it. The one shoulder will be higher than the other. Now this presentation, they could have knee pain, they could have plantar fasciitis, they could have back pain, they could have neck pain. It really just depends on that individual and where the weakest link is. But let's say it is for you and you have knee pain, the solution isn't just to focus on the knee itself. It's the solution is to fix this whole standing posture or alignment. And that may be looking at the hip, maybe looking at the core. This is a part that a lot of people don't get into when they're getting treatment. Usually they're just, whoever they're working with, they're just focused on strengthening the knee, doing massage and stimulation, ultrasound around the knee, but they never look at just how it affects the whole body, and maybe how different positions of the body is adding strain to the knee. And so going back here, so alignment, so that's a static alignment. The dynamic alignment is more of kind of looking at a movement, like a squat test. All right, so tip number 2 is don't try to get better the hard way. And so this is what a lot of people think is the easy way, but in fact, it is the hard way. They think it's the easy way because it takes no effort of them to have an injection, get a steroid injection, to take some pain medication, to give a little bit more rest, maybe a massage or a hot pack. And these are all what we call passive treatments. There's things that are done to you. And usually they're done to the area around the pain, which is the issue with it not solving the source of what's going on. So why I call it the hard way is because it doesn't solve your issue. Your issue keeps coming back. It maybe gives you some temporary relief, but it keeps coming back. And so the longer the issue persists, the harder it becomes to get rid of, because your body starts compensating even more. And then you start having secondary issues. Maybe now it's not just your knee, but it's also your hip and your back, or your foot, or plantar fasciitis. It gets more and more complicated. And the last one is just thinking about, maybe you've been diagnosed with bone on bone or arthritis, or have tried therapy before. And we see cases of individuals, and again, I don't know what's going on with you, but I can just tell you that we see cases of people with these diagnoses, and they come in and they get help, they get benefit, they reach their goals, and they're happy that they've gone through treatment instead of going through the alternative of injections and knee replacements, things like that, if they don't have to. So we kind of already talked about the quick, what we think are the quick fixes, which end up not being the quick fixes. So, and then tip number 3 is, if you guys were with the previous presentation, it's kind of similar. Think about working with a specialist who gets you. So one is, let's say maybe you have a child who plays sports and they have a sports related injury. Now, our clinic, we could probably help them, but that's not our bread and butter. That's not who we're really designed to help. So they probably, you could find a better clinic for them, for a teenager with a sports related injury. So that's where I encourage you to, based on your scenario and what's going on with you, you can find a specialist here in Knoxville that really gets you and helps you. About us as a clinic, who we help, I think I missed a slide here, but we really primarily focus on helping people age 45 plus, and this probably ends up being even 50 plus. 50s, 60s to early 70s is kind of our perfect age range. People that are their body, they feel like is starting to break down. Maybe they have some arthritis. That's where we're talking about it. They maybe have had a surgery before. They want to stay active, and they want to avoid having to have pain medications, injections, surgery. And they really have hope that there's a better alternative for them. That's why we exist, and that's who we love to help. So how we help people, one is we treat the whole body. I kind of mentioned that here in the presentation so far, is we have to understand, even with something like a squat, where's the faulty piece? Is it the foot? We see so many people have flat feet, which influence the knee. And oftentimes when somebody's having treatment, their medical provider never has them take off their shoe to look at their foot. It is a glaring weakness and a piece that contributes to so many people's knee pain, is what's going on at the foot. So we want to consider the whole body. Work with a specialist that gets you. I kind of already told you guys who we are, who we work with. If that's you, great. If it's not, then ask me. Maybe I can find a clinic or a type of provider that specializes in your demographic or your type of injury, and I'm happy to help to find that right person for you. Don't settle for substandard care. And I had a client just this past week talk about how their therapist was on their phone scheduling their vacation coming up while they were delivering care. And the thing that's sad about that is it doesn't surprise me, because I've heard versions of that, of people getting treatment and just not getting the attention because the people are distracted. And that's a pretty bad case. And I hate to hear that, because it reflects on all of physical therapy, which then is something that we have to kind of undo for somebody. But I encourage you, if you're getting substandard care, if you're not getting attention, if you're just doing basic exercises, that there's better options out there for you. And that's why we exist, is to give our full attention to you so that you can get the outcomes that you want. I put together, this is a 5-part video series. So even better if you were on for the knee one. I'm sorry, the back one was 2 videos. This is a 5-part video series. And so answering the questions, how to stand up comfortably without knee soreness, why does cold or rainy weather cause knee pain, 5 top exercises for knee pain relief, how to walk comfortably without knee stiffness, and the forgotten knee exercise to improve going up and down stairs. So these are all recordings that I've done because we don't have time today to go through all this. I'm happy to give this away to you guys. It's valuable information. The reason why I give it away is because I know it's valuable. I want you guys to have it. But I want you guys to feel comfortable that if you have something in addition to what this can help you with, I want you to feel comfortable asking me for help if you need help. So if you would like this 5-part video series, just type into the chat right now, video or video series with your name and your number, and we'll send those out. It probably won't be till Monday, but we'll send those out to you. Happy to do that and for that to be a resource for you. And then if you know that you need more help than just a video program, or you're ready to kind of dive in more deeper, we have similar to what we were doing for the back, is we have a knee health diagnostic assessment, and we're heavily discounting this. For that reason, we're only giving away 5 because of the limited space in our schedule to take on many with this offer. But this is for somebody who's fighting nagging aches and pains, injuries slowing you down. You're missing out on things right now that you hate that you're missing out on, whether it be exercise class, of pickleball community, hiking, biking, making memories, and you're health minded and want to really stop putting things off because you know you're at risk of maybe having to have more serious intervention that you want to avoid. The knee health assessment, it's a full length session. It's usually priced at $247. It's $47 for this. Like I said, that's why we can only give away 5 of these. If you're on here live, then you get first dibs before we send out the recording to all those who weren't able to attend. So if that's you, then happy for you just to type into the chat bar that you want the knee assessment with your name and your phone number and a good time to call you back on Monday. Guys, wrapping up here, I'm going to transition here to Dr. Baker here. Wrapping up, I hope you've learned one thing. Again, this is general advice. If you're looking for more customized advice, that's what the knee health assessment voucher, the $47 visit is for you to get some customized advice. No one should get just the same exercises or stretches. If you're being given a cookie cutter program, then you're probably just going to get very basic outcomes versus exceptional outcomes. So again, there's about the knee health diagnostic assessment. We can get you answers if you need more specific answers. All right, so wrapping things up, guys, feel free to type into the chat bar again. If you want the videos, type in the videos. If you can, happy to give both videos and or the health assessment, but just use the chat bar. And then if you have any other questions too about knee pain or back pain, I'll be off the clock here and can attend to those as I'm handing over the mic to Dr. Baker. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming out this morning to the Knoxville Health and Wellness Assessment. We appreciate you guys giving your time and happy to give you some of ours as well. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And then Dr. Baker.
Hello.
All right, so I got you an extra at least 5 minutes here.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Let me get this. See if I can do this again. Host disabled participant screening sharing. I can't hear you, but I can read lips sometimes.
You should be good now. I had to elevate your status to co-host. So you should be able to share your screen.
All right. And then can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. My name is Dr. Tanya Baker. I am a rheumatologist here in Knoxville. I'm excited to be here today. Thank you so much, John Mark, for asking me to join and share my love, which is everything rheumatology. I am so happy to have had the opportunity to listen to John Mark for his last 2 sessions because it kind of helps me in this whole PowerPoint thing. And you guys should be able to see my PowerPoint at this point in time. And what I'm going to do is just kind of explain a little bit about me and then dive into arthritis. And initially, when I was thinking about arthritis, I was thinking about the most common, I guess, questions that I get, which typically evolve around osteoarthritis just because it's more common. But I was thinking about it, and the thing that I can really bring to the table for you all is the understanding of inflammatory arthritis, which is commonly rheumatologic in nature, versus osteoarthritis and how they differ. So let's just get started. Let me see if I can do this. So I actually, a little bit about me, I graduated rheumatology in 2015 and I joined Rheumatology Consultants at that point in time. Going through with Rheumatology Consultants, I loved the office, I loved the staff, and I loved what I could do there. But some of the things that I really like to focus on, such as dietary contribution, lifestyle contribution, I didn't have the time to do that. And so when I was looking at making a change for the good so that I could focus more on the patient, I ended up going into direct care. So my last day at Rheumatology Consultants was December 31st, and I opened Rheumatologics on January 3rd. So I'm still brand new to being an owner and being my own boss, but I absolutely love what I do. And I love that I now get the time to share with my patients, more about, other things that we can do for inflammatory arthritis. So I'm located right off of South David Lane, actually just right down the road from John Mark. And here's my contact information. You can screenshot that if you want. And I'm available. That's my email. The other email that we use, it's general, is this rheumatologics@gmail.com. Either way, you can call if you have any questions. I have a membership type program, but new patients have a new patient package, which will include care for the entire first 3 months, which is when I'm doing all the digging and trying to figure out what you have. And then at the end of the 3 months, you can choose to either continue following me and contribute with the membership type service, or you could just be seen as needed. So let's get into arthritis. Arthritis is one of the leading causes of disability in the United States. It in 2010 was thought to affect 46 million Americans. Just to kind of put that into perspective, that's 1 in every 5 people. And they had projected that by 2030, arthritis would be the leading cause of disability, affecting 67 million. That's because of all those baby boomers, right? So it has become one of the most common chronic diseases. I remember in medical school, there was multiple studies that had come out documenting incidental findings of arthritis in people at the age of 21. And so arthritis is quite a broad term, and we use it as such. And hopefully today I can help sort that out with you. But what I really wanted to focus on was how we need to create better planned and coordinated approaches for arthritis to better serve these people as we grow older. So some of the incentives that we definitely need to get going would be the fact that we need obviously more specialists. That would be mostly medical specialists. Rheumatology is a very rare field. If you've ever tried to get in with rheumatology, you'll realize quite quickly there is a long wait list. But we also need to improve arthritis education and arthritis public health interventions, including things for lifestyle changes and disease self-management. So the difference between medicine, such as myself, and public health is kind of our approach. And I think the thing that is the most drastic in difference is kind of perspective. And we all know that perspective actually changes everything. So medicine typically focuses on the diagnosis and treatment, while the public health focuses on the assessment and reduction of health burden. So they don't want people going on to disability. They want them to be able to maintain, contribution to society, etc. But the medical science of arthritis has changed greatly over the last several decades. However, disability continues to rise, and it's just ongoing. So again, I think that what I wanted to focus this talk on was the big difference between osteoarthritis and inflammatory arthritis, and how we can focus on that. So the big thing is that we have to embrace public health initiative of arthritis. Again, John Mark's doing a great job, but it's my place to help educate and teach people about the differences and how to get those assessed. So the public health tends to focus on prevention. So there's primary, secondary, and tertiary types of prevention. So primary prevention is prevention of the disease itself. So a good example of that is understanding your family history, making lifestyle and risk factor modification. I'll use my family as an example. Osteoarthritis runs in my family, and some autoimmune diseases as well. And so I obviously am going to watch my weight. I'm going to try to eat better, and I'm going to try to exercise in order to minimize that osteoarthritis. So primary prevention is with you, the patients. Secondary prevention tends to be early detection of disease. So the most common example of this would be your cancer screens, such as your mammograms or your bone densities or your colonoscopies. So that's where primary care kind of steps in. It is their job to kind of do a physical exam or listen to the patient and hear if they have any concerns about arthritis or autoimmune disease. And then tertiary prevention is where we as specialists tend to offer treatment options, which has actually changed greatly. And the evolution of rheumatology has been quite impressive. So initially, early on, all we had were anti-inflammatories, and they would treat patients with high-dose aspirin until they started getting ringing in their ear. And they often had this kind of watch and wait approach. And we learned that even though patients appeared to be doing well, they would actually still acquire damage. And so we now have multiple guidelines and this new treat to target idea of making changes today with the goal of getting the patient into remission within 3 months. And so that pretty much means that we need to be more aggressive in our treatment. And that can be scary. So hopefully I can kind of hit on some of the treatment options at the end of this and make it not so scary. The thing that we have to offer as rheumatologists is pattern recognition. And the thing that I always say is that rheumatology or rheumatologic diseases are diagnosed clinically. It's not based on your lab values. It's not based on your x-rays. X-rays can show arthritis, but what the x-rays don't show is solid inflammation. And so again, it all comes down to being seen by a health professional that can hopefully hear your stories and get you to the right place. And also in my talk, you're gonna be able to see some of the differences and be able to recognize some of the differences in the arthritis to be able to seek proper treatment. So as a rheumatologist, we tend to break things down between inflammatory arthritis and non-inflammatory arthritis. So the non-inflammatory arthritis tends to be the osteoarthritis, also known as degenerative arthritis, wear and tear arthritis. Us as rheumatologists call it the ashes. It's the leftover, burnt out joint that really doesn't have its original architecture and doesn't work as well. Inflammatory arthritis tends to be seen in the autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, lupus, gout, and I like gout. I don't like gout, but I like gout because I don't think that it is necessarily treated properly, and it tends to be the fastest, most destructive type of inflammatory arthritis that we deal with. We also tend to call inflammation or inflammatory arthritis the flame, the burning ember, and I use that to describe the joints and the 5 cardinal signs of inflammation, which is redness, it's warm to the touch, very much swollen, it's tender. Loss of function means that you're not able to bend it because it's so swollen. And when you lose function of a joint, obviously it's not good, and that means that there's damage being done, and that's completely irreversible. So John Mark has done a great job at explaining osteoarthritis and how it the natural progression of that is that you tend to get breakdown of the cartilage in the joint that's supposed to be the cushion of the joint to allow the joint to articulate smoothly. And as that goes away, then you end up with bone on bone, and that's where you have your pain sensory. Osteoarthritis tends to be associated with weight gain. So patients tend to gain weight, and they tend to notice pain in those weight-bearing joints, such as the knees, hips, and spine. There's a couple of other forms of osteoarthritis. The one that I get commonly asked about is the inherited form of osteoarthritis. And this typically affects kind of these more distal joints, the joints near the tips of your fingers, the DIP joints, the PIP joints, and the CMC joint. Patients tend to get nodules or cysts in these joints, and they're concerned because they're actually really ugly. Women don't like them. I wouldn't like them either. But they have questions about that. That is a form of osteoarthritis. The osteoarthritis symptoms tend to get worse with activity. So you tend to get more pain, swelling, stiffness as you go on. But on the other hand, you get this thing called gelling, which is where your joints become stiff with any prolonged inactivity. And so if you sit for too long, you're going to be stiff getting up. It's going to be hard. But that stiffness only lasts for a few minutes until you can walk it out or work it out or whatever. We have found that rest typically tends to improve the pain with osteoarthritis. But again, if it's too long, it can definitely contribute to the gelling or stiffness. The pain with osteoarthritis will typically affect their ability to fall asleep, but patients find that once they're able to fall asleep, they are okay as far as their maintenance of sleep and aren't commonly woken up in the early morning hours with severe pain. That's again, I already put that weight gain there. Sorry about that. That was a repeat. So this is the inherited form of osteoarthritis. You can see these little nodules. These are Bouchard's and Heberden's nodes. So you can see here's a big Heberden's, but these are more like, again, these are cystic. You can see the little round nodule there. This is inherited, and actually the best thing for this is just increased movement. I show my patients certain exercises that I want them to do, because in this type of arthritis, the body wants to make excessive bone in place of the lack of cartilage. And so the best thing to do for that is actually to keep moving it, because you want to work that bone down. Sounds counterintuitive, but that's the only way that this actually gets better. Some of the orthopedic surgeons will actually go in here and cut these nodules out, but they will come right back 9 times out of 10, and probably a lot sooner than what you think. So it's gnarly. It does cause some stiffness. It can cause some pain, which is overuse or overactivity, but it is not completely inflammatory or destructive, really. So let's go on into the inflammatory arthritis. This is where you see the flames, the redness, the warmth, the tenderness, and the loss of function, inability to move. This is because you end up with increased blood vessels, which, again, that's the inflammatory response, is to dilate, get some fluid in there to encourage the immune system to go in there and clean it up. But people with autoimmune tendencies, their immune system gets a little too crazy at it, and it doesn't know how to kind of self-regulate. This is an example. This is actually a picture I got off the internet, but I suspect this is a patient with psoriatic arthritis because it's the distal digits. Well, I'll explain a little bit more about psoriatic arthritis, but you see the redness. It's probably very warm to the touch. You could probably see some little blood vessels there, and they probably can't move those distal digits. So something I do here in the clinic is I'm, flexing and extending their toes to make sure they have good range of motion. As we get older, we do typically lose range of motion in these digits on the ends. Again, that's part of osteoarthritis and psoriatic arthritis. So inflammatory arthritis versus osteoarthritis, it typically occurs relatively quickly compared to osteoarthritis. It occurs over days or weeks. It typically tends to affect the smaller joints, such as the wrists, hands, elbows, the ball of the foot, and
Hey, Dr. Baker,
ankles.
I think your slides, at some point they got changed, so we can just see your presentation.
Oh,
like your
you are screen sharing. Let me see.
For some reason.
Man. Okay.
If you want to try to reshare your screen. Your presentation. It says you are viewing Tanya Baker's screen, but we can't see your presentation.
All right, let me get out of here then. And then
is that the right for the rest of you guys too? I'm just making sure I'm not missing something, because somebody else said they can't see the slides.
Hey, John Mark, I was able to see her slides still.
You can still? Okay. If you guys comment on the chat bar, if you can still see the slides, maybe it's just me.
What's weird is once I took it out of went to my slideshow, it actually.
No, somebody else said no slides. I'm not sure why some people are seeing them. What about other people can't see, can see the slides, but it's small?
You want me to make them large again? Let me try that. Is that better?
Slide is small. Her picture is big. Hold on one second.
Maybe that's you. That's me.
Okay. Can you guys see it now? Better? Okay, keep going. I got it.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to do a brief. Is that okay?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So a brief recap. The differences between inflammatory arthritis versus osteoarthritis. Inflammatory arthritis occurs over days or weeks, versus osteoarthritis, which occurs over years and decades typically. Inflammatory arthritis is always typically worse in the morning. Osteoarthritis typically is worse in the evening. Inflammatory arthritis gets better with activity, whereas osteoarthritis tends to get worse with activity. And then on the reverse of that, inflammatory arthritis tends to get worse with rest. And so my inflammatory arthritis patients dread waking up in the morning. They know it's going to be hard. It takes them several hours to get anything done. And they tend to be the most motivated and productive near the end of the day. Versus my osteoarthritis patients are typically slowing down Inflammatory arthritis, interestingly, is associated with weight loss, and that's because inflammation is highly metabolic. It requires a lot of energy. Osteoarthritis tends to be associated with weight gain, and again, small joints versus large joints, which, you know, having heard John Mark, you know that if you've had a joint that has been injured, you are more susceptible to osteoarthritis. And any injury, any surgical, anything that's been done to the joint to mess with its basic architecture that you were born with is going to lead to early osteoarthritis. It's weird, it's not wanting to go now. So the biggest thing is that I'm trying to say here is, oops, that's weird. Now it's going fast forward. Don't wait. Definitely, if you have concerns or you've got any problems, this is a common thing with my inflammatory arthritis patients. They typically say, oh, I can work through it and get going. I'm good by noon, which for me would be terrible. But don't wait. And that's simply because the damage is completely irreversible and causes permanent pain and instability and all sorts of other stuff. So some of the common types of inflammatory arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis is by far the most common autoimmune inflammatory arthritis. It affects about 1% of the population. It tends to present with bilateral symmetric. And when I say symmetric, I mean mirror image. So if this joint is affected, this joint is affected. If this wrist is affected, this one. Bilateral symmetric, and it's small joints. It's typically the MCPs and the PIPs. We don't get these distal joints involved with rheumatoid arthritis, which is a common misnomer. And often the CMC joint that a lot of people have problems with, that is usually osteoarthritis and not rheumatoid arthritis. It's rarely affected in rheumatoid arthritis unless you have terrible, terrible, terrible wrist inflammation. Systemic lupus actually has the same pattern as rheumatoid arthritis. The big difference is patients with systemic lupus, or I'm just going to call it lupus, their deformities that they acquire are typically reversible, so they can make their hands look completely normal, but as soon as they stop trying to make them look normal, they'll go back into their contractures. Psoriatic arthritis is unique compared to rheumatoid and lupus. It actually tends to affect the joints that are affected by osteoarthritis. So you're going to see the same pattern of pain that you see with osteoarthritis. Again, it's going to be in these distal joints out here on the very ends of your fingers, PIPs, bigger joints, knees. We also tend to see spine involvement with psoriatic arthritis, and we don't commonly see spine involvement with rheumatoid. Definitely don't see it with systemic lupus. And so that's the big difference. Obviously, psoriatic arthritis is associated with that skin autoimmune disease, psoriasis, which I feel is relatively common here in Tennessee. Psoriatic arthritis also tends to be associated with inflammatory bowel. Ankylosing spondylitis actually looks just like psoriatic arthritis. It can be very difficult to distinguish between the two. But the other distinguishing factor of psoriatic arthritis is that early on, these patients tend to have kind of a recurrent tendinitis. And just to kind of recap, tendons are what attach the muscle to the bone. And so a lot of patients with psoriatic arthritis will come in with what they think is muscle pain, often falsely diagnosed as fibromyalgia because it looks so similar to the enthesitis. That's actually more specific to tendon inflammation at the insertion site in the bone. So those are the probably three most common inflammatory autoimmune arthritis. Gout is very common inflammatory arthritis, very different from the others listed above. It's one joint. You get very red, very hot, extremely painful, by far one of the most painful types of inflammatory arthritis that I treat, but it is also self-limiting. So it'll actually go away after about 7 to 10 days naturally if you don't do anything for it. The big thing, and this is why I pointed out gout here, is because gout tends to be very destructive, very fast. And so if you don't get it under control, and there are very specific guidelines for treatment of gout, you can end up with some serious damage. And gout, actually, we've seen it. We can see it in the spine. It's very, very rare, but I have patients who will come in, and I'm going to show some pictures here in a minute, who are like, I have not had any pain, but they have obviously gouty tophi, which are the crystals in their joints, and you'll see the x-rays. So here's some common pictures. This actually is one of my patients, and she has given me permission to take pictures of her hands. And so she actually has psoriatic arthritis. And the reason why you kind of see it to this degree is because she was actually diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, and there are some differences in treatment. There's a lot of overlapping treatment options for psoriatic and rheumatoid, but sometimes the rheumatoid treatments aren't quite enough for psoriatic arthritis, which typically requires higher dosages. And so she did acquire, this is called Insulin cup deformity. So she had an erosion, her bone was chewed away, right smack down the center. It creates this Insulin cup picture, obvious deformities. These are completely irreversible and can be permanent. This patient has rheumatoid arthritis, and she was actually diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis and being treated with psoriatic arthritis medicines, which again, some of those don't do anything for rheumatoid. And so this is why hers progressed. This is when I first saw her. You can see she had a lot of inflammation, the swelling, and she's got, the typical, this is that swan neck deformity, and then some boutonniere. Well, not really, but she's got ulnar deviation, so her fingers are kind of radiating this way. But again, you can see the swelling, you can see some of the redness in her joints, and this is when she was brand new to my clinic. And then this is, unfortunately, I didn't get a picture of the opposite side. I was trying to get a picture of her palm. But this is her, she's not having any pain, and obviously her swelling is down. But what happened is once the swelling got down, the joint is unstable and they contracted even more. Even though I had the inflammation under control, the ongoing progression of all the ashes kind of just built up there. This is gout. I hate this. This is a patient came in. She didn't have any pain, but obviously had big gouty tophi. You can see the white crystals. And this is a picture of her x-rays. It's completely obliterated joint, just completely gone. And this is why, I had a pharmaceutical drug rep that was like, what are you most concerned about, gout or rheumatoid? I was like, gout, because this can occur in front of your eyes before you know it. So how do we diagnose this? It's all based on clinical history. I tell my patients, take pictures, journal your symptoms, because I ask very specific questions. Again, family history is very, very important. The most important part of getting evaluated is having a proper physical exam, having somebody take a look at your joints, pull your shoes off, take a look at those joints, push on them, move them, and see what they're supposed to do. That's primary. That's how we mostly diagnose. Then you have the labs to look for inflammation, the ESR, SED rate, CRPs, and other inflammatory markers. We tend to check them together because they both tend to go up with age. And then with the CBC and CMP, we try to look for things like anemia or low hemoglobin, high platelets, low albumin. Again, you tend to have low albumin because of the inflammatory states chewing up all that protein for its metabolic processes. I added thyroid and vitamin D. These are by far one of the most common things that I tend to see. Patients are sent to me for chronic joint pain, and I commonly diagnose hypothyroidism and or low vitamin D, and we get those things. We get the vitamin D up to about 50, but other parts of evaluation, you got x-rays, and then obviously the antibodies. In seeing me, I don't require a referral, and I actually would prefer to order these labs if need be. Treatment in a nutshell. Again, it comes down to inflammatory versus non-inflammatory pain.
Dr. Baker, just a 2-minute warning.
Oh,
just give
anti-inflammatory. Exercise is important. Non-inflammatory, we just focus on symptoms with gabapentin, Lyrica, muscle relaxer, sometimes steroid shots. But the inflammatory pain, with autoimmune diseases, we have to utilize medications that actually kind of tone down or regulate the immune system. And so by that, it's chemotherapy, even though, these things like methotrexate, we use that for cancer, much smaller dosages, only, once a week to get things under control. Plaquenil, very common. Everybody was using it for COVID. Works relatively well. I'm not even gonna get started in that. But biologics have been the huge evolution in rheumatology, which has really shut down the process of that. And getting on those quickly is important, actually. Gout. It's important to obviously get the inflammation down, but get started on urate lowering therapy. The thing that I see most commonly with my patients is that they get started on allopurinol, they don't have any anti-inflammatory on board, and they immediately flare as soon as they start the allopurinol. They hold their allopurinol, take prednisone, colchicine, whatever gets flared under control, they end up in this huge circle. Thing is, guidelines say allopurinol, start out 100 milligrams once daily, and you take colchicine twice a day for the first 6 months of titrating up your urate lowering therapy in order to get your uric acid levels down to prevent damage. I don't treat lab values. I treat patients and their symptoms again. So don't focus on, getting labs and x-rays, but just focus on getting seen and heard. And again, thank you so much. Fast forward, pretty darn close to my time up. Again, I'm located right off of South David Lane. I am direct care rheumatology, so no referral needed. And you can email me. You can call that phone number and let me know. I would be more than happy to assess any concerns or needs. And I also will be able to spend a little bit more time. Treatment is obviously tailored to each individual patient to find their specific recipe. So thanks a lot and have a great day. Let's see if I can get out of here. That's my office and that's my logo. All right.
Great job, Dr. Baker. I think similar theme with most of the people on here too, I can say Dr. Baker included, is we have started, we work with people in a way to give people our time, to give them our expertise. And I know this, why Dr. Baker went into practice for herself just here, a few months ago, so that she can give you her undivided attention, similar to Andrew. They're doing at Fitness together, similar to what we're doing here at Simply Physio. And I think that's a common theme that you'll hear with a lot of these providers of wanting to really give you our expertise, and ultimately that they're giving you their time on a Saturday is a reflection of how much they care and how much they want to help with their clients. So thank you, Dr. Baker, for sharing. Dr. Baker, feel free to leave your contact information in the chat bar. I know that's pretty easy.
Okay.
Their website, all that. And if you guys have questions for Dr. Baker about her presentation or need anything from her, feel free to use the chat bar. There's a Q&A. Some people are using the Q&A box. That's an option as well. So either one works fine, and she can carry on the conversation there. All right. Well, we are going to transition here to Daniel Roche. So Daniel, I think you should have access to share your screen if you want to do that. So Daniel here, he's with Perfect Water. So he's, we got a few repeat offenders from last year, a lot of new guests, but Daniel is coming back. I was glad that he accepted an invitation to come back to present about water health. And he's an expert here about water. So Daniel, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John Mark. And thank you everyone who's tuned in this morning and all the other panelists. So I'm really excited again to be back this year. And I always, look at the lineup and see doctors and healthcare providers, and I'm a tradesman really, but I'm really passionate about clean, healthy water. And so hopefully what I can talk to you all today will be interesting. So I'm Daniel. This is my family. So that's my wife, Emily, and my son, Henry. And I'm born and raised in Knoxville and have been doing water treatment in Knoxville for 9 years now, full time. And so Perfect Water is a company I work for. It's my family's company. And we specialize in all things water quality, starting from any water source. So what I'm going to focus on today, because it is the broadest category of people probably tuning in, are you're getting your water from municipal supplies. So that's your KUB, West Knox Utility, First Knox Utility, or First Utility District rather. And so that's kind of what I'm going to focus on. But other water supplies, if you are tuning in and you're interested in learning more, would be, certainly groundwater. So wells, there's a lot more variability there. in terms of what you might be dealing with, and we can do those tests. Springs, rainwater catchment system, cisterns, or coming off of just a private river or lake, we treat those applications as well. So for municipal water, I think it's interesting to start with, okay, kind of where's my water starting from? You know, we all are used to, as Americans, being able to walk up to our faucet, turn on tap water, and there's plentiful water, and so thankful for that. We're not all getting cholera and getting sick from drinking our water immediately from bacteria. But what I kind of want to highlight today is, okay, where does that water come from, and what are the areas that you can really improve it and thus improve your quality of life and improve your health? So water is contaminated by many things because if it gets into rivers and creeks, it all goes into, in our case, what I'm going to talk about today, the Tennessee River, and that's where our municipal water starts. So taking KUB as kind of a case study here, their intake plant, and I should say on the outset, nothing I'm saying at all in my presentation is going to be a hit on any of our local water companies. They're awesome. We've got good relationships with them, but I'm going to just highlight the standards they're required to meet and the areas that you can really improve those minimum standards and why it might be of interest to you. So KUB's plant is right near downtown Knoxville. So this is the overhead. You can see Neyland there and James White Bridge. Well, that's where their intake plant is. And so every month, KUB will draw in about 1 billion gallons of water from the river and into their treatment process. So there's the treatment plan. It gets drawn in. So the process goes into big holding tanks, goes through a process called flocculation, just to get the dirt and the sediment to fall out of what has started as the river water. That's why it's clear. Chlorine is added to kill bacteria in between 1 and 4 parts per million. As a reference, swimming pools are legally capped at 3 parts per million. So it can be pretty potent, the amount of chlorine that gets added. But anyways, as a result of adding the chlorine, this is pretty nationwide phenomena that there are disinfecting byproducts that are created from adding the chlorine. And those byproducts are found to be carcinogenic. And so now ammonia is also added to create a chemical called chloramine. And the chloramine is now the disinfectant dealing with the byproducts of the original disinfectant being chlorine. So the EPA, everyone's got an opinion on them, but they are the organization that oversees and regulates all 50,000 water companies in the country. So, just around Knoxville, we've got a lot, KUB being one of them. And so you can go on EPA's website right now and they'll say, we have not yet done conclusive research on if there are disinfecting byproducts of this new disinfectant being chloramine. So just to kind of start building some of this gray area of the case, I'm going to try to build here of, hey, your water is extremely important to your health. It's really worthwhile to consider the quality of that water. So then after those chemicals are added, different scale inhibitors and corrosion inhibitors, different chemicals are added to try to protect the thousands of miles of water pipes and water towers in KUB's distribution system. Then it passes through sand filter to further clarify it. Fluoride gets added, and then it's pumped up to water towers. And when you turn on your faucet, you're draining down a water tower. So you can see there's not that many steps between this massive river flowing billions of gallons of water with all these potential contaminants and it entering your home. So a very small amount of water that KUB treats is actually consumed. So it would be really unreasonable. I keep saying KUB, but this is true for any water company, just using them as a case study. It would be unreasonable to say, hey, let's treat all of the water that gets sold to our customers, all these billions of gallons a year, to really the highest quality water that people want to drink and experience in their homes, because we'd all spend a ridiculous amount of money on our water every month. And we all have pretty cheap water around here, which is awesome. So what I'm going to highlight in saying, all right, by the time it gets into your home today, what are the 3 areas that are problem areas? How do they affect you in terms of your quality of life and your health? And then also, what are the different technologies available to treat them? So chlorine and other chemicals, I've talked about how those are introduced in the treatment process, but really in this first category of other chemicals would be anything else that can flow down our rivers and lakes that are in the category of an organic chemical. So, the Tennessee River starts, as the Holston and French Broad coming down from Douglas and Cherokee Lakes, and then rivers and creeks extending beyond that. So there's all these areas that these contaminants can get into our water supply. So that's area 1. Area 2 is water hardness. So many of you have probably heard the term water hardness or soft water and are wondering, well, how does that really affect health? But there are a lot of significant ways where we're dealing with hard water, dissolved rock in our water, that it's a big effector, especially in terms of skin and hair and health in those areas. And then drinking water impurities, that's a big one that a lot of people are tuned into. A lot of people are buying bottled water. It's a huge industry. So I'm going to talk about that as well. So first item being chlorine and other chemicals. So, if you think about it, our lives in our home, if we're dealing with water coming straight from the city, we're really inundated with chlorine, both in what we're drinking and we're bathing. So you can imagine you're getting in a shower and your pores are all opening up because it's hot and you're breathing in these water vapors. Well, you're really getting saturated with chlorine in that case. And so what we'd say is first thing you can do is remove that chlorine. And that's a pretty drastic improvement already. So I've just cited a few studies here. There are so many studies that are coming out talking to specific health-related items of this inundation with chlorine. What I am more an expert at is, okay, well, how do we deal with this? There's pretty good consensus that we don't want to just be completely saturated with it all the time. So these are just referencing a few of those studies. Perfect water means no chlorine. Again, that's kind of the first step in water treatment is let's get rid of the chemicals throughout the whole house. So what you're doing laundry with, what you're showering, bathing in. Hard water. So what is hard water? All it is strictly, it's just dissolved rock into your water. So mostly hardness is calcium, magnesium ions. As they're found in water, they're not useful for human health. Their bioavailability is very, very low. So your body's ability to even absorb those minerals in the first place is minuscule. And there's not, when it comes to your dietary needs, there's not all that much in hard water. So the damage it causes is far greater than any potential health benefit. And I'm going to reference later in these slides some studies that show, well, the health benefit really is a myth anyways. But where it affects your health, your skin health, is that hardness reacts with your soaps and detergents, and it creates soap scum. And that scum is very difficult to rinse off of your skin fully and rinse out of your hair and rinse out of your clothes. So if you've had issues with dry, irritable skin in the past or hair that's very unmanageable, my wife is a hairstylist, so I feel that I have a little bit of expertise in that area as well. But soft water can be a huge improvement. We have so many customers who have had issues with eczema and dry, irritable skin in the past. And just by removing this dissolved rock out of their water so that they're fully getting their soaps and detergents rinsed off, and they're not drying out their natural skin oils, they've seen huge improvements. It's one of the biggest feedbacks we get when we put in treatment systems and we say, okay, this 50 or 60 pounds of this dissolved rock that's normally going to process through your home in a year and create all this dryness and all these water spotting you see. Once we remove that, people can really feel a difference. There's obviously also the practical benefit of soft water, but I'm not really going to dive into that in terms of protecting your home because that's really not the topic of today's presentation. Okay, so yeah, here's some areas: stiff, dingy laundry, dried out skin, unmanageable hair. Most of these are going to be health issues having to do with skin and hair. All right, let's talk about drinking water impurities. So I talked about the EPA being the regulatory body for all the water companies in the states. Well, since the 60s, there's been one primary document, the quote unquote Safe Drinking Water Act. And so this is very small. I don't expect y'all to be able to read this, but this is the list. There's 93 different contaminants that water companies are required to test for and monitor. And so this big bright bar column on the left side is the maximum contaminant level for all these various impurities. Well, on the far right, they've got the public health goal. And so just even looking at the document, it's admitted in so many of these cases that the goal would be 0 or lower than the current maximum allowable. But again, it's just not reasonable to turn billions of gallons of river water into this ideal amount from the city, when especially such a small amount is actually going to be consumed by humans. So already admitted right there in the document, there's a lot of room for improvement to say, maybe this is the kind of just broad stroke standard, but everyone reacts differently to impurities. We all know that. So here's another list. This is the contaminant candidate list. Again, this is put out by the EPA. This one to me is extremely interesting because these are unregulated contaminants that are being found in our water supplies across the country in concentrations that they're saying, hey, we'd like to have these be regulated. These should be regulated, but just the bureaucracy and cost of saying, hey, KB, now you've got to add this to your testing regimen and treatment is ridiculous. So it's just getting stockpiled. And there's about 400 of these items on here. There's pesticides and insecticides, and there's about 15 pharmaceutical drugs in this list. Just more and more people being on them. It goes out in our wastewater into our rivers and lakes. And so they're emerging concerns in water. So again, I'm just building the case for, okay, the water I'm drinking in my home, is it really safe, or are there a bunch of impurities in there potentially that are affecting my health? And I think the answer is pretty easily, yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement, and there's not a lot of certainty that I'm getting great water if I'm just getting it straight from my tap. So to recap, chlorine and other chemicals, water hardness, and drinking water impurities being the main items of concern when we're talking about city water treatment. And those are not mutually exclusive. When you look at, my big concern right now would be, I don't want to be bathing in chlorine. You can do that without doing the other two. You can do drinking water purification without doing chlorine or hardness. So what's the solution to these? So chlorine and the other chemicals, those are removed by activated carbon. That's the best technology. I'm sure you've heard of that. If you've ever seen a pitcher filter or a Brita, those are just really small miniature versions of carbon. We would typically do it on the whole house because I think that's where you get your biggest benefit, is having all of the water in your home go through carbon. And that will, through absorption, absorb all the chlorine, hold on to it, and then you replace the filter or the filtration media when it's saturated. Water hardness is removed by ion exchange water softening. So if you've ever seen water softening salt in the hardware store, that technology, as of today, is the only certified effective way to remove water hardness from your home. There's a lot of claims out there for salt-free softeners or different technologies. We would absolutely stand by ion exchange is the only effective way. When that changes, we'll be all over it because we like to stay up to date with new technologies. But if you're hearing anything that's claiming salt-free water softening and you're looking for the benefit of more hydrated skin and the removing the negative effects of hard water, you're not going to get it with salt-free, quote unquote, softening. And then drinking water purification is reverse osmosis purification. That'd be the technology that we recommend, that we use for our clients and have used. It's extremely effective at removal of contaminants in all the categories. So yes, organic, inorganic, being heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, etc. Whereas if you're just relying on activated carbon filtration, you're not going to be able to touch those inorganics in terms of purification. So reverse osmosis is really everything we talked about by way of all these contaminant candidate lists and the public health goal, all of those areas, RO purification would be the technology for dealing with that. All right, I got just a couple minutes here left. And so talk briefly about bottled water. Obviously a lot of people buy bottled water. It's, I think, a $12 billion industry just in the US alone. And there are cases that it's extremely convenient. And I've got some bottled water in our home because sometimes it's nice to grab it. But if you're relying on saying, hey, healthy drinking water is important to me, I want to make that a priority because my body is so much made of water and I want to do better at staying hydrated. So I want to be drinking a lot of water. I don't believe bottled water is your best option. I'm going to reference in the end our blog on our website that kind of digs in and cites all these sources I'm saying here, but microplastics is definitely a big issue in bottled water. Fredonia University did a very comprehensive study and found microplastics in bottled water in almost every test they did. In most cases, the concentration was twice the amount that they were testing for just coming from tap waters. So you're actually increasing those plastics coming from your water quite a lot by doing bottled water, which makes sense. It's thin, flimsy plastic sitting in hot warehouses and semi trucks. So regulatory gaps, the Natural Resource Defense Council, that's the NRDC, they did a very comprehensive study to kind of highlight, well, how are bottled waters regulated? And what's interesting is 40 to 60% of the bottled water sold in the country has very minimal regulations because the FDA has very lax regulations if that bottled water is sold inside the state it's bottled in. And so there's a lot of gaps in terms of saying, hey, you know, they're saying this is clean, healthy, great water that I'm getting out of this bottle. But in terms of who's actually looking at that and certifying that, yes, this is being tested appropriately, this is coming from a good source, there's a lot of gaps. Single-use plastics, you know, this is keep Knoxville healthy, stay healthy Knoxville. I think in general, getting away from single-use plastics is a great thing. So we're not filling up our landfills. And then you can't purify ice. That's a big, you know, issue is if you're getting your water from your refrigerator and you're getting your ice from your refrigerator, if you do something like a reverse osmosis purification, you can service those appliances with purified water and that dispenser. You obviously can't get that if you're hauling water in. And then Berkey or other, you know, similar filters, are those going to be effective in getting what you want? So, you know, again, we got a big blog article we wrote kind of just diving into specifically Berkey. But what I would just highlight is in a lot of cases, those are the totally uncertified claims of these are going to truly purify your water just by using essentially activated carbon. As I've said, carbon will be effective at removing chlorine, but it's not going to be effective at removing the heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, fluoride, things like that that can be health concerns. Self-contradictory claims. And, you know, it seems too good to be true. I can just go get this little filter relatively cheap online, and it's going to render the most purified, high quality water I want. I would argue, yes, it is too good to be true. So our website, I know I kind of just wanted to hit the main highlights here, but if you're interested in kind of digging into it more, the number 4 perfectwater.com, we've got a blog there. Really try to just keep it strictly informative, not speaking to any of our specific equipment or things that Perfect Water does, just on your water knowledge. But of course, we'd love to be able to talk to you about actual equipment and, okay, well, how do you actually treat this? If you think, okay, water is an issue in my home, how do I treat it? Would love to help. So we've got a builder we work with in town all the time, and every time he builds a home, we end up putting treatment in. And I think it's because of this line he says to his customers, which is, when it comes to your water, you can either have it filtered or be the filter. So anyways, that's it, John Mark. I don't know if we're doing questions or.
Yeah, we're right at the end. We have 2 more minutes. If anybody has a question they want to have Daniel answer live, feel free to type it in the chat. We can we'll transition over here in the next minute to Dr. McCall. But yeah, if you have any questions here about presentation Daniel talked about with water and water health and contaminants, go ahead and just use the chat bar, or we got the Q&A as well. And yeah, the contact information, you want to type that in the chat bar? Someone's asking about contact information.
Let me do that. I'm just going to drop my cell phone in here, everyone. So feel free to call or text right there on my cell. And that's our website also. So I'll go into my email. Okay. And then I guess by way of just, yeah, if you were saying, hey, maybe I am interested, just know I do, we do free assessments, things like that, as far as giving free estimates. So, well, thank you, John Mark, so much also for having me back on this year.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming back, and thanks to you for sharing. Yeah, just a lot of valuable information about your health and some simple steps to at least be aware of. First, I think a step is, with anything that we're talking about is knowledge, to bring awareness, right, to maybe something that you should be concerned about. So thank you for bringing awareness to our water system, and then providing some easy steps to help as far as solutions for that too, Daniel. Awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe Mark.
Yep. All right. So Dr. McCall, you should be, yep, there you are. Perfect. Go. So guys, next we got Dr. McCall. So Dr. McCall, he's a local physician, has his own practice, Pillar Primary Care. He's going to be talking about reversing diabetes. So Dr. McCall, he's early on, as I was starting my clinic, he was very a strong encouragement to me, just as we have similar values and mindsets. And so I very much appreciate his influence on Simply Physio, helping encourage, me and kind of the nuances of small private practice. And I'm happy to have you sharing your knowledge here about diabetes, reversing diabetes, metabolic disorders. So I will pass the mic to you.
Well, thanks, John Mark. I really appreciate it. It's been great to be part of this in the past, and thank you so much for inviting me again. Let me get my screen to come up here and get it sharing. I think that's good. So hopefully everybody can see that. Please let me know if you can't. So Pillar Primary Care, so I operate a direct primary care practice. I'll talk about that in a second, similar to some of the other panelists here. And I think it's a common theme that we all share about how we're wanting to bring our areas of interest, our expertise to the population, our community, and trying to help out. And for me, as a primary care physician, one of the things that I love thinking about and treating is insulin resistance and diabetes, and how do we make those changes? It's been, personal in my own life, changes that I've made, and then walking with patients through this, it's certainly one of the most rewarding things that I can do. So I love that quote about, if you're not filtering your water, then you are the filter. That's so true for so many things that we do. The food we eat isn't just fuel that can just go into the engine of our body, and it can just be burned up, and at the end there's nothing left over, and it really doesn't matter what you burn, it's all good. It does really make a difference what we do, how we do it, when we do it. Those sorts of factors are really powerful in how we make a change in our life. So thinking about insulin resistance, anybody who knows me knows that the only way my brain works is to think about analogies. That's just the way I'm hardwired. And so one of the analogies that I like to think about for insulin resistance is it's a road. It's not stages. We often think about these roads or these diagnoses as you go to your doctor for 20 years and everybody keeps saying, you might want to eat a little less, move a little more. And then one day he says, oh, there's your diabetes, let's get it treated. And really kind of the approach that I've taken, and frankly, a lot of folks in the area take, is we really want to identify these problems early on. So imagine you're driving along the interstate, you're starting here on the East Coast in North Carolina, and you're taking Interstate 40, you're going to travel through Knoxville, and you're going to go all the way to California. That's a really long road. And, theoretically, if you don't turn to the left or the right, you're going to go 2,500 miles and you're going to end up at the destination. And for lots of folks, we start our life here on the East Coast and we're starting to travel along, and we don't even realize where we're heading until we start to get closer to it. And so for lots of people, they show up in my clinic here in Knoxville, just right down the road from the interstate, and they start asking the question, hey, I think something's going wrong. Maybe this is an issue. Why am I gaining weight? What's wrong with my joints? You know, we talk about gout as part of the issue there that we heard earlier. We talk about obesity and even cholesterol disorders, high blood pressure, poor sleep, sleep apnea. All these things are associated with it. So you end up going to your doctor and you start asking these questions. And unless you're careful, you're going to end up at the end of the road of diabetes. And there's not a whole lot of reasons to change the course because this is a big open road that's well maintained. It's very easy to keep going in the same direction. And the state boundaries are denoted by signs, but it's not like you've got to stop and decide, oh, I want to go to the next state. You just drive straight on through. And that's kind of what it is with people who start out, maybe early in life, you're relatively metabolically healthy. We all start with our genetic predispositions and such. But as you get older and you make choices of food and you eat and you exercise or don't, you sleep or you don't, you stress or you don't, and you go through all those little areas, those are not discrete changes. And then one day we end up and we have diabetes. They're not discrete changes. It's a slow spectrum of change. So real quickly, so I've been in practice here in Knoxville for about 16 years and boarded in both internal medicine and pediatrics. I founded my current practice, Pillar Primary Care, because I wanted to talk to patients in part about this subject in particular, but all subjects as a direct primary care program. So it's just a program that really is based around good healthcare, beginning with a good conversation. That's the primary focus, I think, of how we end up having a good conversation. You've heard time and time again, it's a good assessment. It's writing things down in a journal. It's taking pictures. It's a story. And sitting down and talking with a patient to understand their story before deciding or counseling them on what to do is really kind of a big part of it. So we prioritize communication in the office through phone and email and text messages. I operate outside the insurance bureaucracy. It's just a monthly membership program, no contracts involved, just month to month. I have an on-staff dietitian and an on-site health coach. And both of these ladies are just really experts that help us kind of play out the changes that we want to make and kind of encourage and cheerlead along the way. So we take care of everybody, infants to the elderly, and it's a lot around these 4 pillars, hence the name Pillar Primary Care. It's nutrition, exercise, sleep, and peace. Now, I didn't create those, obviously. There's lots of folks, there's lots of good physicians that really focus on those 4 areas of life. But I think if we use those 4 areas like 4 legs to a chair, we really can set up a good foundation. I think this is why early on, John Mark and I, we kind of associated with one another. We got to know one another because this is a whole part of getting people better by using these things and the choices that we get to make in life and helping folks kind of learn these steps and move forward. So when we think about going from healthy to insulin resistance to elevated blood sugars to diabetes, it really is the frog boiling. Again, just another analogy of driving down that road. Nobody really knows where the changes come. The cut points are there. We can kind of define them arbitrarily, but metabolically, there's not a whole lot that changes step to step, except as the farther along we go, the more damage is done. Certainly as we think about the water boiling, once we get to the stage of diabetes, things start to go bad pretty quick. When the water starts to boil, the damage really accelerates at that point. So what is the diabetes burden? We have huge numbers of Americans with diabetes, 34 million currently, 13% of the population. 1/3 of those people who have diabetes don't know it. So a few years ago, we were doing health assessments with some local companies, and I was counseling employees as they'd come through, often young adults who hadn't seen a physician in a long time. It's super common for young adults, after about 16 years of age, 18 years of age, you get into college, you don't really go see the doctor for much of anything other than a sprained ankle or maybe some poison ivy until probably 35. That's kind of a real common time frame. And then maybe you're starting a family, maybe you've got a couple kids, and maybe you start thinking that maybe I ought to look at a few things. And we start looking at numbers at that point. A whole lot of folks, especially husbands and dads, start coming in their 40s thinking about, life expectancy and mortality, and they don't get out of bed as easy, and they start looking at stuff. And we diagnose a lot of diabetes at that point. During those health screenings, we would have healthy young adults in their early 20s come through, and it was pretty sad, but I told a lot of folks, I was the first person ever to tell them that they had diabetes. I remember one patient I had years ago whose life insurance policy, their company called me up and said, hey, you know, Mr. X, he has diabetes. He's got a blood sugar of 380, and we want you to tell him. We're not going to tell him. And so they sent me the paperwork, and I called them up, and we had a conversation, and we talked through it, because we want to make sure we're managing these things and aggressively. And last time I talked with him, it was pretty exciting. He had reversed his diabetes through the process, and was really just doing great. But millions more have insulin resistance, and this insulin resistance gets younger and younger. I've had high school kids, I've had middle school kids in the office who have insulin resistance. It's pretty stark. And as the insulin resistance grows, we get into the diabetes burden. So millions of Americans have an issue, and the sooner we start talking about it, and the sooner we start talking about it like we can reverse it and change it, the better off it is, for sure. So statistics back in 2020, you can just see the numbers are growing, for sure. Different ethnicities certainly have a worse time with it than others. Some of that is access to, you know, health services. The disparity that can happen there is certainly a challenge. And the real tragedy in my mind is so much of this stuff doesn't take really fancy medicines. It certainly doesn't take a lot of surgeries. It doesn't take a whole lot of anything other than some understanding of how the body works, and maybe some plans and a little coaching, a little cheerleading, and a little encouragement, a little accountability. And most people can get there pretty easily. Type 2 diabetes is just accelerating, especially in these adolescent years. So here's a silly little diagram that I put together. I'm not much of an artist, but I'm a visual learner, so I like to kind of look at pictures and these types of things. And but if you imagine your body, and especially your bloodstream, as a big old bucket of water, of glucose perhaps. The glucose comes from a couple different sources as we're looking at it, and we have a couple different points that we might want to think about. So the blood sugar that we're considering is just glucose, and when people talk about blood sugar, that's the term that we're looking for. It's just a simple sugar. It's a monosaccharide. It's a carbon ring. It's the most basic form of sugar that we have. It's the one that floats through the bloodstream the most and can be used to create the electrical currency called ATP within the body. So we can add glucose to our body by eating it, and we can make it. And those are really the two primary sources. And we think about some cut points. If we get really low, maybe around 35, we might start to suffer some brain injury. People have seizures and some other dysfunction, cognitive decline at that point, and make poor decisions and have altered mental states. About above 110, you start to have advanced glycosylated end products, or AGE. And that's when we start to see the sugar, for sort of simplicity, sticking on things and causing this stuff to stick around. You see tangles in the brain. You see it sticking to red blood cells in the bloodstream. You stick it to neurons down in the legs. 85 is sort of the prototypical classic normal number. And this is just like so many things, your body temperature, your heart rate, your blood pH, so many stuff that the body wants to maintain in normal homeostasis. 85 would be the number we're looking for. You really have one exit port. No matter what you do, it's all pretty much has to come out one pathway. 95, 98, 99% of it's going to come through one port. And that port's going to go into three major categories of the body, and it's going to fill up sort of in order. The first section that you fill up, your body's going to replace the energy that you're using just in life function, just basic day-to-day being alive. Metabolically, we call this the basal metabolic rate. This is your heart beating. This is your eyes blinking, thinking thoughts, breathing, moving around, sleeping, activity, all the stuff that you might normally do. A couple thousand calories are pretty typical for folks if you're going to measure it in calories. And then you're going to add what the muscles are going to do, your exercise. If you go to the gym, if you go for a bike ride, if you lift some weights, whatever you might do, the extra fuel that you put in there is going to fill up next. And then the last section is storage. It's really our squishy bits, our fat pockets. Those are the three major categories that we're going to start filling up. And then as those fill up and they start to run out of room, we realize that the body still has to store sugar. It's still trying to drain the high blood sugar from the recent bagel or pancakes or apple that's been raised the blood sugar. It's going to try and bring it out, store it into those areas. And if all those areas are full, then we're going to raise our triglycerides, and the HDL cholesterol is going to drop. And that's the classic thing that you see early on a typical blood panel that you're going to get from a physician or a health screening. Is you're going to see the lipid profile, the cholesterol profile, where the triglycerides are elevating 110, 120, 150, 250, and the HDL cholesterol is going to drop. And you're going to see in women, you might start in the 60s and drop down into the 50s or the 40s. And men, it's going to be a little bit lower, down into the 30s or even to the 20s is pretty common. As the triglycerides go up, the good cholesterol is going to go down. And that's just a marker of things going wrong. And that's the body dealing with the glucose. You have another factor that comes into play here, and that's where sleep and stress. They can make this system work really well, or they can make this system work really poorly. We've all had an all-night, being up all nights where we were sick, or a family member was sick, or in college we were studying for a test, or we were working a late shift, or whatever it may be. That poor sleep, that extra stress is going to worsen this whole process. It's going to make us insulin resistant as our blood sugar goes up. It drives cortisol and other stress hormones. It's going to make certain parts of the body more insulin resistant, and it's going to drive this whole process. But we've also had that episode where maybe you go on vacation and you sleep really well and you really don't have as much of a schedule, but you've kind of fall into a natural, kind of go to bed at the same time, kind of get up with the sunrise and the bright lights, and we feel deeply rested, our stress is low, we realize the blood sugar is going to get better as well. And when we look at this paradigm, there's really about 4 areas that we get to change. And that is, well, we get to change what we eat, and we get to change what we do, and we get to change our sleep and our stress. And we don't have perfect control over those things, but we all make those decisions and allow us to sort of make some of those changes in there. You see there pop up in the middle that insulin is the driving factor of this whole process. As the glucose raises in our bloodstream, insulin is the thing that's going to be the gatekeeper that allows us to use it. And so that's sort of the paradigm of insulin resistance that we're going to look at next. Good point to remember is your body's constantly working to lower your glucose. So the calculations, if you just work out sort of the nerd level math, if you eat a banana and you were to fully digest that banana, the sugar of a 7-inch banana, dissolve it in your bloodstream, you start with a normal blood sugar of 85, you're going to end up, the average man is going to end up with a blood sugar of 351. That's where the math works out. But of course, that's not what normally happens. It's because our body is fighting against that. It's not because bananas are bad, not because you should never eat a banana. It's because the banana is mostly sugar. And sugar is going to raise that bloodstream, and the body's response is going to bring it back down. Just like if you go outside in the summer heat, the body temperature is going to raise from the heat, and you're going to sweat to try and cool your body off. In the wintertime, the body temperature is going to drop, and you're going to shiver to try and warm the body up. It is the natural response that the body has to this stress. So as blood sugar goes up, insulin's released to try and drive it into the storage areas. If your body stopped working on it, your blood sugar would easily be over 1,000, and that's often what gets you into the hospital. That's you typically see this sort of end-stage type 2 diabetics, adults who really have kind of come to the end of the pancreas working, but certainly in type 1 diabetics, where the pancreas has failed through various reasons, more commonly in kids, where you'll see that, and admitted a lot of kids over the years in the hospital with blood sugars of 1,000 or 1,300. And that's just the failure of the insulin to be produced at all. It's really not kind of in the same paradigm as we think about as adults and older folks getting insulin resistance into type 2 diabetes. So the other, the kind of the analogy or stepwise function, it is a spectrum. It's not really stages, but sometimes we like to categorize things as we kind of go through that step. So one of the other analogies that I really like is heating your house. You're running your air conditioner on a hot summer day. The stress of the situation on a hot July day at 90 degrees outside, 100 degrees outside, the house is trying to warm up. And the thermostat is set at 70, and the air conditioner is running to try and keep it at 70. The goal is to keep it at 70. So in a healthy state, if everything's working well in your body, your fasting blood sugar, your fasting glucose is going to be about 80 to 100. Give or take a little bit, and your fasting insulin is going to be around the 5 or 6 range, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. But right down there, sort of in the single digits for sure, the mid-single digits. Basically, this is indicating there's very little effort going on. So in the home analogy, thermostat set at 70, the inside temperature is 70, the unit's barely having to run. It's a pretty efficient house. Everything's working pretty well. It keeps the cool air in, works all right. As things start to decline for various reasons, maybe in the home analogy, you've opened the window, you've left the door open, the kids are running in and out all day long. And so you start to develop a little insulin resistance in the body. You still get fasting glucose in the normal range. So when you measure it, when the fasting, you don't add any food to the system, you just measure what the body is doing you get a blood sugar between 80 and 100. You start to measure the insulin has now gone up. Now it takes 10 or maybe 20 or 25 or 30 or 35 or 55 milliliters of insulin to get to that normal blood sugar. So you've got a really pronounced effect on the pancreas, working on driving that sugar back down, trying to absorb the sugar that's in the bloodstream, absorb it into the muscles, absorb it into the fat cells, absorb it into the other cells, the brain and the bones and the skin and all the body, trying to absorb that glucose. And there really just isn't room. The system's kind of full. So in our home analogy, the temperature's still set at 70, but the unit's running all the time. It's just constantly working. So in our third stage here, we start thinking about it as insulin resistance, and now you start to see some elevated blood glucose. So the fasting glucose is now above 100. This is where you go to a health screen or you go in for your annual physical and everybody says, oh, you got to keep an eye out for that blood sugar. You need to watch out. Let's check it again next year. And that's a little frustrating. And so we want to get into there and say, hey, let's change it now. Let's change it. The brakes are failing on this car. Let's change it. The air conditioning unit is failing. It's constantly running. And by analogy, the temperature in the house is not normal. So if the temperature is set at 70, the thermostat set at 70, and the inside of your house is running at 75, that's still fairly comfortable. It goes up to 80, that's still okay. I mean, you can still inhabit that home. That's not a big deal. But that's not what's supposed to happen. And so now we get to the point where the pancreas is at its end of its capacity. The engine is running as hard as it can, the unit is running as hard as it can, and it cannot keep up. And so then we get to the final stage. We call this stage diabetes. This is where you have a fasting blood sugar greater than 125. And you really have to have it on a couple occasions. It's not just one episode, it has to be fasting. So there are some nuances there. But the reality of it is that you have a blood sugar that's out of control. That's the key part. And by and large, the insulin is failing at that point. The engine that's producing insulin, the pancreas is just starting to fail, and it's just not working. We kind of know now that a lot of the cells that produce insulin they change jobs. It's not that they burn out as much as maybe they decide they don't want to do their job anymore at producing insulin. It's called dedifferentiation. So those cells, they're still living in the pancreas. They haven't died off as much, and they just say, hey, I don't like this job. It's too much work. I'm going to move over here. I'm going to do something different. And they start doing other things. And then as you start to correct this in animal models, you can definitely see these cells start to kick back in. And so it is amazing to watch this happen over time with patients. And so in our home analogy, the final step, we've got the inside temperature climbs. It's pretty uncomfortable. People don't really want to stay in that home anymore. It's getting close to the outside temperatures. The unit is working all the time, or it's overheating, stalling out. It's just constantly failing. It's time for some sort of change. This is where you start getting into thinking about medications or, all sorts of different medications out there. And many of them have a lot of really good use that are very helpful in these stages as people are getting into trouble. As we think about the 4 pillars of nutrition, exercise, sleep, and stress management, I would always add that good surgeries, good medicines are always going to be added to that when necessary, but we should always be thinking of those first 4 steps first. So how do we go about that? So if you have a functioning pancreas, if you got type 2 diabetes or insulin resistance, and we've still got some work in the pancreas, then we can control insulin primarily by diet, exercise, sleep, and peace, or stress management. So some of the basics of that with nutrition, if we've got a sugar disorder, we need to limit sugar consumption. It's really very straightforward. If you're sunburned, get out of the sun. It's very simple. It's not always hard. It's not always easy to do. Sometimes it's very hard. If you think about the basic diet, the default diet, everywhere you go, it's built around the carbohydrate of all sorts of qualities, but it's built around the sugar. So we want to make sure we're careful on that. We understand where those sugars are coming from and what can we do about it. We want to focus on getting plenty of protein. When you think about the nutrients that your body needs, protein is one of those nutrients. There are 9 amino acids that are essential amino acids that you must eat in order to survive. If you stop eating those amino acids that make up that protein, you would die of malnutrition. The same with fat. There are essential fatty acids that you've got to eat in order to survive. And if you don't eat them, you would die of malnutrition. Now, neither of those things are quick. They would take months to years, but they are requirements in much the same way that oxygen and water are requirements. Interesting though, that carbohydrates don't have
Dr.
any.
McCall, just
Yes.
a 2-minute warning.
Thank you. I
Give you a heads
appreciate that.
up.
I tend to talk too long anyway. So we
You're
want to
good.
lower those sugar contents, and there are no essential sugars that are out there. So we always want to kind of cut back on those things and realize that 0 is possible, but not always necessary. We do want to allow some fasting as well. So making sure that the pancreas has time to rest. So fasting and time restricted eating is a big part of healing. Exercise, we want to move often and regularly. We want to build lean muscle mass, so resistance training. And we do want to do some high intensity interval training, some sprint stuff. We really want to max some things out, teach the body to move. We want to sleep well. We want to have a restorative phase. Treat sleep apnea if it's there. So many people have it, and so many people don't want to talk about it, and so many people don't know it. So go looking for sleep apnea. You'll be surprised where you find it. And then understand your sources of stress, find your daily peace, all sorts of worldviews in that regard. But certainly looking for peace in a deep level and understanding how to manage that stress and being able to choose your burdens. I think about carbohydrates in 3 forms: simple sugars, common carbs, natural nutrition. Just real quickly, the majority of stuff is going to come from that middle one: bread, pasta, potato, rice, beans, corn. Nothing in the world wrong with those unless you have a metabolic disorder. And then you've got to say, those are the things that are driving my sugars. I got to manage those. So thinking about this one, this is a really big one. So I encourage everybody to go ask. I'm going to hold this up right there. So that's the Freestyle Libre. This is a continuous glucose monitor. I encourage everybody to go ask their doctor next week to get a prescription for one of these. I think that ought to be over the counter and everybody ought to have one. But a couple of years ago, I did a little blog post for my patients and ran through my own continuous glucose monitor. I did 2 weeks of a high carbohydrate diet and 2 weeks of a low carbohydrate diet, showing the daily graph of difference. And this is obviously from the high carbohydrate. So the first little graph up here on the left was a Star Crunch, you know, those little Debbies. In med school, that was my favorite 2 in the morning snack. And so obviously not a good choice. I've learned a lot since then, but I ate a lot of those in medical school. And then that morning toast and jam, and just, you can see those blood sugars, how awful they were, and really felt bad to the point where I couldn't actually kind of make myself eat another high carbohydrate lunch. And so I ate something low carb and started to feel better. As you can see, those blood sugars started getting back down into the green. This middle one, you can see how far pizza goes. So this is probably Little Joe's Pizza, if I had to guess. That's my favorite. And you can see all night long, those blood sugars are kind of just out of whack. And even 3 in the morning, we're seeing a lot of instability. Pizza is a really bad food when you're trying to manage sugars. It's a really unique thing. And then over here on this last one, you can see some breakfast, a couple eggs, a half cup of blueberries. You see a really stable blood sugar overnight in the green. You see this spike in a stressful situation, and then beef brisket and how little it impacts things. So just understanding where your sugars come from in your diet. This is a great feedback tool. It's what we use in our 12-week nutritional coaching program. And any one of my patients that comes in that wants one of these, I try and convince them to wear it for a while so they learn where their sugars are coming from. It helps them understand those things. I'm going to skip down to, if we really want to change things, I always recommend less than 60 grams per day. Some people love counting numbers, some people don't. But if you've got some metabolic issues, get under 60 grams a day and you're going to start seeing some things really change. I always got to give a disclaimer that people are on a lot of different medicines that'll affect your blood sugar, diabetes medicines and not. So if you've on some medicines, if you got some things going on, don't make any major changes without talking to the prescriber, because you really want to make sure you're doing that in conjunction. It's really common as people get better, they need a whole lot less medicine, and you got to have a guide for how to do that, a plan on how to do that. So how do you change? There's all sorts of different ways. Get a tribe, get some like-minded friends. That's key number one. Set a start day. If we can help in any way, we have some non-member services. We have obviously membership that can be helpful. We've got a coaching program. We want to help you. We'd love to help you in any way we can. But, just get around some people who are trying to make the same thing, the same choices, start counting your carbohydrates, talk to your doctor about it, get a continuous glucose monitor. You can turn it around. You can make some changes. That's my contact information. If anybody's got questions, feel free to reach out to me, give me a phone call or send me an email. Be happy to help out, point you in the right direction, do whatever I can for you. All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. McCall.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You guys, if you have any questions, wealth of information there. And I think it's one of those even things that, it wasn't until recently that I even heard the idea of reversing diabetes. Like, And I think just generally the general population is probably just not even a thought that you would consider. So yeah, reach out to Dr. McCall. Feel free to ask him questions in the chat to carry on the conversation there, the chat or the Q&A for that. And we are transitioning here. Crystal. So Crystal Goodman. So Crystal is a nutritionist. Happy to have her talking about immunity through diet and nutrition. So Crystal, the mic is yours.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can. There
Okay,
you
I
go.
was just making sure. Thank you for having me today. So like you said, I'm a nutritionist, and today I'm going to talk with you all about nutrition and immunity. So I'll kind of be going off of some of the things that Dr. McCall was talking about as well, with like carbohydrates and proteins and things. But I am going to share my screen so that you all can see it. I don't know if we have to do anything to share.
You should be good. Yep, you're
Okay.
pulling it up, and if you turn it into the present mode, we should be good. Okay, that's perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so right now with the times, especially, obviously we're still in COVID, some not as much as we were before, but this is a great time to kind of talk about immunity and keeping yourself healthy, especially with nutrition, exercise, and all of that. So the first thing you want to kind of think about is, how can I treat the underlying issue first? So it might not just be about, okay, let's mask it with medicine when we're starting to not feel well, or if we start to feel like, okay, we might be getting a cold. What is the underlying reason for this cold? So start with the inside and work your way out. So first things first is try to think about your gut health, your macronutrients, your micronutrients. So all three of those we're going to go over within the presentation today. And like I said, some of it might play off a little bit of what Dr. McCall was talking about as well. So the first thing we want to kind of touch base with is your gut health. So if you have an unhealthy gut, you can't absorb the nutrients your body needs to keep your immune system working properly. So even if I'm eating these foods that are good for me, if my body isn't digesting things well, then probably more than likely I'm not going to reap the benefits from the nutrients that are in my foods. So a couple of gut steps: prep your senses, eat slowly. Are you digesting specific macros properly? And then pre and probiotics. A lot of my clients and everything will ask me a lot about the pre and probiotics. So some of you or most of you have probably heard of what a probiotic is. And I feel like prebiotics are starting to get more popular. But basically what it is the probiotics are helping you have some good bacteria in the gut. But if we don't have prebiotics present, they're really not going to stick around too long, because the prebiotics are kind of there for their food. So that's going to help them to stick around longer and to help you maintain good gut bacteria. So that's why it's good to kind of have both. And some companies are starting to come out with some supplements that actually have both in it, which is great. But you can definitely get some prebiotics from foods like green banana, oats, some whole grains, things like that. And I can always send Mark a list of some of these as well afterwards. But prepping your senses, if you think about digestion, it really starts in the brain. So if you were to think right now about a food that you really love, you might have salivation in your mouth if you think about this food, or if you start to smell a food, if you're cooking, you might start to salivate. So what's happening is your body is already starting the digestive process by producing some of these enzymes within your saliva to help to break down the food that you're about to eat. So if I don't prep my senses and I'm, working all day and I'm just rushing to grab something to eat really quick, then more than likely I'm not going to be producing these enzymes as much as I should be to kind of help with digesting the foods. With the are you digesting some of the macros properly? The way to kind of get that under control would be, I usually send out what I call a food and mood journal to most of my clients. And so what that is it's a journal where you would write down what you ate for breakfast, and then were you in a stress state or were you in an unstressed state? Were you on the move? Were you standing up? Were you, seated and not distracted by things? How did you feel? Did you have some gut issues? Were you able to use the bathroom or were you not? So all of these things can kind of play in seeing what we might be digesting properly, or maybe even some, allergies we might have towards some foods, or in sensitivities and things like that. So it's always kind of good to think about these things? And am I eating slowly? You know, I'm sure if I asked most of you on the call, you know, do you eat your food seated and at an unstressed state and not fast? Probably most of us don't. You know, we're on the go, like I said, working most of the time all day long. And the best thing we can do sometimes is quickly eat something in like 10 or 15 minutes, which can definitely cause indigestion or improper digestion as we move down the line. So kind of think about those things next time when you're going to eat that next meal. So what to do to make your gut healthy? Prep the senses. Like I said, digestion actually starts in the brain, like I was talking about earlier. Eat slowly. So listen to what your mom said all along about eating slowly, chew up your food, because yes, we do have the stomach acids and things that help to break down food when it gets there. But the first thing we have is our teeth, which does help to really break down that food properly. And you want to make sure you're chewing it up into smaller pieces and not just swallowing these bigger pieces. Digesting your macros properly, like I was saying earlier, your proteins, your fats, your carbohydrates, they all metabolize differently and cannot be digested properly, which could cause malnutrition, which I kind of mentioned at the beginning. The pre and probiotics, like I was saying, a couple of them are listed there. Some of the prebiotic foods are there to help to feed the probiotics to keep them a little bit longer in the gut. So moving on to what macronutrients are, which probably a lot of us have heard the name. You may know what they are. Some may not know what they are. They're just your three biggest components of food. So that's your carbs, your proteins, and your fats, because the word macro means usually larger amount. So every macronutrient is not created the same. We need more of some of them than others for certain reasons and times, like when we are surrounded by viruses and illnesses. So how do you macro for immunity? So first things first, and this is kind of one that I usually touch base with most of my clients on first to get them to understand why we need these, and that's protein. So this is one of the most important macros to keep adequate for a healthy immune system. It is vital for building and repairing body tissue, to fight viral and bacterial infections. So this is one that you really should focus on, even outside of immunity in general. It's just a good one to think about when you're planning a plate, when you're going to eat that next meal. So, you know, this can be animal proteins like your chicken, your lean beef, your turkey, your fish, shellfish like shrimp and crab and things like that. Others can be like Greek yogurt, or if we're using some protein powders like whey protein, or some of the plant-based ones that are like pea protein. So kind of keep in mind that when you're building your next plate, it's important to try to find your protein first. Fats is the next one. Omega-3 fatty acids are optimal to stave off inflammation, which is what most disease and illness is caused by. So having a good amount of these healthier fats is great to help our inflammation stay, you know, at bay and down some when we're eating throughout the day. You may want to be sure to get this dietary fat, fatty fish, walnuts, flax, and chia seeds. So those are all great sources of those omega-3 fatty acids. So, you know, you can easily add in a salmon of some sort if you love salmon, or mackerel, you know, comes in cans and things like that for your fatty fish. Walnuts are great to top on, you know, your oatmeal or yogurt or cereals, or even just to eat as a snack. Flax and chia seeds are always a great option that I love to tell people to add to their smoothies. So they're going to give you a little bit of fiber in there as well, which is great for you. And then the last one is your carbohydrates. So our bodies are an amazing thing, and they sometimes do things we can't explain, but like down 2 pounds on Monday and then up 2 pounds on Wednesday, these fluctuations can change from day to day. And sometimes it can really be because of carbohydrates, which is kind of crazy to think about, but carbs really just kind of bring water into the cells as well. So if you think about like Gatorade and things like that people drink as sports drinks, a lot of times there's some sugar in there that helps to bring the fluid into the cell. But carbs are great and they are important as well. But I would say those would be the third thing on the list. If I'm building a plate, I definitely want to, you know, focus on my protein and fat first, and then I can add some of those carbs. And it's definitely important to think about what type of carbohydrates as well. And Dr. McCall kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, you know, with the CGM monitors and how, you know, our blood sugar can do so many different things with different foods that we're intaking. So if I'm eating a simple carbohydrate that has no fiber, yeah, it might satisfy me for a little bit and give me that little bit of an energy spike, but then I'm clearly going to come down off of that and it's not going to make me feel the best. So choosing some carbohydrates that have enough fiber to help me keep a balanced blood sugar is a great thing. So, using one of those CGM monitors, like he was saying, is a great way to be able to see, what foods are affecting my blood sugar and what aren't. And some people, it affects them more than others. But as a general rule, looking at the glycemic index, foods that are higher on the glycemic index are probably going to raise my blood sugar more than ones that are lower on the glycemic index. So trying to keep those lower ones. And a good rule that I kind of tell most of my clients is to try to keep your carbs, if you're getting, especially like something that's in a box or bread or something, is look at your carbs and your fiber ratio. So try to get, for every 10 grams of carbs, try to get at least 1 gram of fiber. That's going to help you choose probably the most like whole grains or the more complex carbohydrates. So it's just an easy way to kind of look at that. The next on the list is your micronutrients. So these are the smaller portions of food. So if you look at a nutrition label, most of the time you're going to see vitamin A, C, and iron and calcium on there. Sometimes they'll add some others if it's a great source of other ones. But these are ones that you're going to find, in most of our fruits, veggies, foods that have a lot of antioxidants and things. So you can use supplementation for this. But obviously, I mostly tell people, try to get it mostly from foods, but it can be a great option to add some type of a vitamin and mineral supplement to your daily routine as well. So like I said, these are the guys that are the smaller, but definitely very mighty. So we need to focus on certain ones when we come into contact with certain viruses and other common colds. A couple to mention, vitamin C is probably one that most of us automatically pops in our head, because even when you were younger, it's like, drink your orange juice. It's got the vitamin C in it if you're not feeling well. So this is a super vitamin. You can find it in other foods as well, like spinach, kale, bell peppers, Brussels sprouts, strawberries, papaya, and the list goes on and on. Vitamin E is a very powerful antioxidant that helps your body fight off infection, inflammation. This important vitamin is part of nearly 200 biochemical reactions in your body, believe it or not. So it's crucial in how your immune system functions. To get your vitamin E, you can think of high-fat plant foods such as almonds, peanuts, peanut butter, sunflower seeds, oils such as sunflower, safflower, or even soybean. Some of those I wouldn't really suggest as much as trying to add in as I would more of like the peanuts, the peanut butter, the almonds. And then hazelnuts is another great one on the list. But just remember things like Nutella, which most of us probably think of when we think of hazelnuts, pretty high in sugar. So I would choose more of like a raw hazelnut instead. Vitamin A is another great one. This is an infection fighter and comes in 2 forms. So it performs as such as in an animal food, such as fish, meat, and dairy, or from plant carotenoids. So tuna is a great source of the vitamin A. And then other colorful foods like carrots, sweet potatoes, pumpkin, butternut squash, cantaloupe, dark leafy green veggies are other great ones as well. So kind of some good ways to add some of these vitamins in without having to take all these supplements every day. Some others, vitamin D, this is known as the sunshine vitamin. So even if we, take a little walk outside or maybe sit for a little bit outside, 15 minutes a day, that's going to help to increase your vitamin D as well. It's one of the most important, powerful nutrients for supporting your immune system, believe it or not. And you can also obviously supplement with this as well if you need to. Food sources are limited, but they do include things like salmon, mackerel, tuna, sardines. So a lot of those fattier fishes are going to have some of that in there. Some of the vitamin Bs, like vitamin B9, so folate or folic acid. Folate is the natural form and folic acid is the synthetic form. So often added to foods because of its health benefits. To get more folate, you can add more beans and lentils to your plate. So especially if you're one that might be a vegan and you don't really get a lot of meats in general, you're obviously going to get a great amount of this B vitamin if you're getting a lot of those beans and lentils in the diet. as well as leafy green veggies. As you can tell, that's one that's kind of listed on a lot of these vitamins. So if you're eating those leafy greens, more than likely you're getting most of these that I'm mentioning. Avocado is another tasty source as well, you know, and a lot of us might add that as a healthy fat too on our plate. So that's a win-win there. Iron is another, this one's a mineral. So this can help your body carry oxygen to the cells. It plays a part in many of the immune system processes. It comes in different forms, so your body can more easily absorb the heme iron, which is the one you're going to find in animal sources, so things like your red meats. And then there's the non-heme iron as well, which you'll find in some of our plant sources. And then as you can see down the line here, there's some other meats too that have the heme iron, like chicken, turkey, canned sardines, oysters, clams, mussels, canned light tuna. So those are just kind of a couple to mention there. Some other, selenium's another mineral that's great, powerful, effective to the immune system. It's a great antioxidant as well. Animal foods are the best sources with the exception of Brazil nuts. So if you've ever had any of those Brazil nuts, you only need a few of those to really increase the selenium in your daily regimen. So you can kind of just have a couple of those on hand each day. It offers greater than 100% of your daily value in just one of the nuts. So like I said, you don't need many of them to really increase your selenium intake. It can be a problem if you have too much, but just really, you know, keeping a little at a time there. So seafood's another good one. Meat and liver, poultry, cottage cheese is a great option as well. Again, a lot of those meat sources. Zinc is another mineral to mention that's great for immune system. A lot of us probably think of some of those zinc products that are out in the market that we kind of reach for right when we do start to feel that common cold coming on. So it's needed for the production of new immune system cells. So it's found primarily in animal foods, but you can also find it in some vegetarian food. Oysters, crab, lean meats, and poultry are great. Some beans are great, yogurt, chickpeas. So some of those beans, again, are going to help to increase that if you're one that doesn't really like to eat meat. Some other things to mention, aside from going outside of the micronutrients that I mentioned, are called adaptogens and antioxidants. So adaptogens are non-toxic plants that are marketed as helping the body resist stressors of all kinds, whether it's physical, chemical, or biological. So these are going to be some great little things we can add in as well, like with the vitamins. Antioxidants are another great one. So these are substances that can prevent or slow damage to the cells caused by free radicals, unstable molecules that the body produces as a reaction to environmental and other pressures. So especially for someone that's like very inflamed or just thinking of inflammation in general, antioxidants are a great thing to be adding in for that. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of illness disease kind of starts with a lot of inflammation in the body. So a couple of adaptogens that I like are things like mushrooms, which I mean, like not only like your, you know, white mushrooms or button mushrooms or even like shiitake and things like that. There's other ones to mention like lion's mane, cordyceps. Those are all, you know, good adaptogens. And a lot of companies now have even come out with powders that you can actually add to hot water or to your coffee. So if you're not one that loves the taste of mushrooms, these are good options because they don't necessarily taste like you would just eat a mushroom, but it's good to kind of add in a smoothie, or like I said, you can even add to your morning coffee. Ashwagandha is a great one as well. It's great for reducing stress and kind of keeping some of that inflammation at bay. Antioxidants, I mentioned earlier, vitamin C and E, they both are great. They act as an antioxidant. Allium sulfur compounds like leeks, which are like a green onion, basically. They're in that same family. Onions and garlic. So if you're one that loves to add onions and garlic to your meals, you're already on the right track with that. Anthocyanins, those are things like eggplant, grapes, and berries. So if you think of the color of all of those, they're all that like purplish color. Even like a red cabbage is a great one to mention. Those all have the anthocyanins in them. Beta carotene, that's going to be your more orangey kind of colors. So pumpkin, mangoes, apricots, carrots, spinach, and parsley. Catechins are things like in red wine or teas, and the biggest one to mention is like a green tea. Copper is another great mineral that acts as a antioxidant. So seafood has a lot of that in there, lean meats, milk, and nuts. Another thing I like to point out to people when I talk about antioxidants is if you think about a food that smells very strong or has a very strong taste, or if you're cooking with it and it stains your fingers almost, or like your countertop might be stained. So immediately, I'm sure a lot of you, when you think of these things, you think of like a beet. Beets are very purplish red. So when we're cooking with those, they're usually, our fingers might get that color. Or let's say we drank a beet juice, probably our tongue is very bright red or like a purplish color. Same with like a turmeric, a great antioxidant for inflammation. And what is it? It's very brightly orange, and it adds orange color to like curry or even some mustards and things. So it's also another one that would stain your fingers if you're cooking with it, and it has a very strong taste. Same with like garlic and onion. They're a very strong smell and taste. So a lot of antioxidant foods have those qualities, whether it's just a very strong smell, a taste, or the color, and that it might stain things or turn things very brightly colored. One to mention that
About 2 minutes left, Crystal.
Okay, sorry.
That's right. You're good.
So last thing really to mention that goes along with nutrition for most of us in general, if you've already started a program where you're moving and exercising, you probably put nutrition along with that. Working out is great for immunity. That's going to help us to kind of ward off some of these disease and illness as well. So because exercise increases blood and lymph flow as your muscles contract, it also increases the circulation of immune cells, making them roam the body at a higher rate and at higher numbers. So definitely get to move in. I feel like also if I move for the day, I just feel better about my day, even if it's just taking the dog on a walk. I just have a better mindset for the day, and I've gotten my body moving around. And then on the opposite side of that is think about your sleep. Sleep provides essential support to this immune system. Getting sufficient hours of high quality sleep enables a balanced immune defense that features strong innate and adaptive immunity, efficient response to vaccines, and less severe allergic reactions. So I know I can kind of think of a time when there's been days, I might not get a lot of sleep, and I can definitely feel it the next day, not just feeling like lethargic, but I may start to feel like, oh, I might be coming down with something, so I've really taken note of my sleep here lately. I got one of those Whoops that you wear around your wrist, and I like to use it because it tracks, your sleep, and it'll tell you how well you slept, how many disturbances you had, your latency, meaning like how long it took you to fall asleep. So a great little tool to kind of use and check in with your sleep. So last little thing here, researchers have found that during nightly sleep, certain components of the immune system actually rev up. So for example, there's an increased production of cytokines associated with inflammation. This activity appears to be driven both by sleep and by circadian rhythm, which is the body's 24-hour internal clock. So that's what I have for that. So basically, along with nutrition, all of the things I'd mentioned are very good for keeping our immunity high, but also incorporating the movement aspect of it. And then also incorporating sleep as well.
Awesome, Crystal. Thanks for sharing. If people are interested in having you help them or getting some more information from you, do you want to share the best way to do that?
Yeah. So, and I can also send you like the information in email if you want to send it out too, but sure. You can contact me. My email address is cleanitupnutrition, and clean is with a K, at Gmail. Or I'm on Instagram a lot too. I share a lot of things on there where I'll share like recipes and just like tips and tricks on nutrition a lot. And that's The Clean Nutritionist, and it's clean with a K as well. And then my website's just cleannourish.com, and cleans with a K.
Awesome. Well, feel free to put that in the chat bar here. And guys, we'll be sending out the replay too with all this information, contact information for all our speakers. And if they have any kind of getting started specials, coupons, vouchers, or just kind of the next step, if you feel like you could utilize their expertise, their assistance, then we'll be sending that out. So be on the lookout for email probably early next week once we get all that out. But thank you, Crystal, so much for coming on.
Thank you.
And sharing with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. So next up, we have Dr. Kevin Bell. So Kevin is he's a dentist. He is my brother-in-law. He's actually they're moving up here to him and his family. Their 5 kids moving up to Knoxville. He's piping in from Jacksonville, Florida. Is that right where you are, Kevin?
Yeah, we call it St. Augustine, but Jacksonville,
that's right.
St. Augustine.
Yeah.
It's kind of, we're on the bubble between the two.
That's right. So he's a dentist going to be sharing about oral health. So the floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, just got to get set up here and share my screen. All right. Okay. Well, good morning, Knoxville, or good afternoon as we're approaching here from sunny St. Augustine, Florida. I hope everybody's doing well today, and I'm excited for the chance to talk to you about oral health and just some of the ways that oral health can affect overall health. And there's a key link or a key component between oral health and overall health. Kind of a peripheral area of dentistry, but that the link between those two is kind of centers around inflammation. So I'm going to be approaching it from that standpoint. Just a little bit of background about me. Okay, there we go. So me and my wife, Mary Ellen, of over 18 years, and then our 5 kids here. This picture was taken last Memorial Day. I was just coming back from a deployment. And I am a dentist in the Navy. I was on a ship for the last 2 years, and the picture on the right is a picture of me on the ship, and this is in Suda Bay, Crete, and that's my dental that's where my dental practice was at the time. I've only been a dentist in the Navy so far. I've only been a dentist for about 4 years, and the population that I served on the ship was about 1,500 Marines and sailors. And serving on a ship was kind of like being a small town dentist. Only the town's floating about 1,000 miles out to sea. The majority of the patients that I see are generally healthy, but some struggle with oral health. And in my practice, I strive to emphasize the importance of developing healthy habits, healthy oral habits early, because poor oral health habits tend to take their toll later in life. Think about a 20-year-old. 20-year-old is likely going to need their teeth for the next 60 years. So the way that the habits they start when they're 20 is going to have a big impact on them, definitely much later in life. And establishing this understanding of oral health as early as possible helps to prevent tooth decay and gum disease that can lead to missing teeth and then have systemic effects as well. So today, just some of the things we're going to cover: disease-free teeth and gums, and what disease-free teeth and gums look like, diseased teeth and gums, some of the systemic illnesses most commonly affected by poor oral health, and then the ways these interactions take place and how oral hygiene can affect systemic inflammation. So in order to understand the disease state of teeth and gums, it's important to understand what constitutes healthy teeth and gums. So here we see disease-free teeth and gums. We got, light pink gums. There's the gums are bound tightly to the teeth and bone underneath. And we also know that there's a lack of inflammation and swelling and redness and bleeding. All those would be signs of disease. And just kind of go over some of the structures of teeth, because I think this is important. So here is a cross section on the left of the tooth, and teeth they're situated in bone. They're attached to the bone with a ligament, and then surrounding the teeth and the bone is gum tissue. And the place where the gum tissue comes up around the tooth is this gingival cuff, or the technical term is sulcus, what is called a cuff. It's kind of like a turtleneck that goes around the tooth. And it's important to note that in this area right here, there are cells that are capable of a robust immune response. And those cells are vital to host defense against any kind of bacterial challenge. And we'll kind of talk about some of the challenges that we can have and where that comes into play right here. And that gum part of the tooth. Okay, most diseases of teeth and gums have the same basic origin. It's bacterial plaque. The mouth contains significant diverse bacteria that consume some of the same foods that you do, and they produce, among other things, this sticky white substance called plaque. And this is a film that you seek to remove every time you brush and floss. Now, if you take your finger and run along your tooth right before you brush, you're probably going to scrape some of this off. This plaque can cover the teeth, but it most likely extends up underneath the gums as well. And so the picture on the left here, we contrast that with the depiction of teeth and gum health. On the left, we see on the teeth, you can kind of see that sticky white substance. And then we also look at the gums. They look more puffy than the ones on the right. And then we also see this red line right here where the teeth meet the gums. And that's in that cuff area we kind of talked about earlier. So as dental plaque builds, that sticky white stuff, the minerals found in saliva can cause the plaque to harden and adhere to the teeth. We call this tartar or plaque. Now, or tartar or calculus. Plaque can be removed by brushing and flossing, but calculus has to be removed with special instruments by a dental professional like a dental hygienist or in some cases a dentist. And as calculus and plaque accumulate, they're colonized by more and more harmful bacteria. So as this kind of calculus grows, it can, it's not just inert, it has something living in it, and that's bacteria. And I think one of the best kind of analogies for what this is like is an anthill. Well, first we'll say the plaque and calculus can be removed and have healthy teeth underneath the plaque and calculus. And then this picture on the right is a picture immediately after a cleaning, and we see the calculus is gone, and the gum tissue begins to return to health. Now it's still a little inflamed, and we've got some red, some bleeding there and things. But in a matter of a couple of days, this will all heal up, and as long as this patient is brushing and flossing, this gum tissue can heal up to the point where it looks healthy, like the other picture we saw of gum health. So one of the things I really enjoy about working in the mouth is it's very well perfused, a lot of blood vessels in the mouth, and things heal very, very quickly in the mouth, and it's a pretty amazing place to work. So a good analogy for how plaque and calculus and bacteria build is an anthill. When we think about an anthill, it's not just this mound of dirt or sand. There's something living inside of it, and the same thing is true with the calculus building on the teeth. There's bacteria inside of there, and for some people the anthill is small, and some people allow maybe they don't visit the dentist often enough, and things can build pretty big. But in both of these cases, there's bacteria inside of there. So a great analogy for how disease gums work is a splinter in the finger. So if you have a splinter in your finger, it gets red, inflamed, and swollen. It can be painful, and it may bleed easily. And this is because of the body's protective inflammatory response. The same thing is true with gums. So when bacteria, plaque, and calculus remain under the gums because of insufficient brushing and flossing, or maybe not visiting the dentist, the body can mount a potent immune response that involves inflammation. And the same inflammation process that occurs with the splinter in the hand also occurs with the gums when plaque isn't removed. So the gums around the teeth can even become ulcerated. And in cases of severe periodontitis or gum disease, that the total surface area of ulceration can be up to the size of the palm of your hand. Now that would be a significant ulceration anywhere else on your body. And inflammation of this magnitude can have systemic effects, as well as increasing pro-inflammatory factors and dispersing bacteria from this area to other parts in the body. And so gum disease comes in two different varieties. On the left, we have gingivitis. So we've got the tooth and the gums, and gingivitis is inflammation of the gums around the tooth, and that can happen from bacteria and plaque and calculus, like we talked about. It can also happen if you have, popcorn kernel or something like that stuck between your teeth, maybe a piece of beef jerky that's been there for a day or two. The body's going to mount an inflammatory response to that and cause it to get red and inflamed. Now, if inflammation sticks around for a while, like if the teeth don't get cleaned regularly, then the body, in a state of chronic inflammation, the body upregulates these systems that cause bone to actually go away or dissolve. And that's periodontitis. So 2 forms of gum disease, gingivitis on the left, periodontitis on the right. Gingivitis is reversible. So if you clean that area up, much like taking a splinter out of the hand, the body's going to revert back to health in a non-inflamed state. But periodontitis is not reversible from the standpoint that the body's not going to replace bone. If you have bone loss from periodontitis, the body's not going to put that back. It's a big difference between those two. So periodontal disease is an inflammatory disease. It's initiated by pathogenic bacteria and the byproducts they produce. And then the bacteria found in the gums in patients with periodontitis provides a significant, persistent challenge to the host that's met with a potent inflammatory response. Inflammation is a major mechanism for many systemic diseases, among those mentioned here. Studies regarding cardiovascular disease and some reproductive disease and metabolic diseases can be affected by poorly controlled periodontal disease. Although gum disease is a local bacterial infection that causes localized inflammation, depending on the severity of this disease, the localized inflammation in bacteria can have effect at distant sites because inflammatory factors in bacteria can travel through the blood and the blood vessels surrounding the gums to distant sites. So coronary heart disease has traditional risk factors like smoking and cholesterol imbalance and high cholesterol and things like that. But these things don't explain every instance of coronary heart disease. And so researchers have looked for other possible associations. Excessive inflammation contributes in part to the progression of coronary heart disease. So with coronary heart disease, you have these risk factors. You may get, and some of these risk factors result in maybe some kind of damage to the inside lining of the blood vessel, and the body, presents an inflammatory response to that injury, and this kind of cycle continues, injury and inflammatory response, and eventually you may get some buildup of fatty tissue and like fibrous tissue inside the blood vessel. The blood vessel narrows, and then you have restricted blood flow, and eventually you may have pieces of this fibrous tissue breaking off and causing problems downstream. So inflammation is a part of this, and so in multiple systematic reviews, research has demonstrated that poor gum health and coronary heart disease and disease outcomes are related in such a way that increasing severity of gum disease was related to increased chances of coronary heart disease. In another study, DNA from oral bacteria were found within the plaques that thicken these atherosclerotic vessels. So I don't want you to get me wrong here. I'm not telling you that gum disease causes coronary heart disease. That's far from the truth. I would say research has revealed some evidence that it can contribute to, and then some oral bacteria DNA have been found in these plaques that result in atherosclerosis. A suggested mechanism of interaction between gum disease and coronary heart disease is inflammation, because some of the same inflammatory markers that can cause coronary heart disease are increased by severe gum disease, and by the same token, decreasing severe gum disease can also reduce these associated inflammatory markers. Additionally, type 2 diabetes is a reversible systemic disease that can affect the body's ability to heal itself and can result in exaggerated inflammatory response due to higher than normal amounts of sugar circulating in the blood. Gum disease, as we've discovered, is also pro-inflammatory and can affect systemic inflammation as well. There's many studies that have looked at the relationship between diabetes and gum disease, and 2 questions that researchers have looked at are: does the presence of periodontal disease affect the metabolic state of diabetic patients? And does a reduction of bacteria and inflammation from periodontal disease have a measurable effect on reducing the blood sugar? Some studies have demonstrated that patients with severe gum disease and poorly controlled type 2 diabetes have a small improvement in blood sugar levels just through dental deep cleaning alone. The greatest improvement in this glycemic control is noted in patients that have severe diabetes or maybe uncontrolled diabetes and severe gum disease. While the effect was statistically significant, it's clinically kind of small on the level of 10% or so. But what it likely demonstrates is that improvements in oral health can have a benefit to overall health. And the mechanism for improvement is most likely just the reduction in systemic inflammation. What's more important for diabetics, though, is that the need for good oral health maintenance. So if diabetes or uncontrolled diabetes results in poor wound healing and a greater systemic state of inflammation, then the body reacts to this bacterial challenge in the mouth. Diabetics have a harder time maintaining gum health. Women who are pregnant have certain hormones and growth factors circulating in their blood that cause the body to increase the production of soft tissue and blood vessels. And this is what we'd expect, given that the woman's body was designed to develop a highly vascularized membranous sac in which to nurture a child. And because these factors are circulating in her blood, pregnant women's gums have a greater response to bacteria and plaque than people who are not pregnant. So this can lead to greater inflammation in the gums and even some growths on the gums specifically associated with pregnancy. So pregnant women especially should pay close attention to good oral health care because they're more susceptible to gum disease. Low birth weight infants, that's those weighing less than 5 pounds and 5 ounces at birth, they're 40 times more likely to have complications than normal birth weight infants. And factors such as smoking and alcohol and inadequate prenatal care, things like hypertension, young or old age, things like these can all increase the risk of preterm low birth weight delivery. However, these risk factors are not present in about a fourth of preterm low birth weight cases. And this resulted in a continued search for other causes. There are two major pathways that disease may be associated with low birth weight pregnancy. One would be a direct path in which oral microorganisms from the mouth can disseminate to the fetal placental unit through the blood. And then another would be just in general increased inflammation in the body that kind of overflows into the system and can affect the fetal placental unit. Some studies have shown a connection between low birth weight occurrence and periodontal disease, and they've also shown a connection between periodontal treatment and other lower rates of low birth weight babies. So why do we talk about those three things? I don't think that poor oral health, I haven't seen a good link between poor oral health and some of these systemic diseases in a way that poor oral health causes systemic diseases. But knowing the potential relationships between periodontal disease and systemic health, requires us to recognize the mouth as one of the many interrelated organ systems. So a palm-sized infection on the leg of a pregnant woman would be a major concern both to the patient and to the healthcare provider, given potential negative consequences of an infection like this. In the same way, get a diabetic with a large ulcer that was had pus and infection in it, we would be concerned about that. Well, periodontal infection is very similar, or it's a very bad periodontal infection is similar. And periodontitis is a bacterial infection that can result in severe inflammation, and it can involve the spread of microorganisms and inflammatory products throughout the body. But periodontitis tends to be a silent disease until destruction from the disease results in symptoms in the mouth. most patients don't recognize the potential infection that could exist within the mouth. While research shows that poor dental health is associated with a varied and growing number of systemic diseases, it hasn't yet proven to cause any of these diseases. Rather, dental disease may be just indicators of general health practices. For example, periodontal disease and coronary heart disease are both related to lifestyle and share numerous risk factors like smoking and diabetes and low socioeconomic status. The research doesn't support periodontal disease as a cause for any of these systemic diseases we've discussed today, but the evidence is compelling for periodontal disease to be a contributing factor. So what I would think, I think of how periodontal disease affects systemic, systems in disease. I think about it as a cup and a bucket. So periodontal disease with bacteria and inflammation can add to systemic inflammation. Does it cause any of these diseases? No. Can it worsen the disease? I think that the evidence is compelling from what I've seen that it can contribute to these diseases. Likewise, and I think even more important, the reduction, eradication of periodontal disease can reduce systemic inflammation, and I think that's an important point. So, what can we do with this information? Probably what you already know what to do, but with a greater awareness for the implications of systemic health. Before dental school, I'll be honest, I didn't floss every day as I should have. I knew it was important, but I didn't completely understand why. But after I was exposed to information like this, I understood, that how gum disease and periodontal disease can affect the rest of the body. My habits change permanently. And my hope is that knowing why these habits are important could lead to better oral health and in some way better overall health for you as well. So that's all I have for you today. I thank you for your time and attention. I'll take any questions you have down in the chat box below. Have a great day, and I wish you all fantastic health.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bell, for bringing us information about oral health. And yeah, if you want to leave any other contact information too with, I guess, Chesney Dentistry or yourself with extra questions, then please do so there in the chat bar. You guys feel free to ask questions here in the chat bar in regards to Dr. Bell's presentation. And we're going to be moving on here. Just if you're coming on, if you come on kind of over the course of the morning. So we have Lee Martin coming on next. And then Dr. Deborah Durst, and then we had to realign a little bit of the lineup. So Dr. Jaron Dinsky will be talking about sleep. He'll be coming on at the end at 1:15. So just a little schedule change. But up next, we got Lee Martin. Lee, so Lee is a local guy here. He's done a whole lot of endeavors, and his most recent endeavor is helping to promote pickleball in the area. And so he's one of the owners of the Pavilion of Pickleball that started up, I guess, a little under 2 years ago. If I'm if I get you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's fully designated pickleball center over in Cedar Bluff area. Lee is going to tell us a little bit about pickleball, getting started, some tips. Lee, thank you for coming on, and the floor is yours.
You bet. Thank you, Dr. Chesney, and thanks for putting all this together. Let me see if I can go ahead and start a little bit of a presentation here. Give me just a moment. All right. Now, you see my share or not?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
You should.
Yep. Share first.
Yeah. Hit the green share button on the Zoom platform.
Gotcha. Boom.
There you go. It's pulling up. Yep.
All right. Bingo. Well, it's easy to say why pickleball after I hear all of these presentations that say move. My challenge with moving is I don't like to run, I don't like to lift, but dadgum, I love playing pickleball. So what I really want to share with you today is just the thought process of why pickleball related to health, particularly health with seniors, and but really health with anybody, because this is just a great game. So where I'm headed with you today in the next 20 minutes is, what is pickleball? Give you a brief history of the game, a little bit of the general idea of how you play, and a couple of the key rules, some of the things that make the game so much fun for so many people. Then we'll talk about why pickleball, a little bit of the physical baseline, what kind of physical health you have to be in to just start this, and what does it do for your physical health over time. Some of the exercise parameters, and then a little bit on the mental and emotional components of the game, because pickleball is a whole body game. It's not just a physical, tremendous amount of mental activity on the game. Just keeping score is a mental activity, and also a lot of emotional positives as far as meeting people, staying healthy, staying vertical, etc. Then if I hooked you just a little bit, we'll talk about getting started in pickleball. Starter lessons, where you can play in Knoxville, some of the things you can do in your garage, in your cul-de-sac, in your neighborhood, and then some of the basic costs of equipment, et cetera, and be glad to answer any questions as we go forward. So that's where I'm going. A little bit of a brief history of the game. It started with the Pritchard family in Washington State on vacation. There were 3 families together, and the kids got bored. So they started digging stuff out of the garage. There happened to be a badminton court in the backyard. They found a tennis net and a wiffle ball, and started to make up a game. This was about 60 years ago in the early 1960s. The neat thing about the game is it's just a mixture of so many different sports. The court is the size of a badminton court. The net is a tennis net about 2 inches lower. It uses a wiffle ball from your childhood. The nice thing about a wiffle ball is you can hit it really hard and it doesn't hurt anybody. It scores like volleyball in a way. You only score when you're serving, or at least like volleyball used to be. It plays with an oversized ping pong paddle. So it's a mix of a lot of different pieces. And as a result, it draws players from a lot of different games, from tennis, from racquetball, from ping pong, volleyball, soccer, handball, badminton, you name it. If you played a game with a ball, you can pick up pickleball in about 2 hours and be playing to such a level that you're super enjoying it. And I think that's the reason it's the fastest growing sport in America. You can learn it really fast, but it takes a long time to become an expert. Then there's the story of the name. I'm going to give you the urban legend and the truth. The urban legend is that they stole the ball from their dog named Pickles. That became an urban legend because the dad went on a radio program a couple of years later, made up the story and said, hey, it was Pickles' ball, so we named the game Pickleball. The truth is that the mom named the sport. It was in crewing country out in the Northwest. And when a crew comes for a competition, they bring an extra person or two in case somebody pulls a muscle or gets sick. And they make up an extra boat out of all of the leftovers from the different competing teams. It's called the pickle boat. So since pickleball was made up of so many leftovers from so many sports, the mom said, we just got to call it pickleball. One thing about it is you can't get too serious if you're playing a game called pickleball. So it's just for fun. In fact, the number one rule, the number one law of pickleball is have fun. There's lots of things you can do with your time. You might as well be enjoying it. And it's a great game to have fun because it's fast and strategic, and you get to meet people at all sorts of levels. The rules for the game make for a game within a game. First of all, it's fast to learn. It's an underhand serve. I came over from tennis. My tennis serve took me 2 years to learn. My pickleball serve took me 10 minutes to learn. It's fast to play. It's like playing ping pong, but this table has been stretched and you're standing on the table. The game within the game is caused by something called the non-volley zone. It is the kitchen. It's 7 feet from the net. You can't stand in that area and volley the ball. You have to let it bounce. And as a result, there's this game of patience and touch within the game of strength and hitting the ball hard. And the touch is just as important, if not more so, than the strength. But the patience and picking the right shot is even more important. That's what makes this an intergenerational game. I love playing it with my son-in-law, daughters, and son-in-laws and daughters over holidays and things, because there's nothing like a mid-60-year-old guy beating a 30-year-old. I mean, there's nothing like it, but it's fun because the gals can play with us, the guys can play together. I can play with a 10-year-old and have just as much fun as playing with an 80-year-old. And part of that is because it is a mental game. It requires a positioning and reflexes as well as skill on the shots. And one gentleman who is a national champion put it, it's chess on a court. The physical and mental basics of the game. Physically, if you're a fast walker with some balance, you can play pickleball. You don't have to be a super sprinter. Most of the points are played within about 3 steps, but you put in a ton of steps. We've actually had an exercise physiologist who's got a PhD do a story and a paper on it. He measured 20 people playing pickleball for an hour and a half and found that you get over 6,000 steps. That's a pretty good way towards your daily balance. And if you're playing at a good level, you will work up a quick sweat. It's not an easy game as far as your ping pong. You don't get a ton of exercise. Tennis, you get a good bit of exercise. You get as much exercise in pickleball as tennis, believe it or not, because the points are much longer and many more smaller steps within pickleball. On the mental and it's an addictive game. We have people at the pop that are there 5, 6, 7 times a week, and they're just loving it, enjoying it. And I've had people that haven't exercised in 20 years coming back and doing stuff. And that first day, they've got a series of aches and pains. By the time they've done it 3 or 4 times, they are loving it. On the mental side, the scoring tries the memory. It's my score, your score, and who serves. And that who serves part makes your memory stretch just a little bit. But also on the mental side, it's a strategic game. You don't win by power, you win by cunning. And that makes you quickly recognize each position, each shot. Shot selection is so important, but you have to do it within a half second because that ball's upon you. So it very much is a mental game as much as a physical game. I like the emotional side, though. I've met so many people in the last year and a half at the Pavilion of Pickleball. It is very much a social game because you're only 7 feet away from your partner and 14 feet away from your opponent. And one of the interesting things about the way this game is constructed is it's really okay to hit your opponent with the ball. The wiffle ball does not hurt, but you win the point if you hit them before they hit it. So there's a lot of strategy of surprise in the game. And that usually ends up with some chuckles. But it also can end up with they block it back and they get you before you were ready. Remember that first rule of pickleball, have fun. And it is competitive, but it's not super serious. I played tennis a lot. The tennis games, to play a match in tennis takes an hour and a half and you get pretty serious about it. A pickleball game is about 12 minutes. A match is 2 out of 3. So you get a match done in 30 minutes. And sometimes you'll play 2 or 3 matches and you even forget what your score was in the first one. It's just about being out there, being active and enjoying people. So you want to play? Well, there's a number of ways to get started in the area. First of all, we do a boot camp for beginners and summer camp for kids too at the Pavilion of Pickleball. It's in West Knoxville, right behind Catholic High School. And it's really starter lessons. If you have never had a paddle in your hand, that's okay. If you play just a little bit but in the neighborhood, but you want to make sure you know the rules, that's fine too. But we go from beginning to how to hold a paddle. We'll let you borrow a paddle and balls to how you hit a serve, how you hit a return to serve, and strategically what you're trying to do on those points. We'll take you into the third shot drop, into the volley, into the dink. We play a little game called the dink game. We play a little game called skinny singles. And then we teach you how to score the real game, which takes the last, by the 2 hours, the first 2 hours you're playing, by the third hour, you're on court, learning how to score, learning where to stand, why to stand there, and what the strategy of the game is. So there's a phone number there, 249-7716, if you want to sign up for one of our 9 to 12 on Saturday morning pickleball boot camps. And part of my goal in starting this whole thing is I'd love to teach all of Knoxville how to play pickleball because I think it's a gift to them. Where do you play in Knoxville? There's public courts at West Hills Elementary that are usually very busy on the weekends. There's courts at a number of the public parks. And there's also a number of clubs in the area. TTCA, Fort Sanders Health and Fitness, Peninsula Club, Cherokee, Fox Den, all have pickleball courts, some of them marked on their tennis courts. And they have people that can instruct you and help you with your pickleball game, amongst other places. So there's a number of places to play in Knoxville if you want to get started. But some of the most fun places to play are in the cul-de-sac in your neighborhood. You can get a portable net for about $115, $120 that you pack in a suitcase, and you can set up in about 2 minutes. You can tape off a court, and just enjoy it with your neighbors. You can also tape off a 3-foot high area in your garage on a flat floor, 7-foot area for the kitchen, and actually work into the practicing your dink, practicing your basic shots. So that's a $10 court with some painter's tape, and it won't hurt your walls as long as you keep clean balls and not muddy balls. The portable net and tape off the driveway, probably can do that for about $150 if you're counting the tape cost. The paddles are something pretty simple, but I would say to you, if you buy a paddle that's less than about $40, you're going to get a piece of plywood that you really won't like. Good paddles start at about $70 and can go up to as much as $200, but they last too. There's no strings that you have to get restrung periodically. They'll last a couple of years, and then they might get a little bit dead on you. Selkirk makes a great paddle. So does Prince and Penn, and there's a number of paddle companies. You can get paddles at Dick's Sporting Goods. You can order them off of Amazon. You can also stop by the Pavilion of Pickleball. The balls are kind of interesting. I have an indoor ball, the orange one. Notice it has larger holes, and it's a little bit softer. It doesn't hit as hard, so it won't skip off of a flat surface, off of a wooden floor like a gymnasium or a concrete floor that's not finished roughly. This is an outdoor ball. Has 40 holes, not 20 holes. It's light. It's a teeny bit lighter. You can curve it more. You can make it jump more. And but the balls, unlike tennis balls, you can use a ball like this for probably a month of play. You can probably play with this 8, 10, 12, 14 matches. This ball will break. The hard hitters can break these after maybe 3 or 4 matches. Balls are about $2.50 each, quantity 1. If you get them in large quantity, you can get them for about $2 each. So honestly, pickleball is not a very expensive sport to either get started in nor to play regularly. Unlike golf, where I can lose my month's wages in balls in about a week. So so be it, and greens fees and things like that. But it really is a fun game, easy to get started, and frankly, in one day you can be playing this game. In 2 or 3 days, you can be beginning to play it at a reasonable level. Here's my little, I call it a Martinizing. This is my chart of what happens in the learning curve. A couple of things. Going up the vertical axis are skills that you learn over time. And you'll notice that we get from a novice to a beginner level in that first 3 hours. You learn the grip, the serve, the return of serve, the non-volley zone, the basic rules, how to score the game, how to dink. And then you begin to develop this drop shot touch. The touch takes the time. As you play and practice over the first month or so, you begin to understand the value of an overhead, an offensive lob, and half volley drop shots and some backspins. And then over time, you get just a little more aggressive. There are even shots called the ATP, the around the post. When somebody hits a stiff angle to you, you can actually reach out there and hit it past the post to the other side, which is almost always a winner. A lot of fun. If you want to learn more about pickleball, you can go on the YouTube. YouTube has all sorts of both instruction, basic little 5-minute segments on how to serve or how to return serve, how to play the game, some of the strategies, and then many of the recent professional, and there are professional pickleball players, believe it or not, many of the recent professional tour tournaments are on YouTube. And so you can watch some of the best. There's a mother-daughter pair called the Waters, Anna Lee and Leah Waters. She is 14 or maybe 15 now. The mom is about 40, and they are in the top 5 women's doubles nationwide, making pretty good money at this. A great little kid to show your child or your grandchild, hey, this is a game for everybody. And it's amazing how well they play together as mother and daughter. It's just a neat story. But you can learn as much as you want on YouTube and take a look at the game and all of that in its basics. So the Pavilion of Pickleball is located right behind the football field at Catholic High School in West Knoxville off of the Cedar Bluff Road, Racket Club Lane. Cedar Bluff Racket Club, the tennis club, has been there for about 40 years, and we are just right behind them. We share the parking lot with them. We have drop-ins that let you play at level. Pickleball is a level base, very much like USTA tennis. You start out at a 2.0. Once you learn the rules and things, you're pretty much a 2.5. When you start getting a serve that goes in most of the time and begin to understand some of the strategies, you're at a 3.0 level. Third shot drop and some athleticism, you can get from a 3.0 to a 3.5 to 4.0. And then when you get to 4.5 and 5.0, you better be super athletic. And that's where my youngsters are. We got a group of 25 to 30-year-olds that come out on Thursday nights, and they really hit the ball hard and also have good touch games. So it's a game for everybody. We have a website, pavilionofpickleball.com, where you can see some of the things, see more pictures of the facilities. One of the pictures there that I'm showing you, we actually had the number 2 and number 6 women in the world play an exhibition with us when we first opened against 2 of our best guys. It was kind of neat to see the banter on that, the power and the finesse of that kind of game. We have had the number 1 senior, Scott Moore, teach clinics. He'll be back sometime in October with us again this year. The number 2 overall, Riley Newman, has also done clinics at the Pavilion of Pickleball. And you really learn a lot of the nuance of the game from these folks that play it all the time and really understand the details. More information at pavilionofpickleball.com. Our phone number there, 249-7716. You can sign up for our beginner lessons, or we also have instructors that will teach you at different levels depending on what your needs are. So Dr. Chesney, I'd be glad to take a couple of questions if there are questions. And thank you very much for pulling all of this together.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for sharing, Lee. And yeah, guys, we got a few extra minutes here before we're going to be coming on with Dr. Durst. So yeah, if you guys have any questions here, feel free to tap into the chat bar, and Lee can expound on any more. If people need to take a quick stretch break, we got 2 more sessions coming up to wrap up the Knoxville Health and Wellness Expo. Looks like you got a fantastic comment from Pete. Fantastic sport, Mr. Martin. Great tips and info. Thank you. So yeah, you guys, you know, we work with a lot of pickleball players, and have a vested interest in the sport, and have started playing more recently too. And I'll tell you, it really is a whole lot of fun. They have a lot of easy ways just to get started. Even if you don't have a partner, you can just show up at certain events that they have. It's really well organized over at the Pavilion of Pickleball. And I mean, they got equipment for you, paddles, and I mean, you just have to show up, right, Lee?
We've got a great tournament coming up too. The World Pickleball Tour will be in Knoxville April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. This is a group out of Cincinnati that has planned 8 different venues around the country. They're going from Las Vegas to Miami, and we're kind of in the heartland here in the middle. There's a $5,000 purse for different age groups and different levels of play. So a little bit of jingle on the line there, and we expect to see some really good players. We got folks coming from multiple states here to Knoxville to play pickleball.
Nice. Will that event like bring, I mean, professional level players out, or I'm sure some high level players?
I think there'll be high level players. I don't know if we'll have any pros there, but
okay. But definitely high level if you want to see.
Definitely high level. Yes, it'll be a good tournament for sure. We got over 150 people signed up currently, and that's going to be a full roster to have a great 3 days of pickleball.
Yeah, awesome. Well, yeah, and Lee's and definitely an expert in the sport, not just in teaching it, but also playing it too. Just brought home some hardware from the Senior Olympics. So we have, yeah, just honor to have Lee helping to be an ambassador for the game of pickleball. So you guys reach out to him. Check out.
That
go
is
ahead.
Another area, John Mark. Senior Olympics are great if your audience is 50 or over. They have level based. They have everything from of course, pickleball, basketball, volleyball, team sports, tennis, golf, individual sports, etc. And they do it by region, by state, and by national. So I've won the East Tennessee and the state, headed to nationals here in about a month for pickleball, and it's age related every 5 years. So I'm over 65, so I'm in the 65 to 70 classification. So I'm not playing the 30-year-olds at that level, but it's just great. It's just a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for sharing, Lee. Feel free to, yeah, you guys want to carry on any other comments, questions, to use the chat bar for that. And we'll be transitioning here with Dr. Durst, Deborah Durst. Dr. Durst, if you're here, I'm looking for your name in the online. I don't see you. If you are, even comment in the chat bar. I'm looking for you if I need to promote you to a presenter. I'm not sure if I'm just missing over your name or if, but let me know if that is the case. We're looking here. I see Dr. Densky. We got you back. So we may even with you here, we'll see if Dr. Durst comes on here in the next minute. If not, Dr. Densky, would you want to come on if we're missing Dr. Durst?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
If she just let me know.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking out for her. We'll give her another minute, and if she's coming on late or something, we could switch her to the last one. So, because I'm not seeing her yet, so we'll give her another minute to come on. But we got either Dr. Densky here talking about sleep, improving your sleep, or hopefully we'll get both of them on here. Dr. Durst is scheduled for Revitalize Your Look, Your Health, and Your Sex Life. So, but I'm not seeing her on yet. Dr. Durst, if you're here, just comment in the chat bar. Let me know if I need to promote you to presenter. But I don't see you yet. Okay, well, why don't we do this? I may have to reach out to her, see if she got confused with her time too. You're not the only one, Dr. Densky. So, so yeah, I'm glad that you hopped on now. It's gonna all work out in the end. So, what if we just, yeah, we'll
Yeah, that'd be great.
bump you up a slot. So yeah,
All
Dr. Jaron Densky, welcome to the Knoxville Health and Wellness Expo. So we've got a pleasure to meet Dr. Densky just recently, and he's joined the practice of East Tennessee ENT consultants, and is bringing a specialty to their group that I know they're really excited about. And so excited about him coming on to share about his expertise in sleep, so that you guys can yeah, benefit from having his knowledge and training here in the Knoxville area. So Dr. Densky, go ahead and take us away.
All right, appreciate it, Dr. Chesney. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Do you got it? Can I share mine? I'm trying to. It says disabled.
Hold on a second. I see Dr. Durst actually just came on.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, if you want to back up, I don't mind.
Okay. Let's hold on one second. She just came on. I hate to kind of go back and forth, but she's just
That's fine. Yeah.
okay. Why don't we do that since she is on now? All right, Dr. Durst, I'm promoting you to a panelist. It'll just take a second. And then we'll come back and we'll finish with Dr. Densky. All right. It'll just be a second. Promote to panelist. Hey, Dr. Durst.
Hey there.
Hey, I'm making you a co-host.
Okay.
All right, so you should be good now. If you
And if you guys wanted to continue, that's okay.
okay.
'Cause I was getting situated in Atlanta, just arrived, so I would be fine.
Okay, well, let's do that then. If you're kind of getting set up,
Yeah,
you can take your time and you can come on in about 25 minutes.
Okay, sounds perfect.
Okay. All right,
All right.
we'll go back.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. So, hey, well, let me share my screen for you. think you're muted. Hey, Dr. Chesney, you're muted, I believe.
Oh, yep. I was talking muted. Try it now. Go ahead and try it now.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
There you go. It's coming on.
Gotcha.
We gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate everybody, the flexibility. Certainly didn't anticipate having to switch times. Things happen in life, so I appreciate everybody being flexible. I'm Dr. Jaron Dinsky. So like Dr. Chesney said, I joined the ENT group here in Knoxville, and I do a lot of sleep. So, you know, a lot of what I do is it's mainly people who have sleep apnea, but I am part of a sleep team that treats all type of sleep disorders. So patients who have sleep apnea, they still can benefit from having improved sleep overall. So I don't have any disclosures. Just the outline, what I'd like to talk about is, you know, why sleep matters to you. I think we all know that sleep does matter. Talk a little bit about the basics of sleep. And then really the meat and potatoes will be just things that you can do to improve your sleep. And some are very easy and some are things you might not have heard about before. So just to give you an idea, what is a sleep team? So if you're having problems with sleep, you may end up in any one of these practitioners' offices. It may be myself as an ENT doctor. It could be a sleep medicine specialist, or it could be an oral surgeon. There are also various companies, such as medical device companies or suppliers who you may interact with. And so why sleep matters to you, first and foremost is it's, you know, if you get a bad night of sleep, you know it the next day. So it's not something that you can easily just get by without good sleep. And this is important to all mammals. Humans are no exception, and it's important for our growth and our recovery. So from an early age, if you are a kid, you need your sleep to get your hormones, to get your growth. And then as you become an adult, it really matters for your ability to process your daily exposures and to recover your body. So since you spend so much of your time sleeping, it is worthwhile to learn about. It's something that we often just kind of take for granted if we sleep well. So the first question you may ask is, well, you know, how much sleep should I get? And it depends on the age, but as you become an adult, the recommended amount is going to be 7 to 9 hours. So if you're in that range, you're probably, you know how much sleep that you need. Some people get by with 6 to 7 hours, and some people get by with 8 to 9. So you really have to adjust. But as we age, we need less sleep, which is kind of what this chart shows here. Just when we get to be an adult, the 8 to 9 hour range, that's quite a bit of sleep, and we feel good if we get that amount. So other reasons, and this is, being a physician, we see a lot of people who have poor sleep, and it results in problems that they may not directly link to their sleep. So first and foremost, you can have problems with simple things like blood pressure, cholesterol, obesity, diabetes. Those can all be linked to an overactive stress response because you're not sleeping well. You can also have depression, anxiety, and there is some research that shows that Alzheimer's dementia is linked to poor sleep. If you dig in a little deeper, and we're not going to go into the specific details of this slide, I only put it up just to show you that the sleep-wake cycle is integrated into your entire metabolism. So you have all of these factors that matter in your gut, in your liver, your pancreas, your muscles, and they all do relate to the sleep-wake cycle as your body is able to restore itself while you sleep. So this intro is really just to drive home the point that sleep matters. It's something that we should take a little more time to think about. And so on that line, it's really something we've all heard about, your circadian rhythm. Most of us probably know about that, which is the cycle of light and dark that regulate your melatonin production. So if you're outside, you're around a bunch of light, your body is not producing melatonin. But as the sun goes down, as you get ready for bed, the melatonin production ramps up, and that's what allows you to get ready for sleep. And there are things that can adjust this, which we'll talk about, which can be very important. But just to give you an idea, I mean, in general, sleep is divided into 4 or 5 stages. And you have the non-rapid eye movement sleep, which is where you get to sleep, you get your deep sleep, where your brain is relatively inactive. And that's the majority of your night. But you also have the rapid eye movement sleep, which is where your body is completely paralyzed, but your brain is very active. So they used to think that that stage of sleep was overall associated with decreased brain activity. But now we know that the brain is very active. So as you go through the night, you'll have these cycles, which are approximately 90 minutes each, and you go through 3 to 5 per night. And so you go through stage 1 just for 5 or 10 minutes. You get to stage 2 where you're really getting into a deeper sleep, but it's still light sleep, and that lasts maybe up to half an hour. And then you get to your stage 3 non-REM sleep, and that's going to be your slow wave sleep. So that's a really restorative portion of your sleep for your body. And after that, you hit the rapid eye movement sleep, which is really important for you to be able to process the daily exposures that you had and for your brain to make sense. And that is associated with you having a good, stable mood and feeling good throughout the day. So as your sleep cycles progress, so you go from your first cycle to your third cycle to your fourth or fifth cycle, the amount of time that you spend in rapid eye movement sleep increases. So that's kind of an overview. Now I want to get, this is a broad, we're going to go into more detail about a few of these, but some basic things for better sleep. First and foremost, the circadian rhythm likes to be a consistent rhythm. So if you go to bed one night at 9 p.m., but the next night you go to bed at midnight or 1 a.m., and you don't have a consistent schedule, then your circadian rhythm gets confused, so to speak, and it can make it more difficult. You may find yourself going to sleep, but laying in bed for an hour or hour and a half before you can really get fully asleep. So basic things to fix that is it's really important to have a consistent sleeping schedule. So try to keep it as close to the same as you can. Certainly life, comes at us fast and we can't always go to sleep at the same time each night, but trying to do it on most nights at the same time will improve your sleep. Secondly, some really easy things. These are just the basic easy things to do, is to keep a quiet environment. You could have a white noise machine, you could have a fan, something on to provide noise, and that won't hurt. But if you get called in the middle of the night or there are dogs barking outside, it's going to interrupt your sleep. So trying to minimize the amount of noise that is around will help your sleep. And also the temperature. So if you are able to, not get too cold and tolerate a colder temperature while sleeping, we really recommend getting it anywhere from 60 to 67 degrees. And that really assists your body as you go into the deeper stages of sleep. Your core body temperature will decrease. And so this facilitates that. And most people will say maybe 65 or so is the sweet spot. But anywhere from 60 to 67 will improve your sleep. So I'm going to go into a little more detail of some things you might not have known, because a lot of the things I went over, people already, it's a lot of common knowledge. But as we talked about the circadian rhythm, and it's integrated with the light-dark cycle. And so your sleep-wake cycle is integrated with the light-dark cycle. You can see here in general, the black line will be a normal circadian rhythm. So this is the melatonin level. So as you start to go to sleep at nighttime, your melatonin levels will increase. They will peak somewhere between 1 to 4 a.m. Then they will gradually decrease. And melatonin serves several functions. It does help decrease your core body temperature. So it helps your blood vessels dilate peripherally. So your skin will actually be warmer, so you can lose heat to decrease your core body temperature. And so you want to keep this circadian rhythm and levels, this peak of melatonin, as closely linked to your social life as possible. So if you're somebody who needs to go to bed a little earlier, but you're not tired and you're trying to say, okay, what can I do to try to make myself tired earlier in the night? Well, one thing you can do for sure is to not expose yourself to light. So particularly blue light will decrease the amount of melatonin production. And it takes 15 to 30 minutes after you've stopped having that exposure for your melatonin levels to begin to increase. So you want to limit the amount of light exposure you have right before you're going to bed. You want to stop at least a couple hours. And then if you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't want to get on your phone and check things. That will allow you to get back to sleep. So that's one important thing. The other important thing that often is overlooked is if you want to get to sleep earlier, then when you get up in the morning, you need to get a healthy dose of sunlight right away. So you need to hopefully, get outside, face east. If you go to the gym, try to find somewhere that has sunlight coming in from the east to give you that healthy light exposure in the morning, because that will set your circadian rhythm. And that will, what we call phase advance your circadian rhythm. So if you do that, it can make it easier for you to get to sleep at night and have less time laying in bed, not able to get to sleep. So a couple of things that can aid here, because I do want this for you to take away some things that you can actually do. There are several apps, none of which I have an affiliation with, but one of them is called Lux, and you can download it. And basically you just point your phone wherever you are, and it'll tell you how much light you are exposed to. And so even though you may be inside with some fluorescent lights, kind of how I am here, and it seems bright, the overall amount of light you're exposed to compared to if you're outside with the sun just coming up, that is a much larger amount of light and is more beneficial for you to set your clock that day. Secondly, you could do blue light filters. So whether it's night mode on your computer or you're doing some blue light blocking glasses, those can be beneficial to limit the amount of exposure to light you have late in the night. So from here, kind of moving to things, there are things that we consume that maybe we shouldn't consume for sleep. And then there are things that maybe you don't take and you might want to consider taking to improve your sleep. So first, and we all know this is a common thing that people try, is melatonin. So the natural hormone that we were talking about is a supplement, and it's sold over the counter in various doses. And I will say that often it's pretty high doses. You'll look at the store and you'll see 5 to 10, maybe even more milligrams in a dose. And the amount that's actually in that supplement, you want to get it from a reputable company so it is an accurate amount. But melatonin is not for everybody. So it is for people who have problems getting to sleep. So we all have a little bit of a genetic difference, and it allows us to say, okay, are you an early bird or are you a night owl? For people who are night owls, they have a hard time getting to sleep. Melatonin can be beneficial. It's not necessarily beneficial for people who get to sleep just fine, but then they wake up and have a hard time getting back to sleep. So they have very fragmented sleep. It's not as beneficial for that. So if you are going to take it, you want to start low. Typically 0.3 is the lowest dose, but you want to start low, 1 milligram or 2, take it in the evening around 7, 8 o'clock, and then you can increase. There's no real toxicity or side effect. So you can gradually titrate up to see if it helps your sleep. Secondly would be magnesium. So we certainly know that the body requires a lot of elements, calcium, magnesium, iron, so on. Magnesium is thought to have an effect to where it activates the receptors in your brain that make you feel sedated, calm, collected, and ready for sleep. And it blocks the receptors that make you excited. So if you have a magnesium deficiency, or you just want to use magnesium as something to help you get to sleep, it is well studied and safe to take. It's something that there are different types of magnesium. If you take them, you can take up to 1 gram. I typically recommend people start much lower and taking anywhere from a few hundred milligrams per day, and just start taking it before you go to sleep. If you feel like you're going to take more, you could take it twice a day or up to 3 times per day. If you go, you'll see, go to Amazon or you go to your health store, you'll see separate types of magnesium. So magnesium oxide is a common one, citrate is a common one. And certainly those will help you, but there are some that are more bioavailable and they cross the blood-brain barrier more easily. And that is magnesium threonate, magnesium glycinate. So those are both available. I would recommend, if, it's a safe thing. If you think you just need help getting to sleep and staying to sleep, sometimes magnesium helps with both of those, whereas melatonin only really helps you get to sleep. I put this here, the studies that look at all these different supplements, this is not an exhaustive list, but the studies that look at these are relatively small studies, not a lot of people, they're not high quality evidence, but there are some other supplements that people will say you could try. And I just put those on here just because, just for you to be aware. You can do a lot of simple Google research to find the doses if you would like to try them. And I guess the disclaimer is also, be sure to talk to your primary care doctor to make sure they don't interfere with any of your current medications. So kind of the more common things that we are exposed to. I know we all love a cup of coffee in the morning time, but often it's the afternoon. You're hitting the lull and you're like, man, I could really use a cup of coffee. So if you have that cup of coffee in the afternoon, is it really going to affect your sleep? And there are some people who say, I go to sleep and I had a cup of coffee just a few hours later or a few hours before or after dinner, and it doesn't affect me. And so some people feel that way. Other people, they can't have coffee after the morning time where it impacts their sleep. So there is some differences which are likely related to the metabolism in the liver. And so overall, though, caffeine does decrease your sleep time. It increases the amount of time it takes to get to sleep, and the amount of time that you spend in that deep, slow wave restorative sleep. So the older you are, the more it seems to have an impact on you. So what do you do about it? In general, this is, very easy advice. You try, the half-life of caffeine is 4 to 5 hours. So for the majority of it to get out of your system, it takes at least 8 to 10 hours. So I recommend stopping at least 8 to 10 hours before you go to bed. Again, if you're one of those people who say, hey, I drink a cup of coffee in the afternoon, it doesn't bother me. You may just have fast metabolism, but a lot of times people who say they sleep well, if they go to sleep and we actually look at their sleep study and their brainwave activity, they have findings of disturbed sleep. It's not as natural as it would be if they did not have that caffeine. And then the other big one is alcohol. So I'm sure everybody has had a glass of wine or two, and you go to sleep. It helps you get to sleep because it has a sedative effect. However, once you are asleep, the structure of your sleep is not natural. So, initially you have a lot of increased slow wave sleep. You decrease the rapid eye movement sleep. And while that, may not be the part that gets you, it's the increased awakenings later in the night. So it really fragments your sleep quite a bit, and you're unable to get the full rest with each cycle of sleep. So that's what leads to you waking up feeling like you haven't slept as well. And they've looked at it with, different doses. So low dose, where like 1 drink, moderate dose, 2 to 3 drinks, and a high dose with 4 or more drinks. And certainly the impact increases with each level that you go up. So while not advocating for any alcohol use per se, if you are going to have a drink at nighttime, then I recommend that you try to stick with low doses and avoid depending on this to get to sleep. So lastly, and I want to kind of hit this part because this is what I do mostly is with sleep apnea. So we see a lot of people who come in, they say, Doc, I don't sleep well. I get to sleep, I go to sleep okay, but I feel tired during the day. I want to go take a nap during the day. Some people fall asleep at a red light or on the couch, and they just can't stay awake, and they have a mental fog. And so that is sleep apnea. So what's happening with sleep apnea is your lungs are trying to breathe while you're asleep. But as you progress from the cycles we looked at, so you progress from the light wave sleep to the deeper sleep, the slow wave sleep and the rapid eye movement sleep, your muscles are relaxing. So when your muscles relax, your throat is going to close up. And if you have things like obesity, so you have more soft tissue pushing on the throat, if you have large tonsils, or if you have other anatomic causes to have a narrow throat, your tongue is blocking the way, then you're trying to breathe, but no air is getting by. And when no air gets by, your oxygen level drops. And when your oxygen level drops, your body kind of goes into a oh no mode, a stress mode. And that leads to you waking up, gasping for air, and really disrupting your sleep. And when that happens night after night after night, it really adds up and leads to poor sleep and poor daytime vigilance. So you can see some of the risk factors here for it. So those are very common: obesity, BMI. If you go and buy your shirt and your collar is over size 17, that is a risk factor. And guys, so males are at more risk. And if you're older than age 50 years, you're at risk. So this just talks about, this graph here, I want to drive home the point of, okay, well, if I have sleep apnea and I don't sleep well, I can probably get by with it and still function. A lot of people do. However, there is a risk of mortality. So as you look over here on the x-axis, as the years go by, and then on the y-axis, this is the incidence of mortality. And the green bar just shows you the people who have moderate to severe sleep apnea versus the red bar, which is people who have mild sleep apnea. And the blue bar is people who do not have sleep apnea. So your risk of having a death event from various causes, be it high blood pressure, high cholesterol, stroke, or other causes, even cancer, becomes higher if you have untreated moderate to severe sleep apnea. However, if you become treated and we treat this, your risk goes back down to the normal amount. And so ways to treat it, you know, the gold standard is a CPAP. I think everybody is used to seeing what a CPAP is, and it's a really good technology if people are able to tolerate it. So what it does is it uses air pressure to stent open your airway and provide room so your throat is not collapsing so you can breathe. Some more basic things you could do is weight loss, positional sleeping. Some people have worse sleep apnea on their back or their side, and so they can self-treat by sleeping on their side or their stomach. Those are also useful. Or you can wear an oral appliance. You have these mandibular advancement appliances, which will bring your jaw forward just a little bit, and your tongue is connected to your jaw. So when you bring the jaw forward, it opens up the back of your airway to breathe. But there are newer technologies. This is the specialty that I kind of bring to the area, which is hypoglossal nerve stimulation therapy. And so what this does is it uses the muscles of your tongue to keep your airway open instead of using the CPAP with the air pressure. It's really designed for people who just don't do well with CPAP. And it's like a pacemaker. So it's an outpatient procedure. It's like a pacemaker. It goes in, and whenever you turn it on with this remote you see here, you turn it on, and after you get to sleep, every time you take a breath, it sends a signal to your tongue to contract. When your tongue contracts, it opens up the back of your airway so you can breathe. And so it's a really good therapy. Patients love it, especially the ones that hated their CPAP. They get great results, 80 to 90% reduction in your sleep symptoms. And so it's a great technology that has been around for about 8 or 9 years now, but is just becoming popularized. And we're certainly able to help people that have sleep apnea. So if you think you had that, it is appropriate for you to be evaluated either by an ear, nose, and throat doctor like myself or by a sleep medicine physician. So just to summarize here, things that you can do to improve your sleep. So be consistent with your sleep routine. Try to get a cool and a quiet room. You want to control your light exposure, minimize your alcohol and caffeine exposure. And there are supplements which can benefit if the rest of those things are not getting you where you need to be. So with that, I think I will take a few questions, Dr. Chesney. I appreciate the time and thanks for being flexible today.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. All right. Well, guys, just a minute or two here. If there's any questions here, feel free to put them in the chat bar. Dr. Densky, you want to put your contact information too? Or let people know how they can get a hold of you. You can put in the chat bar. You can let them know here on the audio as well for the recording.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll put it. Yeah, so I work at Ear, Nose, and Throat Consultants of East Tennessee. We're out of the tower at the Park West Hospital. And so I will put the contact info in the chat bar if you're curious. Get it here.
But yeah, Dr. Densky was he was explaining to me, we had lunch a few weeks ago about the technique that he was telling you guys about there at the very end of a presentation. And so I know it's something that he's super passionate about, bringing the type of treatments, making that available. A lot of people just, like he was saying, that all they know is kind of like the CPAP. And the technology advancement and kind of how he's on the forefront of helping people, who need alternative ways, different options that maybe if the typical option hasn't, worked for you, it just isn't the right fit, then I'm excited to have Dr. Densky here and bringing his expertise and his skill with delivering. Tell me, what's again the name of the technique? I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's the easy name is Inspire. So
Inspire. Okay.
Yeah, if you just look up Inspire Sleep, they have a lot of good info that you could just check out. So it would be very easy. There's a lot of videos. There are groups on Facebook as well from people who have actually had the procedure, and they're happy to talk about their experience. So.
Yeah. Dr. Densky, he was, he's sharing with me and just like the success rate of how much improvement people have with the Inspire technology and bringing that, really making that available to the Knoxville area. So thanks so much for coming on.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, feel free to check out the chat bar there too. You got a question there to follow up with, and we will be. Let me pull up here. Let me check for Dr. Densky here. Here we go. Okay, Dr. Densky, I'm going to make you promote you back again to be one of the panelists. It takes just a second to load here, Deborah. Right. All right, Deborah's coming on. Dr. Durst. I might have said Densky. I know I got all the D's coming here at the end of the day. Dr. Durst. if I called you, referring one to the other. But we got Dr. Deborah Durst.
Yes.
All right, I can hear you.
Going in between both, huh? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
So do I need to share screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna make you a co-host. And so now you should have the option to share your screen.
Okay. I'm doing one.
Guys, as she's getting loaded, looks like she's coming on. So Yeah, Dr. Durst, thank you for wrapping us up for today. I appreciate you coming on, and look forward to hearing your presentation. So yeah, Dr. Durst, she was we met a few years ago, and had her on the Stay Healthy Knoxville podcast, and so excited that she was able to come on for the expo this year. So Dr. Durst, I'll give you the floor, let you yeah, bring us home here.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
I don't know why I'm not showing up too, but who knows?
You can there should be a down at the bottom start video if you want the video to go to, if you have a camera. Do you see that option? On the bottom left, there's a mute button, and then there's a start or stop video. There you, I think it's coming on. I just, yeah.
All right. You may or may not be able to. I'm traveling, so I'm at a hotel and just arrived. So I don't know what it'll look like, but anyhow, then let me start the slideshow then too as well. So, well, how is everyone? Has it went pretty smoothly so far?
Yeah. We had to juggle just the schedule a little bit, but everybody's been flexible, and yeah, it's been great.
Well, good. Well, all right. Well, this is the end of the day then for everyone. It's been a long one. So, well, I'll just finish up just telling a little bit about, what we do. And we're talking about, overall, we met a few years ago and pretty much talked about sexual wellness during one of your podcasts, right? And so that's one of the things we do. But again, just general wellness and sexual wellness and aesthetics. And we'll talk a little bit about all of that. And let me see if I can figure out how to do the slide. So I'm with Revitalize MD, and we're in Knoxville, right by Trader Joe's, by Eddie's Health Shop, in between Real Hot Yoga and Eddie's Health Shop. And so that's where you would find us. And so basically, what do we do there? We're pretty much, comprehensively addressing, how to revitalize look, your health and your sex life. And so we do a lot of sexual wellness, but a lot of wellness as well. And we'll talk about that. So, the real reason why we're doing that is what? Because as we age, we start to notice a bunch of changes. And, some of those changes are, it's actually very common in everyone. Men and women are a little different in what they experience. But some of the common things are, brain fog, low energy, some weight changes, body composition changes, skin, hair, and changes in sexual function, which is one of the reasons why we do a lot of sexual wellness. And if we actually set women or men around the room, but women, we would do the Women's Wellness Series, and we'd sit them around the room, and pretty much they're complaining about the same stuff. Everybody's pretty much saying the same thing. They're starting to notice differences in how they're thinking, their mental clarity, their energy level, and weight gain and body composition changes is really big for women. They'll start to gain, yet they're doing the same stuff, eating the same stuff, working out the same, and yet they continue to gain weight. And then again, sexual function is something. So those are things that are common to both men and women across the board. And again, all diseases start as we start to age and our hormones decline. And so we do that hormone optimization to, get to prevent, not only to treat symptoms, but also to prevent. But the thing that's different between men and women is what they experience as far as functional changes sexually. There'll be changes for women and then other specific changes for men. And so we're very comprehensive in how we address both HRT and sexual wellness in men and in women. So again, it's kind of what we do is we do want to do comprehensive treatments. And so a lot of our focus is on wellness and sexual wellness. But, a lot of times what happens is as they start to feel better, they want to look better too. And so therefore we do all of the aesthetic procedures as well. But our focus with aesthetics is really more regenerative. So we do everything that everyone else does, the Botox filler, all those entry level what I consider entry level, because all med spas are doing that. But what they don't do is treat it from a cellular perspective. And so we can do aesthetic procedures, but you're not going to get sustained results with that unless if you're cell optimized. And so if you're treating toxicities and if you're hormonally optimizing and then also hitting those aesthetic procedures from a regenerative standpoint. So we'll go into that a little bit at the end as we talk about aesthetic procedures. And stop me if there's any time that you can't hear or any issues with what you're seeing. So again, we're very comprehensive in our approach to both men and women, wellness, sexual wellness, and then even aesthetics. And we offer a very non-traditional approach to all of that. You know, I'm traditionally trained, and so I can do traditional medicine, but I prefer to try and keep people off medicines if at all possible. And again, that's not always possible, but sometimes if early on we're addressing things that aren't optimally functioning, then we can prevent in the early stages. And we do some pretty cutting edge wellness and sexual wellness and aesthetic procedures. So hormone optimization, you know, again, you'll see from an aesthetic standpoint, a lot of med spas in town that are doing aesthetic procedures and they're good at that, but it's not a comprehensive approach. So you're not addressing it from a wellness standpoint and from cellular optimization. And so that's where we differ. And then there's some wellness, you know, clinics around town that will do wellness, but don't do the aesthetic piece of it. And so I think they tie together the wellness, the aesthetic piece, and the one place where you can go and feel like you can be listened to and heard, and then you can get a comprehensive approach. And you know, it really does change. It's life-changing for men and for women when that can happen. So for hormone optimization, again, men and women both, you know, have hormonal changes. With women in between 40 and 55, they'll start to notice some hormone decline and really symptoms that they're having. And we already talked about some of those symptoms, and men will start to experience the same thing. And, you know, libido drop is one of those, in addition to everything else we talked about: brain fog, energy, weight gain, body composition changes. So there's symptoms that we're trying to control. Those are the symptoms that come in. And again, they've been to a lot of their doctors and they've been to their gynecologist and they're just not getting answers. And I find that this is where patients are more proactive than providers, because they want to feel better and they're looking for solutions, and there's solutions out there. It just doesn't always exist from a traditional standpoint. And so there's those symptoms that we're trying to control, but also hormone optimization is preventative. You know, preventative for bone, brain, and heart health. And as we age, we start to develop diseases. You know, we have high blood pressure, abnormal lipid panels, insulin resistance, you know, pre-diabetic, diabetic, you know, transitions, and, you know, osteoporosis and fractures and, you know, brain issues and dementia. So there's a lot of things that go on as we age, and a lot of that is related to hormonal decline. And we have not really addressed that fully from a traditional standpoint. And so that's where we differ, is that we do address that not only in a non-traditional way, but if we need to, in a traditional way. It just, there's solutions there, and we just need to offer them to patients so that they can feel better. So again, HRT, a lot of this is hormone optimization. Hormone replacement therapy is what that means. These are a lot of those symptoms. And then as far as low libido, you know, that can be men and women, but really the only thing that's going to cause a low libido in men or women, and again, it doesn't have to be accepted as a norm as we age, because there's things we can do about that. But the only things that are really going to cause that are hormonal decline and or medications. And so if you're not on medications and then you had a sex drive and now all of a sudden you don't, and it's causing problems in a relationship because it's the first thing to go with women and it's the last thing to go with men. So there's a mismatch there. And so it does cause problems in relationships. And so therefore, you know, it's something that we want to address so we can keep them happy and healthy and feeling good, but also their relationship is strong. So basically, you can also get vaginal dryness for women. They can get pain with sex. There's low orgasmic changes. We'll talk about that, and erectile changes in men. So really, from a sexual wellness and function, that's where men and women start to differ in what they experience and how we can treat it. The other thing that we do a lot of is we do have an IV therapy lounge there. And so that is part of our wellness, because again, we like to approach things from a comprehensive standpoint. I was a pharmacist before I went back to med school. And so the IV therapy and the setup has been very important to me, because as I started to learn about it, I realized how much we could do to help with IV therapy. There's a lot we could do. We can do IV vitamin C at high doses. We can actually help with side effects of chemotherapy. You can do huge immune support with that. Again, you can bring down CRPs and inflammatory markers with high dose vitamin C. And when we're doing IV vitamins and minerals, it's basically 100% right into the bloodstream and into the cell, concentrated in white blood cells for immune function and supportive immune function. And again, toxic overload. You know, we live in a very toxic environment. And so we're exposed to toxins on a daily basis, everything from our cell phones next to our bed, to our light, you know, cars, plastic in the cars, everything. And so we get very vague symptoms with that, kind of similar to what the hormone symptoms could be. So a lot of times when our patients are coming in for IV therapy, we're also talking to them about the fact that some of this can be hormonal as well, or if our hormone patients will frequently end up doing IV therapy as well, because toxicity can be part of it. Energy, brain fog, abdominal bloating, a lot of GI issues with toxic overload. So a lot of patients come in for our IV therapy. And again, I have formulated all the drips, and really IV therapy goes from basically the range is you're either going to places that have kits, that they're getting them from some place. And again, so you're not getting the most concentrated ingredients, and they don't know the science behind it. So they cannot customize it for you specifically. Or you're going to, you know, functional medicine doctors that are doing IV therapy for very complex patients. And that likewise can be very lengthy. They can be 3-4 hour infusions. So what I did was take those more complex drips and formulate them so we can do them over a shorter period of time. So most of our IV therapy is done in an hour duration, sometimes a little bit longer. And again, we do high dose vitamin C. We have, you know, our main kind of Myers equivalent. And then we do NADIV, which is a new one and gaining a lot of traction for anti-aging reasons, because it's mitochondrial support, which is energy for the body. So if we're feeling low energy as we age, it's really because our NAD ratios are off and are not where they need to be. And so we can boost that with not only NADIV, which is a pretty extreme drip, meaning that you'll feel a little weird when you're getting it, but it definitely works. And then we can also do some supplements after you leave. So IV therapy is huge for just supporting our detox and our liver detoxification system and cleaning up the cell, and therefore basically optimizing cellular function. So IV therapy has vitamins, minerals, amino acids in it. It's directly to the cell, and it's supporting our liver. And so a lot of times, even, you know, the fatty liver stuff, we can get things that are going to help, you know, metabolize and also transport fats out of the cell. And so basically can also support some early changes with fatty liver. NAD, again, is mitochondrial support, anti-aging, you know, energy and cellular repair. And then again, so a lot of it is, it links together. So if somebody comes in and they're feeling some vague symptoms, they come in for IV therapy, there's a potential it could be hormones or hormonal optimization. If they want that looked at, we can do that. We draw blood in the office. And then if they're coming in for hormones, likewise, sometimes they need IV therapy, but sometimes those hormone patients, not sometimes, eventually, if they don't have it, then eventually everyone's going to have some sexual functional changes. And so those overlap. So if you're a hormone or you're coming in thinking you have a hormonal issue, then frequently you're going to have some functional sexual changes. And so we're going to address those when you're in too, or at least start to open those conversations. And a lot of our patients come in for sexual wellness.
Hey, Dr.
And so
Durst.
likewise, yeah.
Is it, there's some kind of other audio coming through? It stopped once you stopped talking.
I wonder, it's not the music in the background, is it?
Maybe it is. Is there music in the room or just music?
Well, I'm in the lobby of a hotel, so there's a little bit of music, but this should be going on all the time.
Yeah, it didn't start off at the beginning. It was just, it maybe got a little bit louder. Keep
Going on right now?
a little bit. Yeah, we can still hear you. It's just, it makes it a little bit harder.
Let me see if I switch to my headset and it changes anything. Or maybe I can move closer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. It's just
Better?
it's just a little bit of competing audio with maybe the background music. It just wasn't
I
as
think it
obvious
is
at the
the
beginning. Okay, maybe they turned up the volume.
I think probably-
Okay,
Well,
we can
it
still,
might be a different, you know.
yeah, we can still hear you.
All right,
It's-
you can still,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Well, I think I would have to like minimize my screen to try and get my headset on. So I'm just gonna move a little bit closer and see if that works and talk a little bit louder.
That sounds
So
good.
basically can you hear me? So from the sexual wellness, again, it's a large focus in our office because there's not a lot of places that offer solutions for aging and functional changes as we age in regard to sex. And so people don't have those conversations. They're not comfortable having them. The patients want to have them. They just don't know where to go to have them. They're not talking to friends. They're not talking to family about that. And frequently their primary care doctors and their urologists or gynecologists are not having those conversations either. And we hear this on a daily basis. So basically women, you know, again, will start to notice some vaginal dryness and pain. Decreased orgasmic strength is very common, in low libido, where they don't want to have sex anymore. First thing to go with women. And so we want to address that from a comprehensive standpoint. So if their hormones aren't optimal, we want to optimize them because that does play a role. But we can also do vaginal local rejuvenation. And a lot of times that involves laser vaginal rejuvenation or O shots. And if you've never heard of O shot before, again, you know, that is and I think I have some on the next page. When we're talking about vaginal rejuvenation, it's lasers we're using externally and internally. And again, they're non-ablative, no downtime. They're fabulous at regenerating tissues. So stimulating blood flow, new blood vessel growth, nerves, and increase in sensitivity, so orgasmic strength improves. Also tightness, so we're basically telling the vaginal canal, vaginal bursts, you know, this helps significantly. And the O shot is a PRP shot, so we're drawing your blood and basically using your blood to help regenerate nerves and blood vessels. And so increased blood vessel and blood flow means increased lubrication, so it does help with dryness. We have a clitoral treatment alone that we can use a laser to use biostimulation, where you're basically using light to stimulate stem cells to an area for regeneration. And so all of this is helping increase sensation, blood flow, lubrication, better orgasms, all of that. And so from a local regeneration with the HRT, it's life-changing for women and for couples. Men, it's slightly different. Again, they'll notice some changes, and erectile changes are very common. And if it isn't happening, about, I would say 50% of men at 50, 60 at 60, 70 at 70 are going to experience. So it goes up with time. So it's best if you're noticing any changes to address them early on. And you can do that with Gainswave, which is an acoustic shock wave. It's not painful, it's in the office. And we can combine that again with the PRP shots. And again, O shots and P shots sound painful, but they're not. And I've never had anyone not return for treatments because we told them it wasn't painful, and it was. It's just, we've been doing this for years. We know exactly how to do it, and it's comfortable and life-changing. We can know, and peptides we'll go into in just a moment, but again, hormone optimization. So if your cell's not healthy and optimal, then you're not going to get sustained results from any of these procedures. So we like to just comprehensively address our changes as we age. Peptides are really amino acid sequences. It's a progressive area of medicine where we're simulating neurotransmitters or hormones in the body to really give the body back what it needs to repair. And so we can use that if you have acute injury, and you can use that to hasten injury so that you're getting better response. You can use it before surgery, during, after surgery for repair, but also you can optimize growth hormone with peptides as well, instead of using growth hormone. And so again, this just helps optimize function, and it gives us another way to address it that people don't know about. And we do have some sexual wellness peptides too. And at the end of this, I'll talk about the fact that we do have a YouTube channel with lots of videos on almost all of this. And then we also have a podcast on Spotify that is our Revitalize MD or RMD. And I have that at the end. And there's also a Rev MD podcast, which is our sexual wellness one. We do shots in the office, just so you know, we're pretty, if you got fat burning shots, amino acid shots, NAD, all of that. So those are all available for home use as well. And then from an aesthetic standpoint, again, once people start to look better, we do aesthetics and aesthetics only as well. But a lot of times people are coming to us for wellness. And then once they start to feel good, then they really want to look good too. And so we have all those services there. And again, we're just we're regenerative. Like we want to give the body back what we can to stimulate repair so that your results are natural. So people aren't overfilled. And again, filler gets a bad rap, but frequently it's because it's the only thing that somebody has to offer is Botox or fillers. When we can use PRP or PRF and laser treatments to regenerate, it makes a huge difference, and you look younger, but naturally younger. And so we use, again, biostimulatory fillers, which is a different kind of filler, PRP, PRF, and PRP is, again, platelet-rich plasma. We're drawing blood from you and spinning it down and getting the platelets, which have growth factors in them, and re-injecting those growth factors into tissue to get regeneration of tissue. PRF is just another kind of processing form of PRP. It's a more innovative, progressive form of PRP that no one in Knoxville is using currently. And then we also have stem cells and exosomes that we can use. And those are, substances that, again, are just basically revitalizing tissue, because we have exosomes and a lot of growth factors in them. And stem cells, we just take all the good stuff out of it, all the growth factors, and that's what an exosome really is. And so it can be injected into tissue and again, cause great regeneration of tissue to a younger age. So again, here's some of the information. Hopefully that was just kind of an overview of what we do. And we do a lot of stuff, and it's worth checking out the website because we have a lot of videos on there. We have a lot of information. It's actually being redone, but even the one we have up now is very comprehensive. But we do have a YouTube channel. So you can go to RMD or Revitalize MD, and then podcasts. Both of our RMD and the Rev MD are on Spotify, and the RMD is on every other channel as well. And then if you want to get in touch with the office, there is the phone number to call, and it's text capable as well, or you can email us at Connect. And again, I would love to hear from you and answer any questions. And again, the office is always there as well to answer any questions that anybody has after we end this chat. So, are you good, Mark?
Awesome. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for that, Dr. Durst. If you guys now we're wrapping up. If you guys have any questions and want Dr. Durst to answer here as we're wrapping things up, feel free to chat in the chat bar. But yeah, Dr. Durst, thanks for coming on and find a way to kind of work us in the expo, even despite some of your travels, looks like.
Yes, well, that's okay. It sounds like everyone's having something going on right now, huh?
Right, exactly. But yeah, thank you all too for everybody who's. I know a lot of people have hung on with us from beginning to end, or maybe come halfway through. So thank you guys for tuning in to the expo, and hope yeah, I really hope it's been of great value. Look out for your emails too. We'll be emailing the recording if you need to come back and pause anything or get any other information. So we'll be sending that out, and I believe some of the speakers may have some extra kind of coupons or getting started specials or things like that I'm going to ask them to, if they have something like that, we'll share in the emails as well for easy ways to get started or get some help. So thank everybody for tuning in. Awesome.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Durst. All right. So yeah, thanks again, guys. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I know it's a little cooler today, but the sun's out. So hope you enjoy the rest of your day and this weekend. And thanks again so much for tuning in and coming on live with us. We appreciate you. And like I said, it's been an honor putting this on. And then hopefully we'll be able to do it again in the future. Thanks, guys. Bye.